Chapter 8:14. We, the God race, oversee all the worlds in the void. The void is endless. Even if we discover many worlds, there are still many that have yet to be discovered. We are actually a kind of watcher. If we discover any abnormal influence in a world, we will help to eliminate it, correct it, and occasionally create one or two worlds ourselves. Most of the people in those worlds are mortal races. Along the way, Shire introduced the so-called Protoss to Yun Nuashing and the others. This was common knowledge to them. Anyone who had come into contact with the Protoss would agree that they were powerful and controlled the entire void. They did not act high and mighty like the gods and silently maintained world peace. It was only when Yun Nuashing and the others expressed that they did not know anything about the Protoss that Shire was interested in talking about. In her opinion, it was very amusing that they were so powerful, and yet they were completely unaware of the Protoss' existence, so she was very interested in introducing them. There are countless god clans in the Divine Court, and they are not divided into primary and secondary clans. Instead, they are divided into two clans. One is in charge of light, and the other is in charge of darkness. There is also a special example that is different from the two clans but belongs to both clans, Wen's non-elemental god system. For example, that idiot is from the light god system. In our group, except for Ha Ling and Wen, all of us are from the light god system. As Shire spoke, he saw Yun Nuashing's strange gaze and hurriedly waved his hand. The two factions won't fight. It's just that they specialize in different things. There are also light gods who go to the dark gods to train. Everyone let out a long "oh." When they first heard about the two god clans, they really thought that they were two god clans who would fight each other from time to time. Hey. We're fine here, and our relationship is very harmonious. But in the mortal world, the believers of the light faction and the dark faction are said to be fighting each other every day. They've been fighting each other for hundreds of millions of years, and they haven't stopped yet. We can't persuade them. In fact, we don't know how to persuade them. We can't tell them that the gods they believe in gather together every day to drink tea, right? Ferg laughed foolishly, and Yun Nuashing was speechless again. The large-scale world mapping incident caused the Divine Court to send out all the available people. It has been thousands of years, but the source of this chaos still hasn't been found. The void oscillation has stopped long ago. The current situation is like a sequela that can't be eradicated. Shire rubbed his forehead and sighed. Our god race has 5 people in a team to deal with this. There's still one more. At the mention of the last one, Shire's beautiful face instantly darkened. She muttered strangely, "That guy got lost in the void." Everyone. Furthermore, the communication barriers in this world are too severe. It takes us half a day just to get out. We have to wander around in that broken area for a long time. I've already forgotten how we got in. Shire shrugged helplessly. My main course is combat. If you want me to lead a team into a group brawl, I'll focus on topics like, how can a small team survive an encirclement of 5,000 people in terms of strength? If you want me to repair the world, she's from the God of War faction. She's a great general in combat and a top student in combat theory. As for the rest, she's just blind. Before Ferg could finish, there was a loud bang. Then, a huge red mark appeared on his face. He fell straight to the ground with 2 streaks of blood on his nose. Yun Nuashing looked up. She didn't know where Shire had taken out a huge pan with Ferg's face on it. Oh, everyone has their own specialties. If the Divine Court wasn't so busy, I wouldn't have come out. Shire calmly waved the pan and shrugged cutely. Are these gods reliable? Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other speechlessly. They could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. Even though they did not know the strength of this group of strangely weak Protoss in their eyes, since they were Protoss, they had the experience of solving such problems. It was said that they even had a proper priesthood, so they should not be too bad. With this group of people who had descended from the sky, God's help, the problem of this world should be a little easier, although they did not know why this world was mapped to the star field. However, this idea was cut off soon after it was born. At this point, Yun Nuashing and the others felt even more helpless. Although we're Protoss, being powerful has nothing to do with this. Solving the problem of world mapping is a technical job. Our team's speed is the slowest among our colleagues, and this time, we've encountered a situation that we've never encountered before. Ferg scratched his head and said seriously, "Actually, this has something to do with the captain. After all, she put all her talents into combat." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a slender leg kick him away. The latter instantly turned into a shooting star and disappeared into the horizon. Dumbfounded, Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched for a moment as she watched Ferg fly away. Then, she heard Shire sigh, her jade-like hand resting on her cheek. "Although that idiot's words are annoying, this is indeed not my field of expertise." Faced with such a strange situation that has never happened before, perhaps those old geezers who soak in the embrace of truth all day long would be a little interested, but as high-ranking combat gods, our strength might not be of much use. The demolition office doesn't care about city construction. They only care about demolishing, Shire added in the end. Yun Nuashing and the others. Ferg, who had returned from afar and was dripping with blood, gracefully stood in front of Yun Nuashing. He flipped his black hair and flashed his 6 shiny teeth. "Anyway, we'll do our best. Of course, we should be able to come in handy if we have to fight. Could this young lady join me in?" Before he could finish, a sledgehammer shining with silver light flashed in front of Yun Nuashing, and she saw Ferg disappear once again. Watching the meteor disappear into the horizon, Yun Nuashing calmly watched for a while. Then, she waved her hand nonchalantly at Shire's apologetic look and said with a smile, "It's a good thing he didn't flirt with the girls behind me. Oh right, I'm a guy." Shire and Harling. When the group returned to the edge of the city, the lights of the city were already on. This strange world had a complete sun and moon system, and the silver moon hanging in the sky was especially huge. It didn't seem to be very far from the ground, and Yun Nuashing whistled softly when she saw how close the behemoth was to the ground. The realm of gods had a dual moon system, but she had never seen such a huge moon before. It's very similar to the cities of my subjects, but most mortals have this style of architecture too." Standing at the edge of the mountain range and looking down at the city, Shire couldn't help but smile. "It's kind of familiar. Is it common where you come from?" Yun Nuashing asked casually. When he first came to this world, he only heard bits and pieces from Yi Shi and the others about a similar world outside of the realm of God. So this style of architecture was common in the realm of gods? As long as it's a human civilization, the low-level ones are all like this, and there are actually quite a lot of them. High-level civilizations in the void are very rare, and there's only one civilization that can stand on the same level as us, and that's our unfortunate neighbor. Shire nodded with a smile that contained a hint of mockery. Their territory is much larger than ours, and the world projection has made a mess of the worlds under their jurisdiction. They're still very busy even now. Speaking of which, the other worlds we've dealt with have all passed through the world barrier. The world barrier of those worlds didn't pose much of an obstacle to us, but the world barrier of this world has been strong for a very long time. It took us 2 years to get in, and that's only after the world barrier kept peeling itself off. The white mist you see is actually where the world barrier is constantly dissipating. Once the world barrier completely disappears, all the elements will collapse, and this world will be finished. Shire and Yun Nuashing slowly walked down the wide street, casually making their way back. "That world barrier has already collapsed?" Yun Nuashing asked casually. According to his calculations, this world barrier had already been collapsing for a very long time. It had begun to collapse almost the moment it stopped growing. Without the support of the trillions of souls, it would have been destroyed in the void a long time ago. Shire fell silent for a moment. She stroked her chin with her jade-like hand and said after a while, "You can say that it's collapsing, but it's more like it's self-destructing. Something is affecting the world barrier from the inside out, causing it to collapse. If it's just a normal world projection problem, we only need to stabilize the space and world barrier of this world. The void tremors have weakened the world barrier, which is why the world projection phenomenon occurs. However, the problem seems to be more serious in this world. It's very difficult to repair a world barrier that's constantly cracking. As for how to do it, I have no clue at all." Shire shook her head in distress. She looked at Yun Nuoshing and smiled expectantly. "Have you discovered anything?" Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at each other. Ziyi pondered for a moment, while Yun Nuoshing shrugged nonchalantly. She looked at Shire and nodded. She told them everything she knew about this world barrier, including the soul furnace. After hearing what he had to say, Shire and the others all looked very serious. They looked at each other, and their eyes were even gloomier than the sky before a storm. Creating a world with trillions of souls instantly made them think of a very bad thing. "This has nothing to do with your race. It's a sin created by us, the God realm." Yun Nuoshing knew what they were thinking and couldn't help but laugh lightly, which made them heave a sigh of relief. However, they still didn't relax too much. In fact, no one would be able to relax in such a serious situation. Moreover, this matter happened to be in their territory and they bumped into it, so it was even more impossible for them to let it go. As soon as they stepped onto the bustling street, Yun Nuoshing's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly thought of something bad. Their group was already strange enough. Now that they had a few Protoss with them, the rate of people turning their heads would increase by at least a few %. Just as he was thinking about this, the group had already walked a long distance on the street. However, they unexpectedly did not receive those familiar gazes, which made him stunned for a moment. This group of people who were completely different from ordinary people was directly ignored by the many passers-by on the road. The endless flow of people separated in front of the group of people, but not many people turned back to look at them. Yun Nuoshing opened her mouth, then silently looked at Shire. The latter chuckled and said, "Changing the existence of our group won't attract attention. If you don't know how to do this, descending to the mortal world as a god will be very troublesome. We will be watched from morning till night." Well, they really didn't know how to do this kind of thing. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He was a little envious of this ability that was similar to Ming's cognitive impairment ability. It seemed that their group lacked something like this. If I use this ability at its most basic level, I'll be able to erase my own sense of existence, allowing me to coincidentally exist here without anyone noticing. My every action will become natural. If I use it at full power, I'll even be able to erase someone's existence in public without anyone noticing. I'll even be able to erase that person's memories of their existence. Even if that person has a powerful background, they'll still be subconsciously replaced. It'll be as if that person never existed in this world. If I want to, I can even erase the sun, and humanity will enter an era of darkness with no light in history. No one will know what light looks like, Shire said. The Protoss have the ability to edit and correct the void. Every god can do this, but abusing their power will result in imprisonment. Ferg grinned at Yun Nuoshing and the others and said, "Shire did it once before and he was imprisoned." A meteor streaked across the sky, gradually disappearing into the distance. Countless people raised their heads to take a look and cried out in surprise. They continued to walk silently on the streets, as if this was a trivial matter that couldn't attract their attention. "See, this is what it means to be natural. No one will notice us." Shire maintained his 1-inch punch, and smiled at Yun Nuoshing and the others. Everyone then nodded. "So, should I complain, eating supper in the middle of the night is natural?" Yun Nuoshing calmly looked at the table full of food, then calmly turned to look at Ming. The latter was feeling sad that the food that she had been saving for half a month was all eaten in one go. This table was full of dazzling things. Oh, Yunjun, don't be so calculative. We haven't eaten in 2 years. A friendly chuckle came from the kitchen. Then, Yun Nuoshing saw the god of war of light turn around with a smile and wave the spatula in his hand. Since Ming didn't have enough food, he even took out his own spare unknown food. Shire's hobby is cooking. She's the chef and also the captain of our team. Yunjun, you can look forward to it. She's one of the top chefs in the celestial court. Ferg smiled and gave her a thumbs up. So the captain is incidental? Yun Nuoshing was speechless. Ferg and the others nodded solemnly. Yun Nuoshing put her head on the table and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Were these gods reliable or not? Chapter 8:15. Early in the morning, little Ming received an emergency call from Yuanlan and the others. It seemed to be the only good news he had received in the past 2 days. He rushed out of the room as fast as he could. Yun Nuoshing stared blankly at the silver-white figure that disappeared in front of him. He then continued to look at Shire and the others. There was a chessboard in front of him, but it was different from the ones he had played before. Although he also knew how to play chess in this world, the hexagonal chessboard in front of him and the round chess pieces were said to be called Chinese checkers. When Yuanlan and the others called for him, Yun Nuoshing and the others were playing chess in the living room. The floor of the living room was covered with a large pile of snacks and various packaging bags. Xian was lying next to Yun Nuoshing on the sofa. Zai and the others couldn't stand the suppression of power, so they ran back to their rooms early in the morning. Only Yun Nuoshing and Ming were left to play with the Protoss with dark circles under their eyes. Yun Nuoshing and the others also told him about the mapping of the world and the various problems of the destruction of the world. These things were not easy to talk about. Instead, they were very serious. However, they couldn't stand the eloquence of the 4 Protoss, so Yun Nuoshing and Ming could only try their best to raise their spirits. Under the high-sounding excuse of the 4 Protoss, needing to exchange information to save the world, they were treated as toilet seats and tree holes. Yun Nuoshing listened to the 4 Protoss pouring out their bitter stories until the moon set and the sun rose from the east. When Yuanlan called for him, Ming rushed out as if he was running for his life. His reason was that he was the captain and his teammates were calling for him, leaving Yun Nuoshing alone to face the 4 Protoss who didn't need to rest. You've been playing all night. Take a break. Go out and run a few laps to refresh yourself. Shire stretched lazily. Her exaggerated figure was very attractive under the morning sun, but Yun Nuoshing just nodded in a daze. When she came back to her senses, she had already rushed out of the room after saying that. Yun Nuoshing stared blankly at the golden figure disappearing. He smiled bitterly and rubbed his face. He really didn't know where that guy got so much energy from. After playing for an entire night, he could still rush out. He was afraid that he would suddenly die in the hall. Yunjun, you're not in good spirits. Do you need me to treat you? Ferg chuckled as he placed his hand on Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. A gentle light was emitted from his hand, and his eyes almost turned green. Perverted idiot, although Yunjun is extremely beautiful and impeccable, he is a real boy. Ha Ling looked like she was about to break down. She smashed Ferg out of the window with her hammer, and then smiled apologetically at Yun Nuoshing. When Zai was busy cleaning up the messy hall. After all the chaos, Yun Nuoshing was finally able to drink a glass of water and wash his face. Then, he sent Feng and Ziyan, the 2 little girls who couldn't stay up all night, back to their rooms. After that, he stood on the balcony and stretched his body, which made him feel dizzy, and faced the morning sun. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. Although the sky was orange and the sunlight was suitable, it was not directly shining on him. This made him feel a little strange. The balcony of Ming's house should be facing the east. He even saw the sun yesterday morning. Did I remember wrongly? Scratching his stomach, Yun Nuoshing yawned listlessly. He looked at the distant sky for a while. After greeting the 4 people of the Protoss who were in high spirits, He planned to go back to his room and sleep. Their powers were sealed, so their spirits were completely the same as ordinary people. If they did not take the opportunity to catch up on sleep after a sleepless night, it would be difficult for them to get through the day. After covering the two girls with a quilt, he sat by the bed in a daze for a while. Then, he lay down on the bed. Before he could close his eyes and count down to 3 seconds to fall asleep, the door behind him was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Yun Nuoshing was so shocked that he jumped up and turned his head around with hidden bitterness. "Look, Yunjun, I'm back with breakfast." Outside the door stood Shire, who looked energetic. He was carrying a bag in his hand. There was something heavy in the bag, emitting a strong fragrance. He grinned at Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing wanted to reply that it was fine, but Shire looked at him in surprise when she saw his haggard appearance. She threw the bag in his hand onto the table in the hall, and moved closer to him. "Yunjun, are you not in good spirits? Oh right, your powers have been sealed, so your spirits are no different from ordinary people." After Shire finished speaking, she took a light breath. A golden halo slowly spread from her long hair, filling the air with vitality. Waves of rich golden light surged from her body and gathered on her slender fingers. Then, she stretched out a finger and pointed it at the pearl on Yun Nuoshing's forehead. Her cherry lips were still muttering something, and her slender fingers were moving along with it. Soon, she drew a strange golden rune on Yun Nuoshing's forehead. Yun Nuoshing wasn't in good spirits, so he didn't react in time. By the time he realized what Shire was doing, she had already straightened her body and was smiling at him. Yun Nuoshing looked at himself in the mirror and saw a strange golden drawing on his forehead. It looked like the scribbles of a 3-year-old child. "How rude of you! This is a divine language, it can clear away your fatigue." Shire blushed when she heard Yun Nuoshing's description. She patted Yun Nuoshing's back casually and said reproachfully. 3 heads poked out from the door. Ferg glanced at Yun Nuoshing's forehead and nodded in surprise. "This is the captain's extraordinary performance. Back then, it took her 20 years to learn how to write her name using the divine language." Yun Nuoshing let out a heavy sigh when he saw Ferg fly out of the room again. This guy was going to die because of his own mouth one day. Disaster came from the mouth. Disaster came from the mouth. However, Yun Nuoshing was also very curious when he saw Shire's embarrassed and angry expression. Could it be that she really took 20 years to learn how to write her name? Speaking of which, it seemed that he was a lot more awake and energetic now that he could think so much. "Big brother, something happened." Before Yun Nuoshing could fully comprehend the wonders of the divine language, Ming walked in from outside the room with a serious expression on his face. Yun Nuoshing was a lot more awake when he heard this. He glanced at the 2 girls who were sleeping soundly and waved his hand. "Let's talk outside." In the living room, the 4 members of the Protoss clan were eating heartily at the table with a pile of white lunch boxes in front of them. Yun Nuoshing was sitting on the sofa, staring at Ming and Yuanlan. The latter looked at the 4 of them for a while and nodded. It seemed that the 2 innate powers of the Protoss clan were taking effect. Yuanlan lowered her head and muttered to herself. After Yun Nuoshing drank a cup of tea, she said, "It's a bit complicated. I'll make it short. From yesterday evening to this morning, awakened ones came to our door one after another. The sudden appearance of the number of people was like a chain reaction. The blockhead has already gathered them. He's more familiar with this kind of thing. Until now, the total number of awakened ones was 39. Why are there so many of them? It's as if..." Yun Nuoshing's expression changed slightly. It was as if their arrival had affected this world. It was less than 1 day since Louis Hai was found to be the first one to awaken. However, 39 awakeners had appeared in such an explosive manner. What's more, this didn't happen before their arrival. It was as if their arrival had triggered something. Ming held Yun Nuoshing's arm and shook her head at him, signaling him to calm down. Then, she took out a map from her portable space and looked at it. She stood up and walked to the door, overlooking half of the city. Yun Nuoshing walked to her side and looked along her line of sight. However, he didn't see anything. Yuan Lan and the blockhead said that there's something unusual in the art gallery. I want to go and take a look. Ming pointed at a direction from afar while her slender fingers tapped on the glass. However, Yun Nuoshing didn't see anything special there. What's the matter? Is there anything fun? Shire came over and leaned against the window, looking at Yun Nuoshing and the others with a smile. Yun Nuoshing looked at her speechlessly. Suddenly, he thought of their identities and couldn't help but laugh evilly. There's work to be done. Come and help. The art gallery was close to the center of the city. It wasn't very far in a straight line. Since Shire and the other two were here, Yun Nuoshing planned to take them there to take a look. As for Xian, Yi Shi and Little Bai, he left them in the room. Seeing them sleeping soundly, he didn't wake them up. At most, he would be nagged by them when he came back. When they left, Shire activated his clergy ability and brought Yuan Lan along. They swaggered out from the gate of the community and saw the young man with a crew cut busy with something. After one night, the quiet community suddenly became crowded. According to Yuan Lan, the youngest among the 39 people was Lui Hai. The oldest one had lived in this city for 1,000 years. Yun Nuoshing was shocked when he heard the news. He didn't expect that the body that had lived for 1,000 years was still intact. If the body was damaged, the soul would also collapse. Out of curiosity, Yuan Lan even knocked on the buzzcut boy's head, but the latter just turned his head and smiled at her foolishly. Then, without asking anything, he continued to busy himself with the extra, awakened ones. Yun Nuoshing felt that the ability of this clergy was similar to that of an assassin. It wouldn't be a problem to erase a person in front of everyone. He didn't know how great the limit of the ability to edit and correct was. Don't be fooled by her powerful ability. It was forced out in the past. In order to avoid the classes of that boring old man, the captain used this ability to escape every day. When Yun Nuoshing saw Ferg fly out and run back again, he sighed and patted Ferg's shoulder. Don't talk so much. Otherwise, you'll die in the hands of your own people in the future. It's okay, it's okay. He's a pure idiot and super idiot. He's used to being beaten up since the ancient times tens of millions of years ago. He has developed the habit of talking nonsense. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't get beaten up a few times every day. Ha Ling waved his hand indifferently. He looked at Yun Nuoshing and smiled. If Yun Nuoshing's hands are itchy, you can beat him up a few times. He'll be very happy. After saying that, Ferg proudly puffed out his chest and smiled elegantly at Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing, Ming, and Yuan Lan. What are you so proud of? They ran on the streets as if there was no one around. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the location of the art gallery. After stopping, Yun Nuoshing looked up at the sun and narrowed his eyes. After a while, he frowned. Hey, can anyone confirm whether the east is east right now? Yuan Lan was stunned. Everyone looked up at the sky. Ming took out a small box from his portable space. There was a long pointer inside. One end was red and the other end was black. The 4 directions of the box were north, south, east, and west. After checking for a while, he looked up at the sky and said in confusion, "There doesn't seem to be any problem here. No, the direction has changed." Shire put her hand on her forehead. She looked at the sun and then looked around. She softly exclaimed, "The so-called sun has risen from the west." Yun Nuoshing tilted his head. The direction of this world has been changed. The original west has become the east, and the original north has become the south. Everything has been given a normal signal, as if it has been changed by default. There won't be any abnormalities in this world. The sun still rises from the east. It's just that there are traces of this change. I only discovered it when I saw the traces of the change. Speaking of which, Yun Nuoshing, how did you discover it? Shire looked at Yun Nuoshing curiously. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and spread his hands. I just wasn't used to seeing the sun appear in front of me this morning, so I ran to the back of my butt. Everyone, How regular must it be to wake up every day to see the sun rise? The art gallery was right in front of them. It was a blue circular building with a radius of 300 meters. The four sides of the building slowly arched more than 10 meters toward the center. Two huge rectangular objects were embedded in the center of the building in four directions, dividing the top of the building into four parts. The walls were evenly covered with glass, reflecting the sunlight from the sky. The art gallery was located in a huge square. It covered an area of 1,000 meters long and wide. There was also a lake at the back of the square. A river flowed from the other side of the city and ran through the square. Just as the group walked to the edge of the square and stepped into it, Ming, who had been looking around, suddenly froze. He quickly looked up and exclaimed, "Brother, look at the sky." "Yes, I see it. It's spectacular. Okay, it's actually quite scary." Yun Nuoshing nodded and looked at the horizon. Then, he slowly looked up. Logically speaking, there were many tall buildings in the vicinity and mountains on all sides, so the horizon could not be seen. The reason why he could see it was because the two conditions that prevented the horizon from appearing had disappeared. In front of him, other than the blue art gallery, there was an endless silver-gray flat ground. The space presented a strange blue-purple color. The background was like pieces of irregular transparent crystals hanging in the sky and slowly rotating. Transparent and azure energy torrents swept toward the sky from the distant ground in all directions like tornadoes. The sky above their heads was filled with a dazzling white light. The energy torrents and the space presented a vortex that gradually shrank toward the center. Spots of light appeared in other parts of the sky. They looked like stars. However, in this blue-purple space, it did not look like a place where the sun, moon, and stars existed. In fact, Yun Nuoshing and the rest did not see the sun or moon. The spot of light above their heads was very strong and could be used as a light source. This blue-purple space was filled with a strange atmosphere. The space twisted and overlapped. Looking up at the sky, it could send claustrophobic, whirlpool-phobic, and distortion-phobic people directly to the morgue. They stared at the huge spot of light in the sky for a long time. It felt like the sky was approaching them and was about to press down on them. It made them involuntarily want to retreat. The glass ceiling of the blue art gallery reflected the blue-purple background of the sky. Looking at the sky that seemed to be covered by irregular crystals seriously, one could gradually see some familiar things in it. The familiar attic, the familiar architectural style, the divine sky city that they had once stayed in for a period of time, the stone workshop there, and the six-pointed star city on the boundless ocean that was like a huge floating island were all clearly reflected. Those were the sceneries of the realm of the gods. "That's our world." Ming stared at the golden Mei Mao in shock. He could not believe it. "Yes, that's the realm of the gods." Yun Nuoshing smiled slightly. He looked at Shire and the others who were also shocked and said, "That's our world. Isn't it strange?" Shire was stunned. She opened her mouth and laughed. Shaking her head, she said, "It's very strange. I've never seen this type of world before, but it feels very lively. There are so many people. The erosion of the void has already projected the appearance of another world here. Maybe your world is also starting to be affected." Ha Ling looked up and sighed. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing's heart skipped a beat. His expression became a little ugly. "If that's the case, let's hurry up. It'll be bad if we cause panic in that world." Seeing that he was in a hurry to leave, Shire and the others hurriedly followed. The golden-haired woman flipped her long hair and smiled. "It seems like you cherish that world very much." "Cherish?" Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. It was not that he cherished it, but if the two worlds here started to reflect each other, and they were plastered on each other's faces, according to the nature of the people in the realm of the gods, there would be an overwhelming number of experts waiting for the right opportunity to act, and if they were the ones who caused it, then it would be even more fun. Chapter 8:16. At this moment, in the Nine Shrine of the northern wilderness of China, a beautiful golden figure was pacing back and forth in front of the altar of the golden shrine. The transparent feather dress on her body fluttered with her footstep. Behind her, a few people were sitting on wide chairs, shaking their heads as they watched her pacing back and forth. After waiting for a long time, someone finally couldn't help but stand up, pull her back, and press her down on the chair. He frowned and said, "Aren't you tired? You have been pacing around for 2 days." The Golden Empress was stunned. She knitted her golden eyebrows and was about to retort when the Empress knocked her head with her hand. She rebuked, "Little brother, their spirit tablets haven't dimmed. It's just 2 days later than the agreed time. Isn't this what you want? You don't even need to persuade them. Little brother doesn't need to go." "That's right, he doesn't need to go." The Golden Crown Princess sighed faintly and looked at her bitterly. "But now they are in a more dangerous place and we have lost contact. 2 days. 2 days. Damn it, if that old faker didn't use his soul to guarantee that little star would be fine, I would have rushed over with my eternal weapon." The Golden Crown Princess gritted her teeth and tossed her long golden hair with all her might. Hall Master Jean and Hall Master Shui glanced at her. The former sighed and said, "Believe in Little Star. Since he didn't use the thing you gave him to break through space and come back, he should be fine. We just lost contact for 2 days. Why weren't you so anxious when we couldn't even find him in the beginning?" The Golden Crown Princess choked and didn't say anything. She could only roll her eyes at him. Seeing that she had calmed down, the Empress shook her head helplessly and sat down. Just as she was about to take out a book to calm herself down, the door to the basement was pushed open with a bang. Immediately, a group of people who were bored waiting turned their attention to the door. The person who came in was wearing a fiery red robe and a red cloak that flowed like lava. His fiery red hair swayed gently as he walked quickly. It was Hall Master Hua. "Old Jean, something seems to have happened to the world." The moment Hall Master Hua came in, he said something that no one understood. Hall Master Jean was stunned. "The world? The world of the gods? Where did it happen? The hole? I'm not too sure either. Anyway, something must have happened in the Divine Continent. Fire Cloud Palace has also sent me an urgent message. At the very least, something must have happened in the Great Yuan region." Hall Master Hua glanced at him silently, then turned around and walked outside. He waved his hand and motioned for everyone to follow him. Palace Master Jean scratched his head in confusion and looked at Palace Master Shui. Both of them nodded, got up and walked out. The Golden Princess and the Empress looked at each other, looked at the altar worriedly, and hurriedly followed. By the time the 5 of them arrived outside the Divine Hall, the spatial barrier that enveloped the 9 Divine Halls had slowly connected with the outside world. Gradually, the scene outside appeared. Then, Hall Master Jean and the others were stunned. Their eyes became stern. What appeared in front of them was a sky covered by irregular transparent crystals. Those irregular grids were twisting and squirming in the sky. Some places were like a turbulent sea with uneven sea levels. There were also a few places that protruded downwards or caved in towards the sky. The bluish-purple light gradually changed in the grids, rendering the sky beautiful but extremely strange. As far as the eye could see, the entire sky was covered by the bluish-purple light. It made one feel slightly oppressed, as though the sky was about to press down. "What's going on?" Palace Master Jean looked at Hall Master Hua in puzzlement and asked. "You're asking me, but who should I ask?" Hall Master Hua rolled his eyes and said, "It happened very suddenly. Since the day before yesterday, there have been strange movements in the sky. It only became like this today." Hall Master Hua looked at some places far away from the Divine Hall. There were many disciples of the 9 Divine Halls gathered there. They were currently sparring and cultivating on the training grounds. It seemed as though they did not notice the changes in the sky. In any case, this isn't the work of the demons, nor is it the work of the monsters. The only thing we can be sure of is that this strange sky has temporarily replaced the sky of the entire God realm. We can't find the source, and it's not caused by energy. There's no change in the sky. Hall Master Hua hugged his arms and let out a long breath. Furthermore, we can confirm that this matter is only seen by a small number of people. Experts above the middle stage God Emperor realm can see it. Those with eyes that are different from ordinary people can see it too. You should know that that brat from the Fire Cloud Palace was born with different pupils. Even though it isn't comparable to Little Star's eyes, it is still a rare heaven's eye. Thus he could see it too, albeit it is very blurry. That means it hasn't caused any chaos? Hall Master Jean raised his eyebrows. If only the middle stage God Emperors and those with different pupils could see it, it would not affect them too much. At most, these two types of people would be confused about what was happening. Hall Master Hua nodded. I've just received news from the Qin clan and Xian clan. There isn't any chaos, though there is still some slight panic spreading. After all, nobody knows what is happening. Only those above the middle stage God Emperor realm can see it. This is quite frightening. Hall Master Jean pondered for a moment. He frowned as he looked at that piece of violet sky. His golden eyes were deep. No one knew what he was thinking about. Try your best to investigate the situation. Pay attention to the situation in the northern desolate and southern plains. If necessary, set up the barrier. Don't let the devil race and demon race take the opportunity to cause trouble. Also, Hall Master Jean paused for a moment. He swept his gaze across the sky before finally fixing it at an unknown location. He sighed. Also, send someone to the Eye of Storm Sea to take a look. Why do I feel that this matter is related to Little Star? The timing is quite coincidental, Hall Master Hua nodded. Empress Jean also sighed and left this place. It was going to be chaotic again. Yun Nuoshing, who was in a strange world, did not expect that the world projection had already happened. At this moment, they were standing in front of the Blue Art Gallery. Looking at this somewhat huge building, Yun Nuoshing suddenly shivered. It was as if he had been lightly electrocuted. His face also turned slightly pale. He felt as if he had been stared at by something. Brother? Seeing Yun Nuoshing strangely crossing his arms, Ming could not help but poke his shoulder. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and laughed dryly. No, I suddenly felt cold all over. Creak. The heavy metal door let out an ear-piercing sound of friction. These two doors seemed to have not been opened for many years. Shire and the others used all their strength to slowly push it open. It was unknown how many years the cold air had accumulated together with a cloud of thick dust. The moment the door was opened, it was almost suffocating. Fortunately, everyone turned around in an instant. The 4 people of the god race also put up an energy barrier. Otherwise, just the compressed cold wind and dust alone would be enough to blast everyone out. Has no one come to this art gallery before? Yun Nuoshing looked at Yuanlan and asked curiously. Logically speaking, this place was located in the center of the city. Although it had a strange background and whatnot, it should not have accumulated so much cold wind. This is no longer the original space. The art gallery and the area around the square have been separated as a whole, forming an inner space. Ordinary people cannot enter here. Only a group of people like us will be dragged into this inner space. Mei Mao sized up the art gallery and said, "It seems that this should be the core of this world. Oh, if Yunjun wants to know how long it has been since anyone came here, I can still tell you. No one has ever come here before. The creator of this world probably didn't think that anyone would be able to come here when he first created it. This is the world of mortals. Even Yun Kuan and the rest of you have all of your powers suppressed in this world and are no different from mortals." Shire chuckled. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing looked at Ming. The latter nodded at him. "We have been to the art gallery many times. I still remember some of the artworks and pictures placed there. But never like today, coming to this inner space. Last night, when we were looking for awakened and passed by the art gallery, we saw that the sky above this area was like daytime. It was already night at that time. When we came back, we did not see the captain, so we had to tell him this morning. Yuanlan laughed dryly. They were the first to notice the changes in the art gallery, but they did not enter this inner space. And we asked passers-by. It seems that other than us, no one else can see that the time in the sky above the art gallery is different from the surrounding area. Okay, I'll interrupt you for a moment. There are no artworks or pictures in this place. While Yun Nuoshing and the others were talking, Shire and the other three had already entered the art gallery. He waved at them and said, "It's empty inside, and it's completely empty. There is nothing but dust." Ming heard this and his pretty face changed slightly. He quickly pulled Yun Nuoshing and Yu Wenlan into the art gallery. In the spacious art gallery, warm sunlight shone down from above. They could see the dust floating in the air. Just as Shire said, this was an empty space. There was nothing but a layer of wooden flooring on the ground. There was no skylight in the sky, so there was no sunlight coming in. 3 layers of space. There is another layer of space stacked inside. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's like a box within a box. The creator is hiding something. Shire smacked his lips. If I'm not wrong, it should be something like the core of this world. Otherwise, I really can't think of anything that could be hidden by multiple layers of space. If it wasn't for the self-destruction of the world barrier, we probably wouldn't have found this place. This place was exposed on its own? Yun Nuoshing asked in surprise. Shire nodded. As the world barrier continued to self-destruct, the entire world began to be exposed to the void. However, the world created by you people of the celestial realm is quite strong. The world barrier's self-destruction didn't directly destroy this world in the void. However, the self-destruction of the world barrier caused the things that exist in the deeper layers of this world to be slowly peeled off. Well, it's like peeling off layers of a sandwich. Perhaps the things on the surface still exist, or perhaps they have already been destroyed. However, the things in the deeper layers lose the cover of the surface and begin to surface, allowing us to easily enter this layered space. However, when the world barrier is completely destroyed, the chaotic energy in the white mist will cleanse the entire world and disappear, leaving behind a devastated world exposed to the void and fixed there like a specimen, Shire said. Originally, it would take a lot of effort to enter the deeper layers of space, but now that the surface layer has been flattened a lot, it's easier to enter. I estimate that after a while, when the world barrier weakens to a certain extent, you will be able to come here without us leading the way. However, as for the inner layers, Shire muttered softly and frowned slightly. His jade-like hand suddenly swept across the space in front of him, and a brilliant golden energy abruptly streaked across the space in front of him. The golden energy was so brilliant that it looked like an arrow about 10 feet long as it streaked across the space. Huge energy ripples appeared on both sides of the arrowhead, causing the space to tremble. However, even after the golden arrow disappeared, the crack that Shire expected did not appear. The arrow had naturally dissipated after losing its energy. It seems that the final layer of space is very hard. If I'm not mistaken, this should be where the world core is located. Don't worry, Yunjun, let me think. Shire stroked her chin and began to pace around in place. While she was deep in thought, she also had Ha Ling and the other two give it a try. However, Ha Ling, who was known to have the strongest attack power in the team, only managed to cause the space to tremble slightly more violently than Shire's attack. The space of this world is so hard. It's clearly a mortal world, so why is it so hard? Shire couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when she saw that her hammer strike, which had brought with it a tremendous amount of wind pressure, was unable to create even the slightest crack in the space. Use the holy crystal. If Yunjun and the others use the holy crystal, they'll be even more powerful maybe. Wen raised her small hand weakly and shrunk her head back as she carefully observed everyone with her bright black eyes. Holy crystal? Yun Nuoshing blinked as he looked at the girl who spoke weakly. He looked at Shire with some confusion. A look of realization flashed across Shire's face, and she excitedly slapped One on the head with a smile. Well done, One, it's rare for you to come up with such an idea. One smiled awkwardly and shrunk her neck so much that it was almost invisible. The holy crystal has the effect of interference. It can extract a person or a god from the world so that they will not be bound by any laws. Yunjun and the others have been suppressed by the laws of this world, and their powers have been sealed. If you use the holy crystal, you should be able to recover your powers in a short period of time. Shire opened her hand, and a diamond-shaped golden crystal appeared in her palm. Holy power transformed into a golden halo that slowly diffused into the air. Oh, Yun Nuoshing nodded and then said, Then the question is, will one crystal be enough? Shire paused and awkwardly scratched her chin. After a moment she hesitated and said, I think, maybe, not. When she said this, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She still didn't know where Yun Nuoshing and the others were, but the latter's powerful strength made her hesitate. She really didn't know if one crystal would be enough. Let's try it first. Shire handed the holy crystal to Yun Nuoshing and looked at him carefully. Yun Nuoshing nodded. He didn't have much to say at this time, so he solemnly took the holy crystal. The holy crystal was scorching hot in his hand, as if it was the high temperature of the holy power. It didn't cause him any harm, and the holy power surged into his body like a hot spring, making him feel a sense of emptiness. This feeling of being stimulated by the holy crystal was very strange. It made Yun Nuoshing feel as if he was an illusion, not a physical existence, but also as if he was wandering in the void without anyone to rely on. His soul had broken free from the shackles of his physical body, and he was in a completely free state. In this state, he gradually felt the suppressed power slowly being released. Crack! Before he could carefully feel this wonderful feeling, the sound of a crystal shattering came from his hand, causing everyone to be stunned and quickly lowered their heads. Yun Nuoshing's illusory body gradually became solid, and the golden crystal in his hand dimmed and turned into fragments on the ground after exhausting its energy. Shire opened her mouth in a daze. Her jade-like hands trembled as she picked up the half-dried crystal. The smile on her face was squeezed together with a crying face. Ugh, a piece of holy crystal is so expensive. Yun Nuoshing saw that he had recovered, and the power that he had just recovered quickly disappeared like a receding tide. When he saw Shire's distressed look, he scratched his head and was about to say something to comfort her, but the latter took out a big box with a bang. A bright golden light burst out, almost blinding everyone's eyes. Fortunately, I bought a bunch of them during the holiday discount. Remember to buy more for me when you go back. You guys pay for it. After throwing out a big box of holy crystals, Shire clapped her hands, put her hands on her hips, and snorted at Fag and the others. The latter and the others immediately smiled bitterly and nodded. Yun Nuoshing saw this scene as soon as he opened his mouth, and when he heard this, he immediately closed his mouth and bit the tip of his tongue. His whole body trembled, and he quickly covered his mouth and howled. He felt that he had worried for nothing. He thought that this thing was priceless, but in the end it was a box of them. Chapter 8:17. Yun Nuoshing held a large box of holy crystals in his hand, and the energy in his body once again awakened from the stagnant pool into a monstrous wave. The scorching golden energy rapidly flowed through his limbs and bones, giving Yun Nuoshing a mysterious feeling of being freed from his shackles. Time was short, and there wasn't much time for him to feel it in detail. He could only barely remember this feeling. Then, with a wave of his right hand, the Nethervoid sword and Linghong's sword appeared in front of him and quickly began to merge. Bang! 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 Rows of holy crystals exploded into pieces in unison. Shire's heart was bleeding, and her pretty face was twisted in pain. However, when she saw that Yun Nuoshing was clearly gathering energy, she didn't have time to say anything. She gritted her teeth and took out another box of holy crystals. There were about 200 in one box, and 100 had already exploded while Yun Nuoshing was gathering energy. 110, 120, 150. Fag, who was at the side, had nothing to do. He took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. He calmly looked at the 2 boxes of holy crystals and counted the number of holy crystals that had exploded into dust. Shire's delicate body trembled violently, and her pretty face grew paler and paler as she listened to him count the number of holy crystals. Yun Nuoshing didn't know how hard the space here was, and he did his best to gather energy to the limit. When the divine sword in his hand had accumulated enough energy, he let out a soft cry, raised the divine sword high, and slashed down fiercely. The sword light that was over 10,000 feet long tore through the entire art gallery, creating a bottomless gully on the ground. The space in front of him started to vibrate rapidly, creating huge ripples like the surface of the water. Finally, with a crisp sound, it could no longer withstand the pressure, and a crack that was suffused with black light appeared out of nowhere. The crack was a vertical opening in the space. It was about 100 meters tall and 10 meters wide. The edges of the crack were surrounded by a frightening black fog, and the inside of the crack was silver white. It was like a portal, and nothing could be seen. Whoa! My sacred crystal! When the space was torn open, Fog and the others all cried out in surprise. Only Shire sat on the ground with a pained expression. Mei Mao looked at the 2 boxes of crystal shards that had already turned into trash. Her pitiful appearance made Yun Nuoshing and the others feel pained. Anyway, I'll be reimbursed. I don't care anymore. When the time comes, I'll just scam a few more boxes to bring home. Before Yun Nuoshing could comfort him, Shire jumped up as if nothing had happened. He casually tossed the 2 boxes back into his space and patted Yun Nuoshing on the shoulder. He smiled at Yun Nuoshing and said, "Not bad, you even managed to open up a hole in such a hard space. As expected of the mysterious and powerful, well, as long as you know what I mean." Yun Nuoshing's face twitched as he nodded fiercely. This guy was so heartless that it was a waste of the words of consolation that he had squeezed out with his low EQ. He even died in his stomach. Shire didn't think too much about the identity of Yun Nuoshing and the others. She didn't think too much about it even when she saw that the power he used was completely different from theirs. To her, there were only 2 things she could tell about Yun Nuoshing and the others. They were very strong, and they came from a mysterious sealed world similar to their peers. The void was so big that there were countless worlds. Adding to that the timeline system that they had just learned about, the number of worlds in this world would increase by many times. Furthermore, it was said that crossing timelines was a very simple matter, so it wasn't strange at all to see which world the mysterious and powerful peers they met here came from. Yun Nuoshing was still curious about the origins of these people. They only had the power of a mortal, and they called themselves gods. However, he didn't think too much about it for now. Everyone hesitated for a moment, but it was still Shire who casually took the lead and stepped into the crack. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at each other and followed without hesitation. A silver light flashed before their eyes, and then the scene changed instantly. In an instant, the empty art gallery disappeared, and the bluish-purple sky was wiped away. There was no more sunlight pouring down from the sky. What appeared in front of them was a silvery white earth. The ground around it was filled with potholes ranging from 1 meter in radius to the largest that couldn't be seen clearly. In the sky, there was a pitch-black and twinkling starry sky. In the distant star field, bright starlight constantly flashed past. Those were meteors that were rapidly disappearing. Further away, the star field was filled with magnificent colors. Clouds of energy rolled and condensed in the deep space, and in front of them were 4 incomparably huge planets. They were very close to this silvery white Earth, and the 4 planets were facing each other in a cross. They were fixed in space and didn't move at all. They occupied a quarter of their vision, as if they were within reach. This is the starry sky? What is this place? Yun Nuoshing widened his eyes in shock. He had experienced this kind of scene many times, and every time, his jaw would drop. This time was no exception. The 4 huge planets hung in the sky of this silvery white earth, and half of them were below the horizon. When he looked up, he could see the ground on the 4 planets. They were 4 solid spheres without any atmosphere, and the ground was exposed to the starry sky. He could faintly see the irregular topography on the surface of the planets, and the undulating mountain ranges. On the half of the planet that faced this silvery white earth, there was an incomparably huge formation that was facing them from afar. Yes, to be honest, I feel a little scared when these 4 formations that look incredibly powerful are facing me. Yun Nuoshing shuddered when he saw the huge formations on the 4 huge planets with a radius of 100,000 miles. Moreover, the patterns were so complicated and gorgeous that they could scare a god to death. Especially when these 4 formations were facing them. Although they were actually facing the ground beneath their feet, they were above it, so it was normal for them to see it as facing them. Behind them was the crack that had yet to close. The black fog was like 2 large hands that firmly held onto the crack, allowing it to open steadily in space. I'm not sure either. If it was any other ordinary world, this should be where the core of the world is located. However, the world created by the people in Lord Yunjuan's world seems to be different from the ones we have seen before. Shire raised his head to look at the 4 huge physical planets and said, "The formations on those 4 planets are also of a type that we have never seen before. They are too complicated. I have never seen such complicated formations before, so I can't tell what they are used for. That's a magic formation used to store and maintain the stability of the world core. It's a very obscure type of magic formation that isn't commonly used. If this kind of magic formation is used to maintain the world core, then the world is already on the verge of death. Using the magic formation to forcefully prolong its life will only prolong its feeble existence." Suddenly, a very gentle voice sounded. It carried the icy aura of 1,000 miles of falling snow. The unique magnetic voice and the common language of the divine realm made Yun Nuoshing slightly stunned. This voice, Sister Shui? As soon as this voice sounded, Yun Nuoshing instantly felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood. The ice-snow divine scepter pendant in front of his chest slowly glowed. Obviously, Ning Qianxue was using this to talk to him. Moreover, from what she said, she should have seen the scene that Yun Nuoshing was seeing right now. "Yes, I'm back. My dear, I went to the stars a while ago for some business. I didn't expect that the barrier of the divine realm would even cut off my connection with my divine scepter. I sensed that you were looking for me, so I hurried back." Ning Qianxue smiled gently. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing's face turned as red as a tomato. He awkwardly scratched his cheek. Ming, Shire, and the others beside him were also a little confused when they saw him suddenly acting strangely. Shire poked his waist with his elbow and smirked. "Lord Yunjun, what are you thinking about? Little star, are you in trouble? Manifest the divine scepter. I'll go over right now." Ning Qianxue decisively interrupted the previous topic and said seriously, "A little, okay." Yun Nuoshing was stunned and rolled his eyes at Shire. Then, he hurriedly took the ice-snow divine scepter off his neck and waved it in front of his face. The ice-snow divine scepter lit up with a white light, and with a whoosh, it turned from a pendant that was half a finger long to a 2-meter-long divine scepter. Complicated patterns covered the entire divine scepter. It seemed to have sensed its master's call. Right now, it was shining brightly, and the divine patterns on it lit up one by one. "They're calling for reinforcements. Move aside a little. The gods of the divine realm have descended." Yun Nuoshing grinned at Shire and the others. Then, he took a deep breath and recalled how Ning Qianxue had taught him how to use the divine scepter. He waved it in his hand twice, and then forcefully planted it into the ground. Dong! With a dull sound, a snow-white circle of light spread across the entire world at a speed faster than the speed of light. The snow-white light slowly spread from the divine scepter to Yun Nuoxing's arm, and then to his entire body. The ice-snow divine scepter's existence had broken the stability of this world. Yun Nuoxing could feel his own energy gradually becoming active in this resonance. The power of the ice-snow divine scepter that spread throughout his body seemed to have blocked the laws of this world from locking him down. When Yun Nuoxing summoned Ning Qianxue, the ground beneath his feet and where the divine scepter was planted were instantly frozen. It was silent and quickly spread in all directions, with Yun Nuoxing and the divine scepter as the center. Ming, Shire, and the others were stunned when they saw this. They had just retreated a few meters, but now they hurriedly turned around and ran outside to avoid being affected by the layer of ice. Why does summoning someone cause such a huge commotion? Shire was a little dumbfounded. At this moment, the ground within 100 meters of Yun Nuoxing had already turned into a block of ice. She could also sense that the ground had been frozen 100 meters underground. Luckily, there was no air here. Otherwise, a block of ice would have appeared out of nowhere. The space was completely frozen. Even the drifting energy turned into ice shards and fell to the ground. A moment later, a teleportation door flashing with faint white light slowly opened. A moment later, a slender leg stepped out of it. Then, a tall and slender figure in aqua blue appeared. She wore a blue and white robe with wide sleeves. Her icy blue hair flowed down her back, almost reaching the ground. Her youthful face hid a bit of nobility, as if she were a god from ancient times. She was like a goddess who had come down to inspect the world. She had a warm smile on her face, and her aqua blue Mei-Mao was jumping with joy. She immediately changed from a goddess to a little girl who was about to see her long-lost lover. So scary. Ning Qianxue didn't release any aura. She just stood there naturally, but the aura she exuded made when Qianxue's face pale. She hurriedly retreated. Shire and the others also widened their eyes. She had the same aura. After seeing Ning Qianxue come out, Yun Nuoxing pulled the divine scepter from the ground. He turned around just in time to see a pair of excited Mei-Mao magnified in his eyes. In the next second, he felt himself falling into a soft and beautiful embrace. Wow, so explosive! Children shouldn't look! Shire exclaimed. He hurriedly covered Wen Qianxue's eyes. Then, he used his golden eyes to carefully examine Yun Nuoxing and Ning Qianxue, who were glued to each other. His heart for gossip was burning. When Ming saw this scene, her silver-white hair fluttered. The pure white wings on her back suddenly rose up. Her feathers stood upright, as if they were about to explode. Her silver teeth chattered fiercely, and her golden eyes were about to burst into flames. Yuanlan was so scared that she hurriedly ran behind Shire and the others. She was afraid that she would be accidentally hurt by this angelic girl who reeked of jealousy. Rub rub, rub rub, come and give me a kiss, strawberry flavored. Ning Qianxue hugged Yun Nuoxing and rubbed against him for a while. Then, she pursed her lips and kissed him hard on the lip. Then, she licked her red lips as if she hadn't had enough yet. Yun Nuoxing was so embarrassed that his soul almost flew out of his body. When he saw Ning Qianxue again, she had become younger, and her eyes were more lively. It should be said that she had regained her vitality. Seeing how she was tormenting him, she should have regained her vitality. After messing around for a while, Ning Qianxue finally let go of Yun Nuoxing, whose face was so red that it could almost bleed. She smiled and looked at the latter. After a while, she turned her gaze to this strange galaxy. Looking at the 4 huge physical planets, she said, "Those 4 huge arrays are used to stabilize this space and stabilize the collapsing world core. It seems that this world won't be able to hold on for much longer." Ning Qianxue was speaking in the language of the divine realm. Shire and the others couldn't understand, but they strangely understood what she was saying. Shire subconsciously said, but I don't see the world core here. There's nothing. After saying that, she realized what she was saying. Shire's expression froze. She clearly didn't understand, or did she understand? She didn't seem to understand? But she knew what it meant. Seeing that Shire had instantly fallen into an endless loop of judgment, Yun Nuoshing shook his head speechlessly. He had also experienced this situation before. He clearly didn't understand the language, but he understood it. For a moment, he wondered if there was something wrong with his ears and brain. When she first came in, she only saw Little Star. Now that she heard other voices, Ning Qianxue curiously shifted her attention away from Little Star. Then, she saw a group of people walking slowly behind her. Mei Mao's eyes flashed and fixed on Shire and the others. She gasped in surprise. Yun Nuoshing finally recovered from the state of her brain being burned. She hurriedly suppressed the redness on her face and took a deep breath to calm herself down. Then, she smiled bitterly and reached out to rub Ming's cheeks, who was staring at Ning Qianxue with slight resentment. Then, she hurriedly introduced the people here to Ning Qianxue. The divine race? After listening to Yun Nuoshing's introduction, Ning Qianxue blinked at Mei Mao and stared at Shire and the others for a while. After a moment, she seemed to have thought of something and said to Yun Nuoshing in her soul, "These children are the divine race of the three elemental realm." Yun Nuoshing blinked and was so frightened that she lost control. What? Chapter 8:18. This group of children has a very weak aura of crossing realms. Every creature will carry this kind of marking information when they cross realms. The more realms they cross, the more aura they carry. It's just a little marking. If you don't look into it, no one will be able to find it. Ning Qianxue looked at Shire and the others with interest and said, "We once went to the lower realm and touched the three elements realm, but we didn't stay there for long. We stayed for a day and then left, but I still remember the aura there. And they said that they were Protoss. Little Star, do you think that the Protoss of the eight elements realm would be so weak? Almost everyone in the three elements realm are mortals. They are mortals who can't even come into contact with the virtual realm. To them, the Protoss of the three elements realm is no different from a god. But it's not just strength. The Protoss of the three elements realm have the title of World Manager. Compared to the powerful gods of the eight elements realm, there are many differences." Yun Nuoshing was stunned. She was very shocked. The expression on her pretty face changed rapidly. Ming was watching from the side. He didn't know what he was thinking about to make such an expression. "Tell me the whole story. I'll deduce it." Ning Qianxue pinched Yun Nuoshing's nose and smiled. Yun Nuoshing sighed. She told Ning Qianxue everything that had happened since they arrived at the island outside the eye of the storm. The conversation in their souls was very fast. The whole thing seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it only took 1 or 2 seconds. Ning Qianxue couldn't help but nod after listening. Finally, she smiled and said, "I understand. If I'm not wrong, the reflection of the three elements realm's world is actually caused by this collapsed secondary world." Yun Nuoshing was stunned. The world created by the eight elements realm is very sturdy. All kinds of origin powers are entangled in it, forming a large cluster of origin powers. According to Shire, it came from the outside, so it's certain that it's an external projection. It's the shadow of this subworld. As Ning Qianxue spoke, she picked up a silver-white stone on the ground and broke off a small piece. The big piece is the subworld itself. The small piece is the connection and the entrance. However, the small piece itself has the same specifications as the subworld. It is part of the physical shadow of the subworld. From this point of view, the big and small stones have the same quality. I haven't figured out the last part yet. But what happened is what happened. I'll just tell you what happened. This small fragment of the subworld fell from the eight elements realm and directly penetrated through the Yuan realm barrier between the seven elements realm and the six elements realm before breaking through the Yuan realm barrier between the seven elements realm and the six elements realm. after a series of steps, it finally fell into the three elements realm. That Yuan realm barrier is? Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but interrupt. It's the barrier between the two elements realms. It's very sturdy. Tearing the space apart will reveal the void behind it. Shattering the void will reveal an ocean of time and a time barrier. Shattering the time barrier will reveal the last layer of Yuan realm barrier. Breaking the last barrier will allow one to cross the realms, Ning Qianxue explained patiently. After the time barrier? That purple crystal barrier is the Yuan realm barrier? Yun Nuoxing asked again. Ning Qianxue nodded and looked at him in surprise. She smiled and said, "It seems that little star has already seen it." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head in embarrassment. He couldn't tell her that he could shatter the time barrier every time he tried his best. That layer of purple crystal was nothing strange to him. The Yuan realm barrier is very sturdy, but this is also relative. If one were to use pure strength to attack it, it might take a god's full strength attack to shatter it. However, if one were to master the power of the elements realm, even a god emperor could easily shatter it. Ning Qianxue twirled her slender fingers and paused for a moment. She laughed dryly and said, however, the power of the elements realm can only be mastered by later god-level masters. Every living thing has the power of the elements realm on them. It's just that they hide very well, and no one can notice it. This is something that even little star can't touch now. Only when the later god-level master's divinity is perfected and he grasps divine authority will he be able to discover it. The power of the elements realm is the power of the elements realm itself. This is also related to the aura of crossing realms that I just told you about. Every time one crosses a layer of Yuan realm barrier, the aura of the 8 Yuan realms on them will begin to merge with the aura of the 7 Yuan realms that they have just come into contact with, forming an obvious signal that looks like an identity tag. Anyone who can cross the elements realm can easily discover this signal and also easily eliminate it. However, the signal isn't just a signal. That world fragment carried the power of 6 Yuan realms and finally landed in one of the 3 Yuan realms. It didn't have a mind of its own and couldn't clean up the chaotic power of the elements realm. The power of the elements realm that remained in its body continued to ferment until finally, the power of the 6 Yuan realms destroyed the balance between each other, triggering an energy shock that swept through the entire starry sky, an energy shock that affected the void and the sea of time. Speaking of this, Ning Qianxue couldn't help but laugh. She stroked her long hair and said, "Speaking of which, it's quite lucky. This world began to collapse when it was born. Until thousands of years ago, perhaps not even 1/10 of the original size of the world was preserved. Its own flaws allowed it to carry less Yuan realm's power, so it didn't cause a catastrophe when the power of the elements realm erupted. If it was a complete small world that had already evolved the basic sun, moon, and stars, if it were to fall into the 3 Yuan realms, the riot of the 6 Yuan realms power that it carried could at least completely wipe out one of the timeline world. If it was on a larger scale, the damage caused would be exponentially higher. The space and time of the lower Yuan realms aren't as solid as the space and time of the upper Yuan realms. This is also the reason why the first god of heaven formed a protective shield between the Yuan realms to suppress the strength of those who crossed from the upper Yuan realms to the lower Yuan realms. In fact, it was to suppress the strength of the people of the 8 Yuan realms. After all, if there are no accidents, only the people of the 8 Yuan realms can cross realms. Ning Qianxue played with a strand of hair and laughed dryly. However, the special things in this world aren't any less special than the sea sand. It's not like I haven't seen the mortals of the 3 Yuan realms who crossed over to the upper realm. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and smiled bitterly. She sorted out her thoughts and pondered for a while before saying, in other words, the entrance fragment that separated from this world fell into the 3 Yuan realms and caused an impact on the space and time there. This caused the world mapping incident, and Shire and the others accidentally found this entrance. It appeared in front of you. Ning Qianxue nodded and said, "This is a two-way entrance. If you want to go to the 3 yuan realms to take a look, just jump into the white fog area and walk 2-step. However, due to the suppression of the first god of heaven, the suppression on stronger cultivators is even stronger. If a demon-level cultivator were to go there, they would probably die from lack of oxygen as soon as they reached the starry sky." Yun Nuoxing was stunned, and his cheeks began to twitch. Ning Qianxue rubbed his colorful hair and said with a smile, "That's why I won't let you go there. When you're stronger and want to go to the other primordial realms, Schwerer will take you there." Yun Nuoxing was silent. She smiled and nodded. Ning Qianxue also smiled and nodded. Mei Mao looked at the space and saw that Shire was still struggling with the question she didn't understand. She shook her head in amusement and said in the language of this world, "The heart of the world is indeed here. It's just hidden in a deeper layer of space." "Ah, I understand." Shire abruptly raised her head, and her dark golden eyes flashed. Then, she burst into a heartless laughter. Her slender body flashed, and she pulled Yun Nuoxing to the side. "Hey, what's your relationship with her?" "Yun Nuoxing. Can I choose not to answer?" Hee, I know even if you don't tell me. I understand. Love and whatnot, hee. Hearing this, Shire laughed and patted Yun Nuoxing's back. She had an "I understand everything" look on her face. The latter's hair stood on end. She felt that Shire had thought of something very rude. Ning Qianxue didn't pay attention to what they were whispering to each other. She looked around for a while and then started to move. She opened her hand and clenched it gently. This clench made Yun Nuoxing, whose back was facing her, tremble violently. Even though his power was sealed, the instincts of his spiritual godly body were still there. That tremble made him feel that all the energy in this space was crawling and wailing. In this place where there was no air, there was a considerable amount of rule power flowing. This allowed them to move normally and speak without air. Yun Nuoxing had also come into contact with rule power before. He could be considered an old acquaintance. However, it wasn't as simple as rule power. In this place where the original source power filled every inch of space, there was an extremely subtle force. It was so subtle that he couldn't sense it. However, he knew that something existed here. It couldn't be seen or touched. And as Ning Qianxue clenched her hand, it quickly gathered. The air formed a huge cyclone, crazily squeezing this space. The arrays on the 4 physical planets in the distance also vibrated rapidly, their light flickering. Ning Qianxue's entire body lit up with blue light. From afar, she looked like a blue fairy. That dreamy beauty made this strange starry sky dim. Her entire body floated off the ground, as if she could become a fairy at any time. After a while, Ning Qianxue took a light breath. Her tightly clenched right hand slowly relaxed. The huge energy cyclone quickly condensed in her hand. Very quickly, it condensed into a palm-sized ball of light purple energy. Oh, the seal of this subworld is quite strong. I can't mobilize the power of the primordial realm outside. There's only a little left here. It's probably only enough to open the last layer of space 2 to 3 times. The blue Mei Mao glanced at the ball of light purple energy in her hand. Ning Qianxue shook her head. Holding this ball of energy, her palm was like a blade as it rapidly slashed in front of her. Yun Nuoxing only saw that slender palm waved casually. Then, in the distant sky, a crack that spanned the entire galaxy suddenly opened. It was unknown how many millions of feet wide it was, but it almost tore the entire galaxy apart. The sky suddenly became so dark that there was almost no light. And in front of them, a huge crack that was thousands of feet long was torn open. The edge of the crack was filled with a layer of light purple energy. This last layer of space was actually opened by the power of the primordial realm. The crack that bloomed in the distant sky had already frightened Yun Nuoxing and the others. They almost hugged each other and trembled as they looked at the blue fairy, shattering the galaxy with her bare hand. This was Yun Nuoxing's most direct first thought. The power of this casual swing was equivalent to an attack that was many times stronger than his full strength. God Emperor, what the F***ck did I just see? Shire hugged Yun Nuoshing's head and trembled all over. The crack in the distant sky was just a side effect. A huge crack that could be seen from here was opened in the deep space of an unknown distance. If one stood closer, they probably wouldn't be able to see how big the crack was. Inner layer space change. Ning Qianxue touched the purple crack with one hand and said softly. The purple crack trembled slightly, and then suddenly expanded into a long strip. Then, Yun Nuoshing saw the space crack come down from the sky as if it had a life of its own. It covered everyone and forced them to change space. The space in front of them was not much different from where they were just now. It still had a silvery white ground and a starry sky. There was no longer the crack that stretched across the galaxy, and the galaxy was still dark and lifeless. There were only a few stars that kept flashing in the distant deep space. The frequency of the stars flashing was very fast. That was a sign that they were about to be extinguished. This part of the galaxy was almost completely destroyed. The 4 physical planets that took up most of the space in front of Yun Nuoshing and the others were gone. A silvery white sphere floated about 10 meters in front of them. It was the size of a washbasin. Streaks of blue energy flowed out from the center of the sphere. They spread out for a few meters and then disappeared quietly. Around the silvery white sphere, several arm-length cracks opened up in the space. Many finger-thick red chains drilled out of the cracks and wrapped around the sphere. It seemed to be a seal, but also seemed to be fixing it in place. Wow. Oh, this is the world core of your world. It's so different from ours. Shire immediately jumped to his feet and ran over to the silvery white bead. He looked left and right at it, his eyes twinkling like the stars in the sky. The world core of our world is a huge energy carrier. It controls the creation and destruction of all energy in this world. If it's pulled out, this world will quickly dry up, Ning Qianxue said. As Ning Qianxue spoke, she looked at Fog and the others, and then at Shire. She said, I remember that the world core of your world is a condensation of information. You use it to manage each world, and you can also use it to make some law changes. You know about this? I thought you didn't know. Shire was surprised. He looked at Ning Qianxue and then looked at Yun Nuoshing with a strange expression. Well, something like that. Every world has a world core. We use the world core to manage the world in our hand. Sometimes we can change the information of the world core itself, but it won't affect the development of the mortals in the world. To us, the world core is a management system, Shire said casually. Then, his expression became serious. If we lose the world core and don't replace it with a new one, that world will collapse because of it. It'll take about 10 years. Ning Qianxue smiled. She said to Yun Nuoshing through their souls, to us, the world core is very important. The world core contains a large amount of original power, including the power of rules and the power of the primordial realm. The cultivation of gods mostly depends on understanding the original power. Creating a world is one way. Directly refining a world core is also possible, and the latter is more efficient. Some unscrupulous gods will do this when they cultivate. They've indirectly erased billions of lives. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. Once the world core was taken, that world would quickly wither. Using the world core for cultivation. He didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Chapter 8:19. Don't touch the red seal. You'll be drained dry. Ning Qianxue immediately warned Shire before he could touch the silver pearl. Shire was shocked and retreated a few steps as if he had seen the plague. That's the seal that maintains the heart of the world. If you touch it, you'll be forced to unlock it. If you use all your energy to unlock the seal, you won't even be able to fill the gaps between its teeth, Ning Qianxue said angrily as she hit Shire's head with a knife. Hearing that, Shire laughed dryly and rubbed his head. I'm used to messing around with the heart of the world whenever I see one. I forgot that this isn't one of our hearts of the world. Ning Qianxue rolled her eyes and looked at Yun Nuoxing. Little star, where's the key? Key? Yun Nuoxing, who was standing obediently to the side, was stunned. What key? What shape is it? The 3 pieces of broken jade you were talking about, Ning Qianxue said helplessly. Yun Nuoxing made an "oh" sound and quickly took the 3 pieces of broken jade out of her portable space. At the moment, the 3 pieces of broken jade were shining with a bright silver light. The heart of the world was resonating with the 3 pieces of broken jade. It pulsed like a heartbeat. Ning Qianxue took the half-piece of colored broken jade and rubbed it gently for a while. Suddenly, she laughed softly. That child actually gave this to you. Yun Nuoxing suddenly thought of the old man in the map shop. That child. Well, she had lived for more than 3 years. It didn't seem wrong to say that the old man was a child. After all, he was a god, and his lifespan was shockingly long. The next time I saw him, he had opened a map shop in Nirvana City. The only thing he found was this half-colored jade piece. I didn't take it back then. Then I forgot about it. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed. I didn't expect it to fall into little star's hands today. Ning Qianxue smiled and turned over the colorful jade in her hand. There is a mark left by him on it. It seems that he could only find this thing back then. The mark he left can let people follow his breath. It seems that he wanted to use others to investigate this thing. Yun Nuoxing immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He really thought that he had picked up a bargain. He did not expect that he was the one who sent himself up to be used as a tool. However, it seemed that he was the one who had impulsively taken it away. He could not blame anyone. Well, if I didn't have this, I probably wouldn't have been able to come in. Then, why didn't the old man rush over when I entered the eye of the storm? At that time, the 3 jade pieces were already gathered. Ning Qianxue smiled and pointed at the pendant on his chest. She said, maybe he sensed my breath. Let's not talk about this for now. After this is over, I will go and see that child. No matter what, he has helped me a lot. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and nodded. Well, what are you guys talking about? Just as Ning Qianxue was about to activate the 3 pieces of broken jade, a loud voice hurriedly squeezed in. She turned around and saw a pair of golden eyes looking at them with sparkling eyes. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and found that Ferguson, Ha Ling, and the others were also looking at them curiously. They seemed to have noticed something strange. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuoxing wanted to fool them with a few words. However, a meaningful smirk flashed across Ning Qianxue's pretty face. She poked Yun Nuoxing's face and whispered a few words in her soul. Yun Nuoxing's face immediately turned bitter. He looked at her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This Lord God still had a bad taste? Tell them about the Deyuan realm. If there are no accidents, the people of the 3 Yuan realm will definitely not know about it. If they don't understand, just tell them a story. Anyway, it doesn't matter if they know about it or not. I'm just curious how they will react if they know about the Deyuan realm. When Yun Nuoxing heard her whisper in her soul, he felt a headache coming on. It was rather troublesome to explain to Shire and the others about the Great Yuan realm, the 3 elemental realm, and the 8 elemental realm. Although they were from the god race of the 3 elemental realm and could fly around in the 3 elemental realm, there was a fundamental difference between the 2 realms. It was as difficult as explaining to a fish in a fish tank how to live outside the fish tank. Yun Nuoxing struggled for a long time. He organized his words with difficulty and wanted to give up several times. However, when he saw Ning Qianxue's shining eyes, he resisted the pressure and organized his words. After repeating this a few times, he took a deep breath and patted Shire's shoulder with both hands. Yun Jun, isn't this too fast? We've only known each other for 2 days. If you want to confess, you need to know each other for a few more days. Is it love at first sight? Shire's 6 silver teeth shone like pearls. His words directly broke Yun Nuoxing, who had been holding back for a long time. Ha Ling and the others slapped their foreheads. They couldn't help but turn around and look at their captain, who was about to go crazy. Yun Nuoxing struggled to get up from the ground. He patted the dust off his body and coughed twice to clear his throat. Then, he poked Shire's smooth forehead with a finger and poured a bunch of information he wanted to say directly into her mind. The information itself didn't take up a lot of space, but the amount of information was so huge that it seemed boundless. Thus, when Shire received this sudden influx of information and quickly browsed through it, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her golden eyes continuously swept over Yun Nuoxing and the others. The curly blonde hair on her back straightened, and her expression became sluggish. Yun Nuoxing spread his hands to show that there was nothing he could do. Just as he was about to ask for help to correct this blonde lady's mental state, Ning Qianxue had already walked up to the silver-white pearl of the world. In her jade-like hand, the 3 pieces of broken jade shone brighter and brighter. Ning Qianxue stretched out her hand and gently pushed the 3 pieces of broken jade out. The 3 pieces of broken jade had been temporarily stuck together by her divine power. They floated lightly toward the heart of the world and then touched together. Ding! A light sound reverberated across the silver-white land. A shock wave like ripple spread out from the heart of the world and quickly spread across the land. Yun Nuoxing stared closely. The silver-white pearl suddenly broke free of the red chains. The red chains broke apart inch by inch, and the heart of the world floated out. Its body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it flashed past and embedded itself in the center of the jade piece, replacing the image of the closed eye. At this moment, it looked as if the eye had opened. When the silver-white pearl was embedded in the center of the jade piece, the merging point of the 3 pieces of broken jade shone with a faint light. Then, a few clanging sounds could be heard, as if some mechanical parts had been reset. This time, they had completely merged into one piece. Ning Qianxue looked at this scene with some surprise. She muttered to herself for a while, then took the merged jade piece and said, "These 2 pieces were originally one. This is the real heart of the world." However, that person no longer had the strength to maintain the complete heart of the world, so he broke it into 4 pieces. He left the core and threw the rest out of the eye of the storm. It was a very dangerous delaying method. If he didn't do it well, when he dismantled the heart of the world, this world would also be destroyed. Fortunately, he succeeded and slowed down the destruction of this world once again. Yun Nuoxing looked at the restored heart of the world with some confusion. The more complete the heart of the world is, the better it can preserve this world, right? Why did dismantling it extend the life of this world? Because the creator of this world no longer had the strength to maintain the complete heart of the world. He left the core behind, which was the most important place, the city. The other areas that had not been developed collapsed and disappeared with the separation of the 3 pieces. He didn't need to provide more energy to maintain those useless places. Small numbers are small, and the creator is already so weak. At this point, a strange smile appeared on Ning Qianxue's face. "Ming, go back and gather all your companions." Ning Qianxue smiled and looked at Ming and Yuanlan. Then, she turned to the blonde woman who was still in a trance. "We are going to separate the control of this world. This process will probably cause some minor problems, and we will need to take some necessary precautions. You should be able to control it. After entering this world, which belongs to the 8th elemental realm, you should have been given the ability to modify and interfere. At least, you should be able to prevent this world from collapsing." Shire trembled and finally came back to her senses. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others with a complicated expression, then nodded. The passage to outer space was still intact. Yuanlan was so excited that she dragged Ming away and couldn't wait to find their companions. When Ning Qianxue said that they could return to the realm of the gods and wake up from this nightmare that had lasted for more than a decade, the girl who had always been calm was so excited that she almost couldn't speak. Seeing that only the 2 of them were left in this space, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but scratch her head. She looked at Ning Qianxue, who was muttering to herself, and asked, "Will it work?" Hearing this, Ning Qianxue smiled and nodded. She flicked her finger on his forehead and said, "It's just separating the control of the world and then taking it over. If it was a god in perfect condition, it would be a bit troublesome, but the creator of this world is already in a state of exhaustion. It's not appropriate to rashly destroy this world. It's better to take it into our hands. In the process, we can also see who the it that we haven't seen before is. There's not much value in taking care of this world. When we go back, we'll send it over to those old guys and see if they can merge it with the peaceful world in the western region." "Both of them are of the same type," Ning Qianxue said. "It has existed since the ancient times. It is a world of mortals. If we go in, we will be completely suppressed and become no different from mortals. Fighting is also prohibited inside. Well, I have treated it as a tourist attraction. I will go there when I have nothing to do." Ning Qianxue smiled and rubbed Yun Nuoxing's face. "That is a peaceful world, that is similar to this place. It is maintained by several gods together. It has existed since the ancient times. It is a world of mortals. If we go in, we will be completely suppressed and become no different from mortals. Thinking about it this way, this world seems to have the same effect as that world. I just don't know which one appeared first. Let those old guys study these things." Ning Qianxue waved her hand. After she finished speaking, Ning Qianxue took a deep breath. She closed her beautiful eyes tightly and made a gesture of preparing her qi. Yun Nuoxing couldn't understand what she was doing. He looked around blankly and then subconsciously moved closer. Then, he felt that something was wrong. He quickly walked 2 steps away and sat on a rock at the side, not too close, not too far. Perhaps it was as he guessed. Ning Qianxue was preparing her breath. A frost-like energy rose from her body and rushed up to the sky. It was like a gas-light column. The icy blue cold air filled the air. The ground under her feet began to freeze, and it spread as her breath spread. Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes wide. The frozen layer quickly rushed to him. He hesitated for a moment and felt that Ning Qianxue should be able to control it well. He pretended to be calm and watched the ice pass in front of him and extend to the ground behind him. He then lowered his head. The ground around him was frozen. Only the 1-meter-high rock under his but was still a rock. It was not frozen. Kacha, a loud shattering sound came from the sky. Yun Nuoxing raised his head abruptly. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the starry sky like a mirror. Ice shards fell from the crack and crashed onto the ground with a boom. It was a huge space fragment that was thousands of feet in size. Yun Nuoxing stared at the space fragment that fell down, dumbfounded. After 2 seconds, he raised his head again. The crack that opened in the starry sky suddenly spread out like a spider web, densely covering the entire sky. Then, the space below also began to bloom. The entire space seemed to have become solid, and then it began to disorderly collapse. Bang! When the large pile of spider webs spread throughout the entire space, only the place where Yun Nuoxing and Ning Qianxue were standing did not have these cracks. Then, a loud explosion spread throughout the entire space. The starry sky and space exploded into pieces and disappeared. This silver-white space also disappeared without a trace in an instant. Yun Nuoxing sat on the ground. He was in so much pain that he grimaced. After the entire space completely shattered, the rock under his but also disappeared. Ning Qianxue patted her butt and quickly stood up. She had already retracted the aura that could freeze time. She took 2 steps back and stood in front of Yun Nuoxing, vigilant of the surrounding situation. This was a dark space. There was not much light. This space could be considered spacious. It was a cube that was 10 feet in length, width, and height. It was like a box prison. Only the 4 sharp corners of the top had 4 luminous pearls that flickered with dim light, which could not illuminate this space. After looking at this space for a while, Yun Nuoshing suddenly realized that he could use his power. He subconsciously pulled out the Netherworld Ruins sword and opened his evil spirit eye. According to Ning Qianxue, this should be the place where the master who created this world was. He thought that he would directly see a person, but he never thought that he would come to a space like this. It was dark and empty, and it was ancient and lonely, just like the Hall of Souls. Nothing. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. It can't be that this world was born out of thin air, right? Ning Qianxue smiled bitterly and shook her head. Just as she was about to say something, her expression froze. Her eyes were suddenly filled with vigilance. Yun Nuoshing saw this and hurriedly focused. The space in front of them rippled like water. This empty and lonely space suddenly shook slightly. Yun Nuoshing and Ning Qianxue turned their gazes. At the place where the water rippled, a staircase suddenly appeared. The staircase was made of ice, and it emitted a faint chill toward the space. In the middle of the staircase, a figure was sitting. From the outside, it looked like a thin and weak child. His hands and cheeks were on his knees, and his face could not be seen. Yun Nuoshing was shocked. The master of this world was such a child? Ning Qianxue was very calm. Gods could change their body and appearance at will. Even if the person in front of her was a blade of grass, she would not be surprised. I don't understand. When the two of them were hesitating whether to go up, a low and tender voice came from the staircase. Yun Nuoshing and Ning Qianxue were shocked. They looked up and happened to meet a pair of eyes. They were crystal clear and beautiful like the sea, but they lacked vitality. Chapter 8:20. This world is broken. I can't control it. I can't fix it. I can't watch it die. Souls. I need more souls to fill this hole. It's not enough even if I sacrifice myself. Then I'll find more souls. It's fine as long as we're happy. Isn't it good for everyone to live happily together? Didn't they say that it's fine as long as we're happy? There's no war or struggle in this world. There's only peace. Isn't that good? I don't know anything. What did I do wrong? I don't understand. No one told me. She didn't tell me either. The gray-haired young man looked at Yun Nuoshing and Ning Qianxue with his soulless eyes without any expression. His low voice echoed in the space like a curse. Yun Nuoshing was slightly nervous. She had recovered her strength here. Naturally, she could feel the power contained in the gray-haired young man's thin body. His whole body was almost transparent. He was extremely weak. His condition is not right. I'm talking about his mind. It's like he's lost his soul, Ning Qianxue muttered. As a god, she could feel it more clearly. The power contained in the gray-haired young man was not as strong as hers. Moreover, he was maintaining the existence of that world at this time. He was extremely weak. She was even less afraid of anything. The reason why she was vigilant was that Yun Nuoshing was still beside her. It was difficult to stop a crazy god from doing anything. She focused all her attention on Yun Nuoshing. Are you here to kill me? I know what I've done. Those are necessary sacrifices. I can't control that world alone. I don't think I've done anything wrong. The gray-haired young man slowly stood up from the stairs. He was wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt and black shorts. He looked like an ordinary young man in that world. You want to resist? Just based on your exhausted body? Ning Qianxue sneered. She held her staff and stopped it in front of Yun Nuoshing. Ice-blue energy slowly rose from her body. The gray-haired young man looked at Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing blankly, then lowered his head to look at his almost transparent body. He suddenly laughed, then sat back down on the stairs, one hand on his forehead as he laughed. I have no more power. If I use a little more power, that world will collapse. I can't do anything. There is no meaning in being born. I can't protect this world, and I can't help her fulfill her wish. This boring life, it's really disgusting. The change in the last sentence made Yun Nuoshing stumble. Ning Qianxue was also a little speechless. You know what we're here for? Yun Nuoshing took a step forward and said indifferently. The power of the Netherworld Ruined sword in his hand slowly faded. He felt that he wouldn't be able to use this power now. You? Of course I know you. You broke in from the outside and broke through my layers of barriers. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have any extra power left, you wouldn't have been able to find that door and enter the Hall of Souls. In a way, I was the one who let you in. The gray-haired teenager shook his head in self-mockery. You're here to release those souls. You want to destroy this world. We plan to take over this world. Although this world has collapsed, it's not like there's no way to repair it. You should know this better than me. Yun Nuoshing wrinkled his nose and said softly. The gray-haired teenager fiddled with his messy hair, as if he was very distressed. After a long time, he stared at Yun Nuoshing with his soulless eyes. The latter fearlessly looked back at him. Her colorful eyes made the gray-haired teenager slightly absent-minded. After a long time, he seemed to be defeated and sighed. Do as you wish. I don't have any other choice anyway. It seems that it's not a bad idea to change someone to take over this world, it's just that I won't be able to see this world evolve with my own eyes anymore. Forget it, forget it. The 3 long sighs made the gray-haired teenager look even more haggard. It was as if he had put down a heavy burden, but also as if he had personally torn apart his long-cherished wish. He was only 13 or 14 years old, but one could see that he had aged. He stood up and slowly walked down the stairs. At the same time, his originally transparent body began to disperse a little bit of light, circling around him and disappearing into the air. You plan to merge the last bit of your soul into that world? Why do you have to do this? It's just a world. Everything will be fine if you start all over again. Ning Qianxue frowned. The gray-haired teenager slowly walked to the bottom of the stairs and came in front of Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing. He raised his head and looked at Ning Qianxue with his soulless eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. You won't understand, but you do. Just like how you care so much about your lover across time and space, I also have a world that I want to protect. This world is my everything. It's my humble and insignificant long-cherished wish. It's my self-pitying and narcissistic vision. I'm looking forward to that unreachable figure. Just because of a casual conversation, I've given up everything. The gray-haired teenager's transparent figure directly passed through Yun Nuoshing. The two of them hurriedly turned their heads. The last bit of light dissipated and became a dazzling light screen. The teenager's sad figure gradually disappeared in the light screen. The bright light engulfed the two of them. The place where he first opened his eyes was the shore. The bright sunlight was dazzling and warm, reflecting his empty eyes. A gentle breeze blew in from afar, washing away the sand on the shore and drenching his body. The teenager lay on the shore. Half of his body was immersed in the sea. Waves washed the sand and gray hair under his body. They hid his soulless eyes, causing only his eyelashes to tremble slightly. His eyes blinked gently, causing the sea to tremble slightly. His small face stared at the sun in boredom. What are you doing here? A shadow blocked his line of sight, causing him to involuntarily turn his gaze. This was the first time he saw that figure. She was beautiful, noble, and filled with a strong aura. She was filled with violence, but she was as peaceful and peaceful as her appearance. She was like a god who had descended to the mortal world. Perhaps she was a god, he thought. At first, he did not intend to pay attention to her. Her beautiful figure, gentle voice, interesting gaze, and calmness that was completely different from the violence in her heart. With just a glance, he realized that this was a character on a different level from him. She was an important person who passed by during her leisure time. She only met him because she was bored and strolling along the shore. He felt that he should leave. Along with the waves that hit his body, he should rush into the sea and disappear. That god would probably feel bored and leave as well. Perhaps it was because he had been alone for too long, or perhaps it was because he had been bored for too long. Coincidentally, Anne's lips slowly opened and spat out a sentence that caused the atmosphere to stiffen. "Lie down and wait for death." She seemed to be very surprised. Hearing this, she was a little shocked, but in the end, she still chuckled. The sunlight shone on her swaying long hair, and the fine spots of light reflected on her body. She was charming and gentle, and for the first time, a bit of light surged into his lifeless eyes. This was the first time they met. 2 sentences of meaningless words. What did they say after that? They talked about some meaningless topics. She seemed to be in the middle of a trip. She stood up and was about to leave. He also calmly followed her. The remaining seawater on his body slid off without leaving a single drop. She surprised him. Deities were indifferent by nature, and gods were even more so. However, she behaved like a child. She was very interested in everything. Gradually, what surprised him even more was her mastery of all knowledge. She claimed to know everything, but also said that she did not know anything. She said that she loved such a dull life, but hated such a world. What he was most familiar with was her way of thinking. She was completely like an ordinary human, which made him feel very close to her. However, he knew that she was a god above the 9 heavens, or even higher. Her words were law, and she was in charge of everything under the heavens. She loved everything, but also hated everything. He felt that they were somewhat similar. This world is very big, and it is constantly changing. If you stop, you will be left behind. During their leisurely travels, she would always say things that he did not understand. It seemed profound, but he felt that it was easy to understand. However, after thinking about it for a while, he could not remember what he was thinking about. "I wandered the 4 seas, and the world was my home. I have nothing. I have no friends, no family. I sit on this world. I have a group of friends, a group of people who are my life mates. We control everything. I know everything, and also know nothing. There is nothing in this world that I do not know. I have never understood this world. Look, this world is very beautiful. It is incomparably beautiful. It is cheerful, natural, sunny, and magnificent. If you work hard, you will feel that you can control everything in your hands. You will hold countless riches by your side. You will have your own life. Friends, family, this is the most beautiful thing in this world. Illusion. All of this is extremely fake. All of this is extremely ugly. What is buried in the depths of this earth are sins and sins that cannot be buried. Layers upon layers of skeletons have built sand castles. Beautiful illusions, false illusions. Even dreams are extremely filthy. They are like bubbles, fake and laughable. They will shatter with a touch. He looked at the intense changes in her expression and felt a little scared. That dark and tyrannical aura covered the gentleness and serenity on her body. She was like a monster that had escaped from its cage. However, the smile on her red lips was so enchanting. Who was she? It was as if she bore the burden of pain, longed for beauty, hated the world, and yearned for hope. Who was she? He could not tell which was her. The serene, beautiful, and noble her, and the tyrannical, hateful, and twisted her were the same person. He did not want to tell this apart. He only felt that she was very close. "Hey you, why are you smiling? You are clearly so sad." That face that was mixed with a smile and tears made him slightly flustered. She was a noble existence. He was so petty that it was difficult for him to look up to her. Just by following beside her, he would be torn apart by his own insignificant heart. However, he could not bear to part with this kind of time. She smiled and did not say anything. She walked along the sharp mountain ridge step by step. She stretched out her arms as if she was walking on a single plank bridge. On the left side of the road, there were flowers and weeds that were full of vitality. It was beautiful and moving. On the right side there was the corrosion of death. Countless skeletons floated up from the ruined ground. She was a god. She was a demon. She was a holy being. She was an evil being. He understood that both of them were her. They were the extremes that tore apart her heart. He had never asked for her name. He did not know who she was, and she did not know who he was. The two of them clumsily interacted like this. They clumsily accompanied each other on this journey. How many years had passed? 1,000 years? Or 10,000 years? I once created a world that was filled with beauty. That world had everything. After 10,000 years, the first creatures were born there. Can you guess what the result was? That expression that was brimming with a mischievous smile was as innocent as a child exchanging toys with a friend. He shook his head. Her words and questions were always frightening. She never took the normal route. That world was filled with war and chaos. Everyone fought for the sake of trivial benefit. In the end, it escalated to the point where the entire country went to war. Her smile became even more brilliant. Her palm swept across the front. I destroyed it. Look, this was another shocking development. He always thought that she was going to tell him a touching and inspirational story, but in the blink of an eye, she fell into the abyss. I created another world. It was barren, chaotic, and without order. It only had a sea and a bit of sunlight. The starry sky was tyrannical, and meteor showers were everywhere. It could tear the world to pieces at any time. Life was born there after 100 million years. What do you think the result was? She smiled again like a little demon. Everyone united to overcome the difficulties and build a beautiful home. He did not even think about it. According to the split of two sides, this should be the correct answer. He thought it should be like this. She smiled and shook her head. That world was still chaotic. Chaos filled every piece of land. The entire race was filled with fighting spirit. They developed and evolved without fear of death. It was still a world that made people sigh. There was not enough beauty, but I could feel the brilliance of the entire race. That world also did not welcome a beautiful ending. They finally rushed out of their own planet, rushed out of the solar system that they relied on for survival. They set their sights on the starry sky, and even the world beyond that. The ancestral planet was destroyed in the tyrannical starry sky. Alright, although it was not very beautiful, it was still a passable world. Life was still beautiful. I destroyed it. This answer was not unexpected. She was always so unpredictable. However, he thought that there should be more to it. That part of the starry sky was about to be destroyed. It was already empty. The natives had already migrated to another part of the starry sky. I sent it on its last journey. You can clearly change the course of the entire world. He did not understand. She smiled but did not say anything. She shook her head elegantly and turned to leave. He followed blankly. Deluding myself to create a beautiful world. That should be a mockery to me. I am such an existence. I should not be looking forward to those abnormal beauties. It would be great if peace could continue. Living peacefully and peacefully, without so many burdens and messy thoughts. Just lying on the grass like this, with the warm afternoon sun shining on my face, is quite comfortable. Is it an illusion of comfort? He sat beside her and looked at her sprawled out on the grass. He perhaps. She smiled noncommittally. It was still beautiful and moving. Peace, the lower realm. Perhaps everything is an illusion. Perhaps the beautiful world I think of does not exist. In the end, everything is just a lie to myself. Thinking, this is already enough, and lowering my initial thoughts, forcing myself to compromise, as if I have really achieved what I want. What am I thinking? I don't know either. She used those contradictory words to mock herself again. He could never understand, but he firmly remembered her face. Those eyes that looked forward to a truly beautiful world. He tried hard to remember all these. Just like the baffling meeting at the beginning, her departure was also very sudden. When he woke up the next day, she disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a delayed sentence. She disappeared as if she had never been there. He did not have the thought of looking for her. It was impossible to catch the reflection of the moon in the water. She was an existence that was like the moon in the water, a beautiful illusion. The illusion of beautiful peace. Does it really not exist? He stood up and looked at the grass in a daze. He turned and walked towards the sea. His heart was throbbing. In his long life, he felt that he should do something. Chapter 8:21. The sea and the sky were tumbling. A world within a world. This was not an ordinary small world. It was a hidden subworld that was formed under the endless ocean with the help of the boundless power of heaven and earth. It was formed using the lower realm as a template. It was a strange example that was the most out of tune with this chaotic world. It did not expect any guests, nor did it expect any creatures to visit. It only created a world for him to fantasize about in his own humble abode. What was he thinking? His brain was hot-headed, and he impulsively created this world. He clearly did not have much power to maintain his own existence. Just maintaining his physical body was already very difficult, but he still created this world without thinking. It seemed that it was too late to turn back now. Ah, what am I doing? He sighed. It was all for himself, all for that desolate figure. That unintentional sentence made him impulsively create this subworld. It had never received any guests, and all the lives inside were born. It had never told others about the existence of a new world. Even if many people could go to the lower realm, not many people were interested in going to the lower realm. He impulsively went there and brought back a template. He created a world based on this template that was almost the same as the lower realm. It had the same rules as the lower realm. There was no conflict, no war. It was just an ordinary small world. What am I looking forward to like a fool? He chuckled self-deprecatingly and scratched his head of gray hair. He let out a long sigh. He had painstakingly created this world, but it looked ordinary. There was still a boundary, and he didn't have enough power to maintain it. He could only borrow the power of the sea and the sky to slowly make it come into existence. Ah, I found you. You can actually… Oh, excuse me. How did you create a world with the rules of the lower realm? He did not know how many years had passed. He just repeated his long life at the bottom of the ocean and repeated the evolution of that world. Until one day that voice that he yearned for day and night sounded in his ears. It made him panic for a moment. He turned around. That figure was just as beautiful, dignified, noble, and untouchable as always. But it was just like that day when she looked at him with a smile. This is the world you created? It feels pretty good. The colors are bright, and the existence is unique. Using the mortal world of the three elements realm as a template TSK, it has created a precedent. In order to create an ordinary world like the three elements realm in the eight elements realm, the rules that have to be distorted are quite frightening. It almost subverts the rules of existence of the eight elements realm. She looked at this world with some amazement. That pair of eyes that captivated him revealed the color of a child's surprise. He was very happy. He originally thought that he would be demoted to be worthless. What are you thinking about? This is the world you created, right? I have no right to judge its existence. If you think it's good, then it's good. If you think it's bad, then it's bad. I'm just looking at it from an outsider's perspective. This world seems pretty good. She smiled faintly. Aren't you going to take me in? Go to your world? He gladly agreed. This was the first time this world had welcomed a guest that was different from the rest. This was a very ordinary world, and it was as if he had brought someone he cherished into his own home. He felt a little uneasy, but when he saw her sizing up these simple streets with interest, he felt a little excited about the structure of this world. It's completely copied the template of the three elements realm. TSK, you're very impressive. You can see that you put a lot of effort into creating the details. This world is very beautiful. I like it very much. She was only using her own eyes to size up this incomplete world. She had also seen many flaws, but she did not mention a single word. It was as if it was just as she said, this was his world, and she had no right to comment. He was very uneasy but also very happy. After working hard for so many years, it seemed that it was enough to receive a word of praise. She seemed to have something on her mind. After leaving the bustling streets, she was a little worried. He hesitated again and again. He wanted to ask, but he didn't know where to start. He didn't seem to be in a position to care about her matters. This world is about to be destroyed. Oh, I'm talking about the realm of the gods, not your world. She sighed with a very complicated light in her eyes. He didn't understand. She said that she liked that world, but at the same time, she hated that world's existence. She looked at that world as if she was looking at a child, and at the same time, she hated the group of parasites on its back. It was just his guess. He didn't know why she hated it, nor did he know what she hated. He just saw her sadness and felt a little heavy in his heart. Say, why do people fight? What do gods fight to protect? Are these all right? If they're wrong, where do they start from? As usual, the words that came out of nowhere were just her whispers. She did not expect to get a reply from him because he was very clean and did not know anything. Like a newborn child, he did what he wanted to do based on his instincts. If you don't say it's complete, I don't know what's right and what's wrong. This was the first time she was questioning him. He was a little embarrassed. He buried his head between his knees and didn't dare to look at her eyes. Yes, because it's not complete, I can't judge anything. She laughed and patted him on the head. This was the first time she had done such an intimate action, and it ended quickly. She still had a lot on her mind, and the expression on her face was like an impending storm. I'm leaving. After this farewell, you probably won't see me again in this life. Don't show that expression. You're also one of the immortals. Eternal life has to learn to taste loneliness. All right, it's not that I don't want to come, but once I leave, I probably won't be able to come again. Immortal gods will also die. Under certain circumstances, they have no choice but to die. Sometimes they even beg to die. Ahaha, I'm just saying. You want to help me? Don't think about it, the other world isn't suitable for you. You should just stay here and watch your world obediently. This is where you should be. The other side of the world is dirty and filthy. It's an ocean of corpses that can only be crossed by boats forged from corpses. Even those who board the boats have to offer up a set of sinned bones. What, are you scared? That's why I said you're still a child. Ahaha, it's better for you to stay here and watch your world without any worries. You don't need to think about anything, you don't need to know anything. Sink your world to the bottom of the sea and seal it. Why? He was puzzled and confused. He didn't refute her words from start to finish, but in the end, he couldn't help but refute. She glanced at him and flicked her finger on his forehead. Her gaze pierced through the layers of space and saw something that made her sigh. I saw a faraway future. A grand scheme is being set up. There are many participants, and every step will take tens of millions of years. I've set up a forbidden spell that will seal the entire realm of gods at the most crucial moment. When that happens, the inside and outside of the realm of gods will be two completely different concepts. How should I put it? Haha, Roth thinks that I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, but I think that it's an emergency plan. That forbidden spell is protecting a fragile seed that will use the realm of gods as its soil and the entire starry sky as its nutrients to slowly strengthen itself. Until one day it will lead to that silent secret that no one knows about, and the end of the world will change because of it. You're always saying things that I don't understand. He was a little annoyed and sulked like a child. He buried his head in his knees and stopped looking at her. His eyes slightly reddened. That's why I said that you're a child, so clean that it makes one pity you. I don't want you to touch those things. If one day you touch the secret that I've left behind, then wait for me to store it away. When the time comes, I'll have someone open it. What am I saying to you? You don't have to pay attention to it. Just take care of your own world, there's no need for you to worry about anything else. She smiled kindly and stroked his hair as if she was talking to a child. She left without a sound. Just like the last time, she left without a sound. That was a matter of several years later. Before that, the two of them were wandering aimlessly in this world. After she left, she didn't even leave a single trace behind. He was a little depressed as he looked at this world. The starry sky had yet to appear, and there were signs of it collapsing. He was a little panicked as such signs appeared right after she left. This world hadn't even reached its most complete state yet, and it was about to collapse. He panicked and fused his origin with the world in his confusion, stabilizing everything. He blamed himself a little. If he had asked for her advice at that time, he probably wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation. In the end, he still couldn't protect the world that she loved. After an unknown amount of time, he was a little tired. He tried to go to the outside world, only to see an unbelievable scene. The starry sky was shattered, heaven and earth were collapsing, and time and space were in chaos. Piles of corpses were piled up on the ground. Countless golden corpses turned into origin and dissipated between heaven and earth. A hurricane in the void passed through the fragile space, and was transmitted to the ground, as if it wanted to tear the world apart. Nothing could be seen in the starry sky. The stars had been extinguished, and there was boundless darkness. However, he saw that in the distant deep space, a divine temple stood tall in the starry sky. He seemed to have seen her, but her body was blurry. He wasn't sure and wanted to go over to take a look. However, the destructive waves that came from there made him tremble. He saw a figure that was similar to her submerged in a white light. A violent tremor shook the entire starry sky into pieces. He was so scared that he returned to his own world. The tremor lasted for a very long time, but he used all his strength to stabilize his world, even if this caused his body to be close to annihilation several times. After a very long time, his body was on the verge of falling apart. He didn't know how long the tremors lasted, but he eventually fainted. He was only subconsciously protecting this world that he loved. Later on, he smelled the scent of the outside world. It was desolate and withered, like an absurd aura left behind by the destruction of a world. Destroyed? The world of the gods? He saw that the land that she loved and hated was now only a shadow of desolation and ruin. The entire world quieted down. He laughed loudly and cried loudly. He did not know what he was laughing about, nor did he know what he was crying about. He only felt an indescribable feeling. It was as if he had lost something important, causing him to feel heart-wrenching pain. The sea was also close to being extinguished. The sea of life was dyed red with blood, and it was as quiet as a pool of stagnant water. It reflected the dark starry sky that didn't exist. He didn't know what the world of the gods had experienced, and he didn't know why the lights in the starry sky were extinguished. He could only instinctively feel that everything was over. Along with the end, he also felt the countless hopes that he had. He knew that it was time for him to taste the loneliness that she spoke of. He would recover sooner or later, and when that time came, he would look for the secret that she spoke of and snatch it away. When she appeared again, he would take it out and laugh at her, because no one had ever obtained this secret before. He had kept it all away. The wheel of time always moved very quickly. He unconsciously slept day after day, fusing himself with this world. However, he discovered that he could no longer maintain the existence of this world. He was depressed and annoyed. He looked at her secret that he had found after countless years, and couldn't help but cry. He reached out and took it. "If you have complaints, then scold me. Idiot, I'm going to use your things." Like a child throwing a tantrum, he revealed her secret. He did not know what kind of upheaval this would cause. He only wanted to protect this world, and when she came back one day, he would show this world to her. However, new guests had come to this world. They had discovered this place, and were amazed by its structure, but they didn't set foot here. They just came and left with an indescribable joy. It was really boring. The furnace of time and soul, with my life, protect this world for me. You must hold on. This world has been destroyed and reborn. Mortals will always be mortals. It's still beautiful. It's the beauty that you yearn for, but I haven't shown it to you. I still have something to say. I still owe you a farewell. Every time, you come and go as you wish. What is this? What is this? Can't you wait for me? Capricious deity. In the end, everything returned to loneliness. He even almost forgot about himself. He recalled her words again. Immortal life and immortal deities would also die. The specific situation might be referring to now. Memories flooded into Yun Nuoxing's mind like a tide. It was as if he was looking at everything from his perspective. This was a unique story in the long river of time. Perhaps it wasn't complete, or perhaps it was a little monotonous, but it was also a story between him and her. It made all sorts of feelings surge in her heart. Was he waiting for her? He had been waiting for her since such a distant era, but now, she might not be able to come here anymore. You're crying. A warm palm gently caressed his cheek. Yun Nuoxing blinked. Bean-sized teardrops rolled down and slid onto Ning Qianxue's jade-like fingers. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Just as he was about to raise his hand to wipe away his tears, Ning Qianxue gently wiped away the tears on his face with her jade-like hands and gently rubbed his head. It's so strange. Chapter 8:22. In the dim and lightless palace, an eyeball floated half a foot above the ground, spreading its own glimmering light to the surrounding walls. The light patterns reflected on the walls rippled like an ocean. Yun Nuoxing looked at this eyeball curiously. It did not look any different from an ordinary eyeball. They all had sclera, and the middle of the eyeball was a sparkling blue like the ocean. The pupil was a vertical diamond-shaped crystal. It looked a little strange. One of the 4 treasures of heaven and earth, the eye of the ocean. Ning Qianxue was a little stunned as she reached out her hand to hold this sparkling and flawless eyeball. 4 treasures of heaven and earth? Yun Nuoxing tilted his head in confusion. Ning Qianxue smiled and said, "It's not in the ranking of treasures of heaven and earth. In this ranking, there are only treasures that can be understood by people or gods. These 4 things are definitely not included. The heart of the earth, the eye of the ocean, the breath of the sky, and the sea of consciousness." Hearing the last one, Yun Nuoxing's eyes trembled slightly. His cheeks trembled, and he turned his face away unnaturally. However, Ning Qianxue did not seem to notice his momentary strangeness. She just stared at the eyeball in her hand and sighed. This is the eye of the ocean that was left behind from the mythological era. It's completely mature. The lifespan of treasures of heaven and earth itself is infinite. It will not be destroyed by time. Usually, no one will be stupid enough to destroy it. In fact, it can't be destroyed. In that long period of time, sometimes they will give birth to an independent consciousness. It is very difficult to give birth to a consciousness, and it is as pure as a piece of white paper. However, this is the first time I have heard of a treasure of heaven and earth that has the power to create a world on its own. And it has guarded it for so many years. What a terrifying obsession. Looking around, Ning Qianxue lowered her head and smiled. Then, while Yun Nuoxing was in a daze, she pinched his cheeks and turned him around. Before he could react, the palm holding the eye of the ocean quickly covered his eyes and gently covered them. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He only felt a cold touch in his eyes. The eye of the ocean quietly merged into his eyes like seawater, giving him a fright. After he reacted, he quickly checked his eyes, but he didn't feel anything wrong. It seemed that his eyes were only cold, and there was no vertical eye on his forehead. "How do you feel?" Ning Qianxue smiled gently. Yun Nuoxing moved his eyes. At this time, His eyes were still covered, so he couldn't see anything. He could only shrug his shoulders. Fortunately, I didn't feel anything special. There was a space inside. It should have been left behind by him. As expected, it was sealed. What was left inside should be the secret left behind by the god of destruction? It's good that it's sealed. You can't touch those things now. It's still very dangerous for you. Ning Qianxue curled her lips indifferently. Perhaps the name of such a legendary figure was too frightening. Instead, she felt that this thing was a bit unreal. Yun Nuoxing's eyes were covered for a long time. He also stood in a daze for a long time with his eyes closed. It was only when he was about to fall asleep standing that Ning Qianxue released her hand. Try to open your eyes. Be careful. This is also the first time I've seen a mature eye of the ocean. Yun Nuoxing nodded and took a deep breath. He slowly opened his eyes a crack, and the substantial colorful light leaked out. However, this was a characteristic of his eyes and had nothing to do with the eye of the ocean. When his eyes were fully open, Ning Qianxue looked for a while and felt that there were some slight differences in her senses. The whites of his eyes were slightly watery. In the colorful eyes, the pupils had become two colorful diamond-shaped crystals. It was as if he had opened his evil spirit eyes. A soft glimmer was inadvertently emitted from these eyes. If one stared at them for a long time, there would be a strange feeling that his eyes were like water. Gently blinking his eyes, Yun Nuoxing didn't feel any special difference. If he had to say it, it seemed that his titanium alloy phoenix eyes could see more clearly. Could it be that this thing could cure myopia? When he came back to his senses, he saw Ning Qianxue looking at his eyes in a daze. Yun Nuoxing was also stunned for a moment. He looked at her in a daze and laughed foolishly. Does it feel strange? Why are you looking at me like this? As soon as he said this, he was pulled into Ning Qianxue's arms and kissed intimately. This made him smile bitterly and couldn't break free from her. How should we deal with this world? Stroking his messy hair, Yun Nuoxing's face was slightly red. He kept a subtle distance from Ning Qianxue and asked carefully. The ruler of this world has changed hands, its collapse has stopped. I can also use this as a foundation to make it complete. Looking at the complete heart of the world in her hand, Ning Qianxue spread her hands. Well, I won't do this. The evolution of this subworld is too tiring. Every little bit will distort the rules. If the rules of the tertiary world want to work in the Octavian world, the rules will have to be twisted. This matter should be left to the professionals. I plan to give this world to the protector of the peaceful world. Yun Nuoxing nodded. He didn't understand anything deeper, and he didn't plan to deal with this. Thinking of another matter, he hesitated for a moment, pulled Ning Qianxue's sleeve, and said, Sister Shui, that sea of consciousness, what does it look like? Ning Qianxue was stunned. Mei Mao looked straight at her, especially those unusually beautiful eyes, which could almost steal her soul. Yun Nuoxing shuddered. Seeing that her eyes were about to turn green, he hurriedly stepped back and hugged himself. His face was slightly pale. Knowing that she had lost her composure just now, Ning Qianxue coughed and said seriously, The sea of consciousness doesn't have a specific shape. It is the condensation of consciousness born from hundreds of billions of consciousnesses. These consciousnesses don't have to be human. Basically, all creatures with consciousness are counted. The external form of the sea of consciousness is determined by the strongest consciousness among those consciousnesses. What's the use of the sea of consciousness? Yun Nuoxing frowned. This thing seemed to be in his soul. At that time, in his dream, Zai said that he had a sea of consciousness in his dream, but at that time, he only saw a piece of darkness and couldn't feel anything. There was only a platform beside him. If he fell, he would feel like he was being swallowed. What's the use? Ning Qianxue also had some doubts about this question. I've never heard of the use of the sea of consciousness. Even in the long river of history, very few people have seen the existence of the sea of consciousness. It can silently swallow a person's consciousness and turn them into a part of the sea of consciousness, abandoning their own consciousness. Everything is the same. Whether it's good or bad, depends on the person's opinion. I've never seen this thing before, so I don't know what it's used for. That I may have this sea of consciousness in my body. Yun Nuoxing's faint words made Ning Qianxue suddenly widen her eyes. Her jade-like hands suddenly grabbed his shoulders and stared at him. Her voice was serious. Are you sure? Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and nodded. He told her what had happened in the past. After listening, Ning Qianxue's beautiful eyebrows were almost locked together. After pondering for a long time, she sighed and said to him, "Little star, can you let me check your soul?" The soul was filled with all a person's secrets. Letting someone else enter one's soul was equivalent to giving everything, including one's life, to another person. Yun Nuoxing was a little hesitant. Ning Qianxue's concerned gaze was definitely not fake. The two of them hadn't been together for a long time. The only restraint was that he hadn't remembered his past life. Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. If he refused, Ning Qianxue probably wouldn't force it. However, he had a vague sense of trust. That kind of trust that he could give his life to another person came without any reason. It made him choose to close his eyes and nod gently. He had to admit that he was a little simple-minded and a little heartless. He believed in this kind of feeling that came from nowhere. He would just treat it as if he had been blinded by his past life. Ning Qianxue seemed to know that he had just hesitated for a while, but agreed in an instant. She didn't think much about it. She just smiled faintly. Then, her forehead touched Yun Nuoxing's forehead. Her soul, like water, drilled into his soul. Yun Nuoxing couldn't describe the feeling of their souls merging. It was as if he was wrapped in a ball of water. His whole body felt indescribably relaxed. The things in his heart were seen clearly, but he didn't care about it at all. This feeling only lasted for a short while. Then, Ning Qianxue's soul carefully withdrew from his soul. She opened her eyes and looked at him with a strange expression. "How is it?" Yun Nuoxing hurriedly asked. Ning Qianxue frowned slightly and nodded. "Although I haven't seen it before, according to the records, it should be. There is indeed a deeply hidden sea of consciousness in your soul. It is in a state of deep dormancy. Under normal circumstances, it can't affect you. No, it is being suppressed by your consciousness." Seeing his worried face, Ning Qianxue smiled and rubbed his cheek. She said, "It's okay. You have 3 lives and were once a god. You are even more powerful than me. The sea of consciousness won't backfire on you. As for what it does, I don't know for a while. I will try my best to figure it out. There are too few records of the sea of consciousness appearing in history." Yun Nuoxing nodded. Ning Qianxue smiled slightly. "The heart of the world is ready. Later, we will be able to cut off its connection with the soul furnace. Your baby sister and the others will be able to return to their original state. The long-lasting nightmare can also be put to an end here." "When are we getting married?" Yun Nuoxing was just about to nod. This sudden question made him stumble and almost faint on the ground. He looked at Ning Qianxue in confusion and trembling. His head was about to explode from all kinds of emotions. "I am waiting to get married." Ning Qianxue pouted her red lips and shook his arm like a little girl. Her bright eyes contained a faint mischievous smile and shyness. This made Yun Nuoxing feel so awkward that he didn't know what to do. Let's talk about this later." Yun Nuoxing blushed and ran away. He almost fell on the stairs. Behind him, Ning Qianxue looked at him with a smile. Anyway, there was still a long time. An excited thought flashed through her mind. Ning Qianxue walked 2 steps faster and held his arm. Seeing him freeze for a moment, she laughed secretly. In the residential area where the awakened gathered, about 50 awakened ones gathered from all corners of the city. It was like a signal that a great disaster was about to befall the world. Those who were in hibernation had all awakened. Under the leadership of Ming and Shire, they gathered in the residential area. They had already informed these people of the general situation. As for the details, they couldn't explain it. They could only tell them as much as possible. Ming even specifically pointed out that the gods had descended. This sentence made the awakened ones calm down a lot. Their gazes were filled with anticipation, excitement, and confusion. Even though they knew that they could leave this place, they were still very confused. Among these people, the ones who had been here for the longest time had been who knew how many years. To them, the realm of the gods had become somewhat unfamiliar. Hey, Yun Nuoshing patted Shire's shoulder, who was resting at the side, and greeted her with a smile. Shire was stunned. A strange expression flashed through her golden eyes. She looked at Yun Nuoshing and then at Ning Qianxue, who had walked to the front of the awakened ones with a smile on her face. She curiously moved closer to Yun Nuoshing and sized her up. Then, she said with a faint smile, "Yun Nuoshing, is what you said true?" Yun Nuoshing shrugged and said, "Since it's a fact, it's important to accept it. I don't need to trick you. If Sister Shui hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that you were actually. Well, this matter is over. The world projection of your world should also be over. If there are no accidents, this situation won't happen again." "That's good. You can have a good rest. You've been busy for a long time." Hearing this, Shire breathed a sigh of relief. She stretched her back and patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder casually. "Speaking of which, I still don't know what you told me. The Deyuan realm, the 3-Yuan realm, and so on. You feel like the world you live in has been turned upside down all of a sudden?" Yun Nuoshing looked at her with a smile. Shire smiled bitterly and nodded. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand casually. "Don't worry too much. Even if you didn't know at the beginning, this matter still exists. Even if you know now, you can't explore it further, so it won't interfere too much with you. The Deyuan realm still exists. Whether you know it or not won't affect this, and it won't affect your lives. Sister Shui told me to tell you this because it's convenient for you to know the cause and effect. Now that you're done with your work, you can relax. All that's left is to clean up the mess." Shire shrugged nonchalantly, indicating that she didn't care too much about this matter. "The collapse of this world seems to have stopped?" "Yes. Later, the soul furnaces will be cut off from it and sent to the professionals. Sister Shui doesn't plan to take over. Right now, it's just stabilizing it." Yun Nuoshing nodded and pointed into the distance. Although she couldn't see the white mist, she knew that it was there. "You can go back the way you came after crossing the white mist." You're asking us to leave so soon?" Shire smacked her lip. "It can't be helped. The 8-Yuan realm isn't suitable for you. It's better for you to go back. You can be a god there and manage your world peacefully. You don't have to worry about these extra things. I also want to live an ordinary life. Unfortunately." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Shire rolled her eyes and said, "Yes, yes, master of the 8-Yuan realm. Let's just treat this as a strange dream. When we woke up, the world projection was over. Nothing happened. I didn't hear anything about the Deyuan realm either." "Are you angry?" Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at her. "Who knows?" Shire turned around and patted him on the shoulder. Then, she stood up and told Ha Ling and the others to prepare to leave. Finally, she turned to Yun Nuoshing and smiled faintly. "Will we meet again in the future?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled faintly. "I will try to go to that world. I also want to see what the real 3-Yuan realm looks like. However, it might take a long time. It might take thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. By then, you will have all forgotten about these things. The gods have very good memories, especially when it comes to things worth mentioning in their long lives. They won't forget it so easily." Shire smiled and shook her head. She said, "Come and chat with me when you have time. I'll take you to our world. Although it's not as crazy as your world, it's still a very beautiful world. You'll definitely like it." After saying that, Shire led Ha Ling and the others to the edge of the world at full speed. The others were a little confused, but they didn't ask anything. They said goodbye to Yun Nuoxing and hurriedly followed. After watching them disappear from sight, Yun Nuoxing stood up and sighed with a smile. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Chapter 8:23. After busying himself with the matters regarding the awakened ones, Ming Ming naturally went to sit beside Yun Nuoxing. He looked in the direction that Shire and the others had left in and said softly, "Brother, are you going to chase them away just like that?" When Ning Qianxue had told her about their identities and origins, she had been listening from the side. Now, she was more indifferent and only showed a little curiosity. She didn't even say anything at that time. She only spoke after they had left. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and reached out to pull the girl's wings into his arms. He stroked them and said softly, "This is still the territory of the Eight Elements realm. Even if it's a subworld similar to the Third Elements realm created by twisting the rules, it's still the Eight Elements realm on a deeper level." Shire and the others crossed over through irregular means, so the transrealm aura on them can't be removed. If they stay in the Eight Elements realm for a long time, they will be rejected by the rules of heaven and earth here, Sister Shui told me. Ming blinked and nodded calmly. Mei Mao carefully looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was stroking her wings. She was a little embarrassed and her face was a little red. Her pure white wings couldn't help but tremble slightly. "What's wrong?" Yun Nuoxing looked at the girl and laughed. Ming was embarrassed and lowered her head as she mumbled. He was even more curious. After a long time, he heard her say with an abnormal expression, "Wings, itchy, a little sensitive." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He quickly let go of her wings, as if he had been electrocuted. He jumped up and looked at her with a dry smile. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, I didn't do it on purpose. Speaking of which, why didn't I feel that special feeling?" Ming Ming's pretty face turned slightly red. She shook her head and spread her wings, pulling Yun Nuoxing closer. "If it's Big Brother, don't say the rest. I admit defeat. Please don't say it." Yun Nuoxing quickly put his hands together and looked at Ming with a bitter expression. He could guess what she was going to say even if she didn't say the rest. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You're a beast. You've finally become a beast." A teasing voice came from behind him, causing Yun Nuoxing to tremble all over. A cold current ran along his spine to the top of his head, causing him to shudder. He turned his head stiffly, and as expected, he saw a man's black robe floating in front of him. His line of sight moved up, and as expected, he saw a cunning and alluring face. The eyebrows that were like distant mountains were raised high, and the obsidian-like beautiful eyes were looking at the two people who were close together ambiguously. The helpless little sister had to endure the humiliation and harassment of her beastly brother's special hobby. "Go to hell." Yun Nuoxing immediately went berserk. Before this guy could finish his words, he quickly jumped up and fought with him. They were in public. How could this girl not know how to control her mouth? Just as the two of them were about to tear each other apart, Ziyi hurriedly jumped out to separate the two of them. He hurriedly pulled Yun Nuoxing, who was bristling with anger, and pointed at Ning Qianxue. He coughed lightly. "So, what did you two do while we were asleep?" Yun Nuoxing glared at her fiercely. He saw Xian and the others also come up with a curious look. Chu Yingzhan had already slipped into the crowd with a smile. He threw a look that said, "Chase me if you're not convinced." Yun Nuoxing was so dispirited that even his long hair became a little dim. Yun Nuoxing sorted out his messy thoughts and sighed. He told them what had just happened. Ming also came over when he was talking. They had just come back to help a group of awakened ones gather. They didn't know what had happened inside. "Eye of the ocean?" Chu Yingzhan sneaked back after circling around. When she heard Yun Nuoxing say this, she immediately jumped up. Her arms were full of strength, and she broke apart Xian and the others who were gathered together. Then, she slapped Yun Nuoxing's shoulder hard with her two slender hands. Her whole face was pressed against Yun Nuoxing's eyes. She almost shouted in an impatient tone, "Sell it to me? Sell it to me? Sell it to me, okay? I'm willing to pay any price. What do you want? Is it worth it to sell me to you? It's not worth it. I have a younger sister and a younger brother. How about I sell my father to you as a fighter?" Everyone stared at her, dumbfounded. She had sold off her entire family in one breath, and even subtly, she had included herself as well. Yun Nuoxing looked at her calmly. Although he didn't know what kind of shocking thing this young girl who was out of control thought of, but at this moment, pushing her away with a slap was definitely the right thing to do. In fact, he did the same thing. It was as if he had seen a wild beast. Reflexively, he slapped the beautiful face that came over and sent it flying. Seeing the girl in black fly away at a speed that broke the sound barrier, everyone calmly looked at her. Then, they looked at Yun Nuoxing. The latter shrugged helplessly and said, conditioned reflex. Sorry. Oh, by the way, the eye of the ocean is not for sale. It's already in my eyes. Chu Yingzhan, who had just stood up from the ground, heard this. Her face suddenly turned green, then red, and then white, as if she had eaten poison. In the end, her whole person became a black and white painting. She stopped at the corner of the wall and mumbled to herself, "Ah, you're all awake?" Yun Nuoxing leisurely finished telling the whole story. He didn't forget about Shire and the others. Just as he was drinking a mouthful of water to moisten his throat, Ning Qianxue slowly walked over with her hands behind her back. Among the group of people behind her, Yuan Lan, the young man with the crew cut, and the others looked at her nervously. The others also had complicated looks in their eyes, but they were much calmer than before. "Sister Shui, it's done?" Yun Nuoxing looked at Yuan Lan and the others and asked. Ning Qianxue nodded and laughed. She took out the heart of the world and said, "The matter of the soul furnace is clear. There is only one original body. Whether it is for Ming and the others or the trillions of souls, they are all reflections of the original body." At that time, he didn't have any more power to maintain the operation of the soul furnace, so he could only split it into hundreds of parts to use. Powerful souls can use the soul furnace that is close to the original body. Correspondingly, they also bear the high-level capacity to maintain the existence of this world. This is why he wanted to create the Hall of Souls that goes up level by level. This is not out of kindness. Everything is just to maintain the existence of this world, Ning Qianxue explained calmly. After living here for so long, they have completely become a part of this world. They have almost become one with this world, so the restrictions on the souls are completely released. The soul furnace will also disappear. The sleepers will use all of their souls to maintain this world, and their original consciousness will also be lost. If there are no accidents, they should continue to be lost until this world collapses. Little Star and the others' arrival broke the peace of this world, and at the same time, accelerated the speed of its collapse. Although it doesn't seem that serious on the surface, in reality, this world is already full of holes. Its scale has collapsed by about half within a day. Then, as you can imagine, after this world shrinks, it doesn't need so many souls anymore. The sleepers were kicked out by the soul furnace. In other words, they awakened. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head, and then let out a long Then, she said calmly, "Now? The heart of the world is already under my control. The collapse of this world has stopped, and that space will also slowly close. No one will enter. Later, I will cut off the connection between the heart of the world and the soul furnace, and the latter will directly stop operating. Without any more instructions, the gathered souls will also return to their original owners' bodies. Everything that happened here will not be forgotten. Those that should grow will grow, those that should rebel will rebel, those that should change will change, and those that should become stronger will become stronger. The awakened will also return," Ning Qianxue said with a sigh. Those children are very nervous now. Ning Qianxue laughed bitterly. Even if I told them my identity and various other facts, they still couldn't completely relax. After being trapped in prison for decades, centuries, they were suddenly told that the prison would open the next day, and a new life would be open to them. To us, this is a fact, but to them, this is already a worrisome and maddening hope. What is buried under the full load of hope is uncontrollable despair. They are afraid that after their hope is shattered, there will be even greater despair. Yun Nuoxing looked at them. Most of them had doubtful expressions on their faces. They had lived here for so long, and to them, this was a reality. It had really happened. They all came from the realm of the gods, but their memories of the realm of the gods only lasted for a few years, at most 12 years. This world had no nightmares, but the existence of this world itself was a nightmare to them. They had been imprisoned for decades, or even centuries. It was because of this that they didn't dare to believe in this inconceivable dawn. Yun Nuoxing shrugged, looked at Ning Qianxue and asked, "Anyway, everything will be over soon. Sister Xue, when do you plan to make your move?" "Immediately. Little star, don't you plan to walk around in this world?" Ning Qianxue smiled and rubbed his face. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while. He thought about what crazy things the adults in his family would probably do after he went missing, and he suddenly shivered. He hurriedly laughed and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it, it's more important to go back first. If Sister Jean and the others are so anxious that they turn the East Sea upside down, it won't be fun." Ning Qianxue smiled and nodded. She held the heart of the world with both hands and closed her eyes. Under the control of her power, the heart of the world emitted a slight buzzing sound. Then, with this huge city as the center, a huge spherical energy shield opened up in an instant, covering the entire world. It went straight to the edge of the white fog area. In the sky, blue-purple light gradually spread out. It was as mysterious as the place Yun Nuoxing and the others saw in the inner space. In the sky, irregular crystals were rotating, covering the entire sky. Strangely, none of the residents of the source life below noticed this strange scene in the sky. It was as if nothing had happened to them. "Close." Ning Qianxue softly spat out 2 words. Suddenly, the large row of irregular crystals in the sky trembled. The crystals began to dissipate from the edges, quickly spreading towards the center. Ming, Yuanlan, and the others were suddenly stunned. Then, head-sized balls of light rose from their bodies. There were a total of 26 balls of light, not one less. At the same time, a row of about 50 balls of light also rose from the bodies of the awakened. These balls of light were several times brighter than the ones that appeared on the bodies of the former and the others. They were the soul furnaces. Now, as the connection between the soul furnaces and the heart of the world began to weaken, these reflections were all removed from everyone's bodies. The appearance of the soul furnaces made Yuanlan and the others slightly excited. They subconsciously looked towards Yun Nuoxing. Seeing him smile and wave his hand to indicate that it was nothing, they also told their companions to calm down. The large group of balls of light floated in the air. After floating for a while, they trembled slightly. The shape of the balls of light was pulled into an oval shape. They rushed into the sky and disappeared with a whoosh. Then, Ming, Yuanlan, and the others' bodies began to emit a faint light. Their bodies began to become transparent, as if they were about to turn into dots of light and disappear into the air. Following the disappearance of the soul furnace, Yuanlan and the others inexplicably felt like they were waking up. It was just like someone waking you up in the morning. They could feel their consciousness slowly returning and waking up. This special feeling made them extremely excited, and all the worry on their faces was swept away. Then, they realized something else that made them realize that they were about to leave, right? "Hey, where do you live?" "I live in the Heaven's Fate City in the Ganyuan region. We're basically all from the sea god's domain." Everyone was speechless. This was too much. Seeing that everyone was suddenly saying goodbye, Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. He waved at Yuanlan and the others from afar. Then, he felt a soft body jump into his arms. He was stunned for a moment. When he lowered his head, he saw Ming hugging him tightly and burying her face in his chest. Little Purple Soul, who was sitting on his shoulder, saw that her body was starting to fade. She cried out in surprise. She hugged Yun Nuoxing's head with one hand and shook it with the other. She giggled and said, "We're going home. We're going home. Big brother, you're going to see us when you open your eyes." "That's a little difficult." Yun Nuoxing rubbed Little Purple Soul's head and patted her back. He chuckled and said, "Good girl, we'll be back soon. It won't take long." Ming nodded and rubbed her head against his chest. Her silver-white hair swayed in the wind. She raised her head and looked at him with her golden eyes. Yun Nuoxing wanted to smile more gently, but Little Purple Soul pinched his cheeks with both hands. His expression was extremely funny. Little White, who was sitting on his head, saw this and moved away in fear. He stared at Little Purple Soul cautiously and his silver-blue tail became thicker. Whoosh! When everyone's bodies disappeared completely, Yun Nuoxing's arms and shoulders were empty. The group of people behind him also disappeared and turned into streams of light that shot into the sky. In the Hall of Souls, the clusters of souls that had gathered together began to swell like dying stars. A terrifying amount of souls erupted from the center and turned into a transparent river that flowed out of the Hall of Souls. The river of energy that had been gathering towards the eye of the storm suddenly collapsed and turned into the purest form of energy, dissipating on the spot. The eye of the storm was filled with a terrifying amount of energy. It would probably take many years for the energy balance to return to normal. The huge energy vortex that had been gathering from afar suddenly collapsed in the sky and turned into a waterfall of energy that poured into the sea. The group of people under the vortex suddenly felt that something was wrong. They raised their heads and looked at the sea of energy that was falling from the sky. They didn't even have time to react before their faces were covered in energy. At end? Yen asterisk and percent asterisk. Suddenly, they were showered with energy from head to toe. The energy waterfall exploded in midair and a figure came out from it. The golden figure cursed as she grabbed the transparent feather dress on her body. She raised her head and looked at the bright sky. She frowned and said, "Motherf asterisk cur, why did the vortex collapse just like that? The vision in the sky has also disappeared." Palace Master Jean, who was glowing with golden light, stopped in midair and looked at the rapidly disappearing bluish-purple color in the sky. Then, he thought of the whirlpool, and finally looked down at the calm dark sea below. He chuckled and said, "Little Xingxing is quite capable. We were too worried." Princess Jean patted her sleeves. Hearing this, she pouted her red lips and snorted, but didn't say anything. Chapter 824. After sending away this group of awakened or lost souls, a large cluster of even brighter light disappeared from the city behind him. Those who had been hiding in the city without awakening were also forcefully expelled from this world. Silently, the residents of the source didn't realize what had happened. The 100 or so people who had disappeared were automatically restored by the laws of this world. Perhaps they had never existed in the first place, and had never caused any impact. Walking back along the path they had come from, the Hall of Souls was empty. The hundreds of millions of souls had now safely returned to the place where they should have been. It was quiet as if nothing had happened. Those souls, what will happen to them? Xian asked with some concern. They had been imprisoned here for who knew how many years. Now that they had returned, could they really be safe? Nothing will happen to them. At most, they will think of it as a nightmare. Hundreds of millions of families will be glad that their children have woken up. They will cry tears of joy or something. Perhaps nothing will happen. Trillions of people have woken up at the same time. No matter how sensational it is, no one will be able to connect it to this place. Yun Nuoxing sighed. Life has to go on. This is just a small interlude. To them, to everyone, to this world, it is just an insignificant interlude. The dim hall at the beginning had disappeared, and the bones of the gods had disappeared with it. Coming out of the Hall of Souls, they were directly sent to the outside of the Ice Palace ruins. The flowing river of energy had ended its mission of countless years. Everything stopped and was silent. Boom! After exiting the barrier, Ning Qianxue turned around. She extended her hand towards the barrier and gently clenched it. The barrier that enveloped the Ice Palace ruins suddenly trembled and rapidly collapsed inwards. In a short span of a few breaths, it collapsed until it was only the size of a peanut. Then, it exploded with a weak spark and completely disappeared. The heart of the world is with me. There is no need for this ice palace to exist. Ning Qianxue sighed. Let it sleep here forever. After saying this, Ning Qianxue carried everyone and soared into the sky. That violent speed and power formed a huge vacuum under the sea. Yun Nuoxing even heard the sound of the air whistling past, and suspected that it was an auditory hallucination. Moreover, the former's explosive speed was many times faster than him, using the light element with all his strength. He also did not feel the discomfort of that violent speed on his body. Sister Shui, let's go somewhere. It only took 10 seconds to go from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea. The two places that suddenly accelerated and suddenly stopped were naturally crossed. No one felt any discomfort. Ning Qianxue originally wanted to carry Yun Nuoxing and the others and directly teleport them to the 9 divine temples. However, Yun Nuoxing's words stunned her. She looked at the place he was pointing at and nodded without hesitation. She did not ask why and just took everyone there in a flash. In the space, they were tens of thousands of miles away. In just a few breaths, Yun Nuoxing and the others were brought to the island reef. Coincidentally, when the tide was low, they could still vaguely see the huge rock that they saw when they got off the ship. Originally, it was very difficult to find such an inconspicuous island reef on the surface of the sea. Perhaps it was because of the eye of the ocean, they did not feel any other changes. The clearest manifestation was that their vision had become unprecedentedly good. With the help of the evil spirit eye, they could probably see the subtle movements of an ant thousands of miles away. Using the brilliant colors of several elements, they left a line of extremely eye-catching words on the huge rock. Yun Nuoxing laughed. When he came, he had told Du Yu that the latter would come again in 10 days. If he left, he would leave a line of words. After hearing this, Ning Qianxue blinked and said, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Find some time to go to Nirvana City. I have to tell that guy not to worry about the eye of the storm anymore." A gust of wind came from afar, causing everyone to be stunned. They did not expect that guests would come just as the eye of the storm calmed down. They all looked towards the horizon, and a row of tiny dots quickly magnified in their eyes. Seeing the familiar figures, Yun Nuoxing and the others were stunned. It seemed that they had lost contact with them for too long, causing them to be very anxious. Otherwise, they would not have mobilized such a large group of people. "Sister Jean, over here!" Yun Nuoxing raised his hand and shouted. His shout quickly attracted the attention of Princess Jean and the others. Immediately, the row of figures flew much faster. In a few flashes, they appeared not far in front of them. They were so close that they could clearly see the sign language. At the same time, there was a surge of murderous aura. The moment Yun Nuoxing sensed the murderous aura, his expression changed. When he saw Princess Jin's twisted face, which was obviously filled with anger and resentment, he immediately exclaimed and quickly hid behind Ning Qianxue. It seemed that he also knew that they had lost contact with him for too long. Not only was she angry, but her murderous aura was also somewhat distorted. "Brat, if you have the ability to go missing, then go ahead. Don't hide." Princess Jean rushed in front of Ning Qianxue. Her golden eyes stared fiercely at the head with long colorful hair behind Ning Qianxue. With a roar, the head trembled and quickly shrank back. "That!" Yun Nuoshing carefully poked his head out from behind Ning Qianxue. A pair of seductive colorful Mei Mao looked at Princess Jean obediently. He smiled and said, I was wrong. Sister Jean, don't be angry. I won't be pretty when I'm angry. I percent yen. Percent asterisk. Do you know that you percent yen? At percent asterisk, Empress Jin's abnormally strong oppression made Yun Nuoshing lose his sense of security. He exclaimed and quickly escaped from behind Ning Qianxue. Ning Qianxue also chased after him fiercely. The words that were blocked when they opened their mouths made the listeners feel ashamed. That girl is going through menopause. Palace Master Jean spread his hands helplessly. Princess Jean was a little angry recently. He couldn't control her. He looked at Ning Qianxue, who was smiling and watching Princess Jean and Yun Nuoshing chasing each other in the sky. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. Fairy Ning, long time no see. Ning Qianxue coughed dryly and stopped smiling. She tilted her head and looked at Palace Master Jean. She blinked and looked confused. She flipped through the memories that she had classified into unimportant and unimportant. After a while, she showed a look of realization. She smiled faintly and said, You are the little brat from Golden Temple back then. TSK, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, you have actually reached this step. Palace Master Jean suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and scratched his long hair. Palace Master Shui, Palace Master Hua, and the others gathered together and whispered to each other. Obviously, when they heard Palace Master Jean being called a little brat, they laughed. But it was no wonder. Ning Qianxue had lived for more than 3 eras. Their group had only lived for more than 2 eras. According to the time of that year, they were indeed little brats. Little Star is indebted to you all for taking care of her. Thank you. Ning Qianxue stroked her long blue hair and smiled faintly. Before Palace Master Jean and the others said anything, she said, Cough, I more or less know about the 9 divine temples, so you don't have to say anything else. If I want to say thank you, I will accept it honestly. Little Star is in the line of Palace Master to you all. To me, she is just my lover. There is nothing to be confused about. Hearing this, Palace Master Jean rubbed his hands and nodded awkwardly. Speaking of which, where are the 9 old guys? Don't tell me they passed away? Ning Qianxue said casually. Are you talking about the previous Palace Master and the others? Those 9 old guys? I don't know. Maybe they are dead. Palace Master Jean shrugged. Palace Master Hua's face darkened. He stepped forward and knocked Palace Master Jin's head hard. If they hear you, they will make you kneel at the entrance of the main hall. The 9 palace masters of the previous 9 divine temples are not in the divine realm now. Who knows where they have gone? They left behind the 9 divine temples, which had a lot of business, and went to the starry sky together. Anyway, they are gods. They will not die even if we die. Palace Master Hua sighed. What are you talking about? On the side, Princess Jean finally came back with Yun Nuoshing. She heard them talking about something, so she went up and asked casually. Yun Nuoshing took this opportunity, and quickly ran behind Ning Qianxue. He tidied up his messy clothes and let out a long sigh of relief. After chatting for a while, Hall Master Shui opened the passage to the 9 shrines. Everyone knew that this was not a good place to chat, so they left first. Yun Nuoshing took one last look at the eye of the storm behind him, touched his eyes, and let out a sigh of relief with a faint smile. Then, he followed the others into the passage. Yao Hua and the others have already entered the secret land. There are a total of 21 people in the group. You are a few days late. Princess Jean clamped Yun Nuoshing under her armpit and scratched his long colorful hair hard, making the latter suffer. Okay, I miscalculated. I admit defeat. What should I do? I haven't graduated from Yuanguang yet. That trial. Sigh. Yun Nuoshing sighed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been holding this breath since he got off the ship. After he let it out, he suddenly felt a lot more dispirited. What secret land? Ning Qianxue pulled his sleeve and asked softly. The Jiesu secret land. It's a trip to the secret land held by all the god-level academies in the divine realm every few years. My first trial was to graduate from Yuanguang Academy, so I negotiated with the dean there. If I could bring Yuanguang Academy to a good result on the trip to the secret land, well, I could graduate and my first trial would be over. Now sigh. Yun Nuoxing talked endlessly and then sighed again. Princess Jean on the side added some things from time to time. She told him all the details about the Jiesu secret land. I know a little about the trip to the secret land. It's not only for people from the academy. Many of our Shuexian sect's outstanding children are also participating. The god-level academies are only responsible for gathering and opening the door. Ning Qianxue thought for a while, then smiled and rubbed Yun Nuoxing's face. She said, "That's easy. I can open a crack for you to get in." Well, it's just that there's a disadvantage in terms of time. After all, it's been a few days. The trip to the secret land lasts for a long time. The beginning is especially important. Speaking of this, Ning Qianxue looked at him with a smile. Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly and said, "It's a disadvantage. It can be turned around. If we can't get in, there's nothing to talk about." Hearing this, Ning Qianxue nodded. She pointed at his chest and said, "The mark of the Ice Snow Divine Scepter is the token of the Shuexian sect. Holding the scepter is equivalent to a summoning order. If you meet them, those children should be of some help to you. Well, it's even better that you're willing to help. We've been looking for a loophole for the past 2 days. We've found the target location, but the barrier there is too hard. To tear it open, we must use the eternal divine weapon of the 9 divine temples. Too much interference will make the world unstable, so we haven't made up our minds yet." Palace Master Jean nodded. "Leave it to me." Ning Qianxue hugged Yun Nuoxing and smiled. "This is considered going in through the back door. Going in through the back door, right?" Yun Nuoxing looked silently at this group of people who decided what to do next in a few words. He sighed. Palace Master Jean and the others nodded confidently, leaving him completely at a loss. The group ran back to the 9 divine temples. Yun Nuoxing rushed to the top of the Fire God Temple as if his life depended on it. Xian and the others also quickly followed. They were still a little worried because they hadn't seen the 2 little girls with their own eyes. Palace Master Jean and the others saw the group of people in a hurry and couldn't say anything. Palace Master Hua slapped his forehead and said, "Speaking of which, what are we going to do in the East Sea?" Palace Master Jean thought for a moment and said, "We've done a round of soy sauce, but it's not full yet." Everyone smiled bitterly. At the top of the Fire God Temple, Palace Master Hua removed the restriction after returning. Yun Nuoxing and the others were unimpeded and soon arrived at the top. Before they could stand firm, they heard a cheerful cheer. A petite figure rushed out from it and stuck tightly to Yun Nuoxing's head. Her slender hands hooked around his neck and turned around. She sat down on his shoulder leisurely and giggled. Brother, we're late. We woke up 10 minutes ago." Yun Nuoxing smiled and rubbed the girl's head. He turned his head and saw Ming walking over with her bare feet an inch above the ground. Her long silver-white hair was like a waterfall hanging behind her, almost dragging on the ground. Golden Mei Mao stared at him closely and didn't say anything. She wrapped her hands around his waist and bumped her head against his chest without saying a word. "The changes in the soul form have been fixed. Even the physical body has changed. Well, there shouldn't be a problem, right?" Ziye's voice quietly sounded in his mind. Yun Nuoxing nodded and reached out to pat Ming's head. The latter lifted Mei Mao and looked at him, suddenly revealing a very strange smile. Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned. Before he could react to the meaning behind the strange smile, Ming's body suddenly turned into a blurry golden light. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, she entered between Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows. The latter was also stunned. When he came to his senses, he felt that there was an additional holy figure in his soul. He immediately smiled bitterly and said, "That girl has entered my soul." In the spiritual world, Ziyi looked at the little angel who descended from the sky and exchanged glances with Lan Xian, and the others. Then, he smiled and clapped his hands, saying, "Welcome, new guest. This place is empty. You can choose whatever you want." Two blue veins popped out on Yun Nuoxing's forehead. He took a deep breath and said, "Don't rent out my soul." Chapter 8:25. After resting for a night, they adjusted themselves to their best condition. Yun Nuoxing and the others stood on the top of the Golden Temple and looked at the training field below from the edge. Yun Nuoxing noticed that there seemed to be fewer disciples in the temple. It's not just Yao Hua and the others. Some of the little guys also went with them, saying that they want to train with the Son of God and the others. "Oh right, the Son of God is with them. You're the young temple master, not the Son of God," Temple Master Jin said with a smile. Yun Nuoxing staggered. If no one was holding him, he would have fallen from the roof of the temple. After stretching, Yun Nuoxing turned around and opened his arms slightly. "Then, it's time to confirm the number of people. The trip to the secret realm is open. There are no restrictions on long-range or close-range combat. Anyone wants to join?" As soon as he said this, Xian, Feng and Little Bing all stepped forward. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. These girls had become soul-bound items. They would basically follow him wherever he went. There was no reason not to bring them along. "Well, I'll pass this time. I can't get involved with Brother Nua's matters." Yi Shi sat on the edge of the temple, swinging her little feet. She looked up and smiled helplessly at him. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. He wanted to say, "You can cultivate in the temple." However, this girl jumped up and did a backflip. Her body turned into a soul and directly entered his soul. Then, a playful voice came from his head. "But I can hide in the soul to protect Brother Nua. Hey, we're missing one. Come and play cards." Zai's laughter made Yun Nuoxing so anxious that he almost jumped off the roof of the temple. "I'll go." As soon as Zai finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing's forehead lit up. A faint voice accompanied by a hymn descended from the sky. Pure white feathers fluttered in the air. Ming's holy figure jumped out from between his eyebrows and landed steadily in front of him. She smiled faintly at him. "Girl, we're not going to have fun this time. We have a mission." Yun Nuoxing sighed and stroked the girl's silver-white hair. Ming pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes at Mei Mao. She slowly spread her wings and a dazzling golden aura surrounded her body, causing the sunlight to ripple slightly. She was incomparably divine, as if she contained an endless amount of light energy. This level of brilliance did not surprise Yun Nuoxing. What surprised him was the girl's aura. "Ming, this aura. Supreme God? Oh my God, why are all of them cultivating as if they're flying a plane? Why am I so miserable? I'm really. Yun Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry as he pulled his long hair. The girls around him were all valiant. Little Ming slept for 9 years and directly went from immortal rank to beginner god rank. Moreover, she was a supreme god. Palace Master Jin looked at Ming in surprise. After a while, he turned his gaze to Yun Nuoxing and said, "This child is a little special. I've only felt such divine energy from the ancient angels. They're now extinct. If I'm not mistaken, they're extinct. Could it be that you found the holy item of the angels somewhere?" Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He told Palace Master Jin about Ming's 9 years of deep sleep. After listening, Palace Master Jin pondered for a while and said uncertainly, "Maybe it's the soul of a trapped angel?" Palace Master Shui touched Ming's forehead with her hand. After sensing for a while, she shook her head. "I can't tell. It's completely fused. There's not even a trace of the soul left. No matter what, this power already belongs to little Ming. It's as easy as swinging an arm. There won't be any backlash." After saying that, Palace Master Shui looked at Yun Nuoxing gently and smiled. Little star, after we go in, help me take care of Ling Er. Yun Nuoxing scratched his long hair and nodded with a smile. Count me in as well. Just when Yun Nuoxing thought that the candidates had all been decided, Chu Yingzhan suddenly jumped out. She also adhered to her characteristic of being swift and decisive. With a kick, she sent the former flying more than 10 meters away. Her words carried an unquestionable tone as she added herself into the team. Yun Nuoxing crawled up from 10 meters away. He rubbed his waist that was in pain from the kick. This girl actually did not show any mercy at all. Okay, I'll count you in. In any case, if you come, no one will vote against you. Little Purple, what's your plan? Yun Nuoxing looked at the girl curiously as he carried her down from his shoulder. When he flew out just now, this girl actually stayed on his shoulder and didn't fall. Little Purple Soul looked up and said, for a long time. Then, she poked Yun Nuoxing's lips with her little finger. After a while, she chuckled and poked between his eyebrows with her finger. Then, she went in. Yun Nuoxing was dumbfounded. She went in. She went into his soul again. Brother, I'll stay here for the time being. Little Purple Soul is very obedient. I won't give brother any trouble. The little girl's giggles and Zai's loud voice when he was playing cards from the other world sounded in his mind. Yun Nuoxing covered his face speechlessly. Is my soul comfortable? Xian and the other 3 girls nodded silently and said in unison, it's very warm. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. When it comes to souls, they can only enter your spiritual world easily when you're not on guard against them. Palace Master Jean looked at Yun Nuoxing and then at Xian and the other girls and smiled. What he meant was that this kid had never been on guard against them. They could enter and leave his spiritual world like it was a game. Stop it! Yun Nuoxing was so embarrassed that his face turned red. Tisk, tsk. Chu Yingzhan looked at Yun Nuoxing with disdain. The look of disdain on her face made Yun Nuoxing's hair flutter in the air. Everyone thought that if Chu Yingzhan said something else, Yun Nuoxing would eat her alive. Quiet down. I'm going to open the door. The crack can only last for 1 minute. The distance is too far. 1 minute is the limit. The rest depends on your luck. Ning Qianxue coughed dryly and quickly stopped the topic that was about to go out of control. Be careful on this trip. There is very little information about the Jiesu mysterious realm. We don't know what happened in there. Those who die in there will really die. Survival is the most important thing. Palace Master Jean patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder, looked at the group of people, and sighed. Speaking of which, you didn't seem to have stayed in the 9 Gods' Palace for more than a few days. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. Well, I can't control this, can I? Ha, bang. A loud sound came from behind them. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the space. It stretched out for dozens of meters and was about 3 meters wide. The chaotic power of space formed a huge wind that blew everyone's clothes. Yun Nuoxing turned around. It was a red crack. The red color collapsed toward the middle and turned black. It was like a mouth that could swallow people. It's done. After tearing open the crack, Ning Qianxue clapped her hands. Then, she walked toward Yun Nuoxing. Under everyone's gaze, she gave him a tight hug. Then, her red lips touched his face lightly like a dragonfly skimming the water. She whispered, "Be careful." After saying that, she let go of the hug and turned to look at Xian. Xian was slightly stunned. Then, she clenched her hands and nodded. "Do you still have Yuan Guang's token?" The holder of the Academy token represents the Academy. It was rare for Hallmaster Guang to open his mouth. Yun Nuoxing smiled and patted the pendant on his chest. He nodded and said, "Yes, I do." Taking a deep breath, he forcefully patted his cheeks and looked towards Ziyan and the others. In the end, he somewhat speechlessly looked at Chu Yingzhan. With a sigh, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." As his voice rang out, Yun Nuoxing's figure flew towards the red spatial crack. Behind him, Ziyan, Feng Bing Ming Ming and Chu Yingzhan all deeply breathed in and chased after him as they jumped into the crack. The red crack rippled and swallowed the 6 of them. Then, Ning Qianxue's hand seals condensed. The huge crack spun a few times like a twisted whirlpool and then disappeared completely. Sigh, 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 I'm so tired. Opening a crack so far away will destroy the stability of that world. It's so troublesome. Why don't we just blow it up and wait for it to heal naturally? Ning Qianxue stretched and said something that made everyone laugh bitterly. Let's find a secret room and see if we can bypass the rules and use the holy staff to contact Little Star. Ning Qianxue said to herself. Then, she disappeared from the top of the temple. Do you mind if I borrow a room? Palace Master Jean and the others laughed bitterly. You're asking if I mind when you're gone? What's the use of minding? There was a violent spatial turbulence in the red crack. Ning Qianxue's power enveloped the 6 people from Yun Nua planet and brought them through the spatial crack. Not long after, they saw a ball of light rapidly approaching in front of them. The 6 people's expressions turned serious. They prepared to resist the impact and then plunged into it. Their vision was covered by the dazzling light and they felt slightly dizzy. However, this feeling disappeared in a flash. The spatial turbulence around them disappeared and the space stabilized. The light in front of them also slowly disappeared. They subconsciously tensed their bodies. When the light in front of them completely disappeared and the light returned to normal, they opened their eyes abruptly. A strange world suddenly appeared in their vision. This was a vast land. At a glance, the land extended to the end of their vision. There were high mountains and steep ridges. Everywhere, there were deep abysses inserted into the ground. The widest of those deep abysses was at least 100 feet wide. The energy that lingered around them told everyone that the great power that caused these scars was some kind of indescribably terrifying battle power that tore the earth apart. The sky was also divided into distinct regions by an unknown power. A large red and black sky was in the sky. In the distance there was a green sky. There was even a purple-black sky that was like the void. The entire world was filled with indescribable energy. Desolation and vitality coexisted. From time to time, a huge crack would open in the space. Chaotic spatial winds would sweep out and sweep away a part of the land, leaving behind large potholes. So desolate. This aura originates from the ancient antiquity. Yun Nuoxing opened his arms and took a deep breath. Shock flashed across his face. He was not unfamiliar with this aura. Zai would occasionally release this desolate aura. It was an aura that originated from the primordial era. Yun Nuoxing's gaze swept from the distance to the ground. After a while, she retracted her gaze. At this moment, they seemed to have been thrown on top of a mountain. The side of the mountain was pierced by a deep abyss that was over 100 feet wide. It swallowed half of the mountain and left a vertical cross-section. They just happened to be standing at the edge, and on this half of the mountain, there was only him and Chu Yingzhan. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Chu Yingzhan was also stunned. The two of them looked at each other for a while. Then, they said in a daze at the same time, "We've been teleported away?" Yun Nuoxing spread his soul power slightly. He touched the imprint that was left in his soul and tried to send a soul message. However, he could not establish a connection even after trying for a long time. The air was filled with an unknown power that prevented him from sending a soul message to Xian. Furthermore, his soul power, it's been suppressed. I've already discovered it. Before he could check, Chu Yingzhan said from the side. She squeezed her lily-white hands and sighed. It's been suppressed to the divine soul realm. In the god realm, soul power was just born. What a bad taste. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He hurriedly checked himself. His expression changed instantly. Chu Yingzhan frowned. What's wrong? Don't tell me that it's the same for you. You have so many divine items on you. You shouldn't be suppressed. Upon hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's body trembled. He shook his head. I'm not suppressed to the divine soul realm. Before Chu Yingzhan could breathe a sigh of relief, Yun Nuoxing said in a gloomy tone, I'm currently in the emptiness realm. When I first started to sense the energy of heaven and earth, Chu Yingzhan could not help but widen her eyes. Mei Mao's obsidian-like eyes stared blankly. Then, as if she understood, she nodded. It should be because of this secret realm. It can't be that we're the only ones being suppressed. That makes sense. Do you want me to tell you a piece of bad news? Yun Nuoxing forced a smile. Chu Yingzhan paused for a moment. Then, she raised her jade-like hand. Go ahead. It won't be bad anyway. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. He clenched his fist tightly. He tried this a few times. Before he could say anything, Chu Yingzhan saw through him. She immediately frowned. You can't use your divine items? Yun Nuoxing's mouth twitched. He nodded helplessly. Everything has been suppressed. Divine weapons, divine items, soul, spirit, elemental energy, astral energy, and even the divine imprint in my body have all been suppressed. Yun Nuoxing paused for a moment. Then, he smiled bitterly. Fortunately, the seal has also been suppressed. The situation hasn't reached the worst yet. It's already very bad. Chu Yingzhan frowned. She scanned the surroundings. Fortunately, this place seemed to be more remote and no one came here. At the godly soul realm, I can barely use my soul power. My elemental energy and divine energy have all been sealed. What the hell is going on? Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and waved his hand. He touched the pendant and thought for a moment. Then, he took out the token of the Yuan Guang Academy. The token was like a shield. At this moment, it was emitting a weak light. He touched it gently. A weak message slowly flowed into his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he slapped the token on his forehead. Instantly, a large amount of information rushed into his mind like a hurricane. When Chu Yingzhan saw this, she was stunned for a moment. Soon after, she understood what he was doing and retreated 2 steps. Her beautiful eyes vigilantly looked around. The weak energy circulating within her body caused her to angrily curse in her heart. This energy was so weak that she wanted to flip the table. After the large amount of information entered his mind, it quickly turned into a long string of words. Yun Nuoxing quickly read through it. After a moment, he finished reading the information in the token. Then, he put the token away and organized his thoughts. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. How is it? Chu Yingzhan turned around and asked when she heard the sigh of relief. The suppression is universal. Once you enter this place, you will be suppressed. At the very least, you will be suppressed to the Pantheon realm. Even worse, you will be suppressed to the divine heart realm and the godly soul realm. For people like me who are suppressed to the emptiness realm. Yes, the rules say that the stronger you are, the stronger the suppression. Anyway, I am suppressed to the emptiness realm. Yun Nuoxing shrugged helplessly. Chu Yingzhan, and then? Nothing else? Yun Nuoxing nodded and said, this kind of suppression can be recovered. It's like breaking a seal. There are countless natural treasures in this secret realm. Those that contain a large amount of energy can help to break the seal and recover one's strength. Even killing demonic and demonic beasts here can help to recover one's strength. As for the rest, this is the only thing worth mentioning. Yun Nuoxing raised his head and pointed at the red sky above them. The sky of this world is divided into more than 10 large areas. They are divided by color. Each area contains natural treasures that contain different elements. Red is the fire element and so on. Other than the areas with 9 different elements and 9 different colors, there are a few special areas. For example, the area in the distance that looks like the void. In each area, the darker the color, the higher the concentration of energy and the more energy the treasures contain. Similarly, it can also be considered a place with higher danger. Yun Nuoxing paused for a moment and looked at the bottom of the pile of information. Gentle reminder, the law of the jungle. The one with the bigger fist speaks. The two of them were stunned. They looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. This reminder was simply too much. Chapter 8:26. Aren't you going to lead that Yuanguang Academy to do something? Did you state the conditions clearly? In the dense forest, Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan were running down the mountain side by side. The latter looked at the red area in the sky and suddenly asked. There are 16 areas, and a holy artifact will appear at random times in each area. 10 hours before the appearance of the holy artifact, all the tokens will clearly inform the academy that has obtained the holy artifact is qualified to proceed with the next step. Of course, forces that are not from the academy that have obtained the holy artifact can also participate as long as there are enough people who are mentally prepared, Yun Nuoxing said in a deep voice. Chu Yingzhan plucked a red flower that was growing strangely by the roadside and threw it into her mouth. She casually chewed a few times and swallowed it into her stomach. The flower immediately turned into a huge red energy that dispersed into her limbs and bones. Wow, it's like fighting a beast. It's a pity that it's not an earth elemental. The fire elemental was wasted. TSK, why did this fairy have to have an earth elemental? Wouldn't it be better if it was a light elemental? Lightning elemental would work too. Earth elemental doesn't suit a young fairy like me. Chu Yingzhan smacked her lips and let out a long sigh. You should tell this to your father. Ask him why he gave birth to an earth elemental for you. Yun Nuoxing's indifferent words instantly silenced Chu Yingzhan. If she really dared to ask, she was afraid that she would be hung up and spanked. Bang! Bang! The explosion of Yuan Qi caused the earth to tremble. The sound that came from afar made Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan's footsteps tremble. Their eyes flickered slightly. Chu Yingzhan cast his gaze in that direction. The super eyes that the eye of the ocean gave him were not suppressed by the power of the rules here, allowing him to see the movements in the distance. Go and deal with them? Chu Yingzhan rolled up her sleeves, looking eager to try, which made Yun Nuoxing a little speechless. Shaking his head, Yun Nuoxing withdrew his gaze and continued to run forward. He also picked up some heavenly treasures with great energy by the roadside and threw them into his new portable space. This space was born in that peaceful world and did not disappear when they left. This space was bound to one's mind. No one could open it except for himself. It would also close completely with the death of its owner, and the things inside would be annihilated in the void. No, there are two groups of people fighting over there. There are 25 of them, and they are all in the Pantheon realm or even quasi-mortal realm. They came in a few days earlier than us. If we attack now, there is an 80% chance that we will lose. Let's find Xian and the others first. Glancing at the two groups of people in the distance, Yun Nuoxing sighed. It was a feeling of powerlessness, and his hands and feet were tied. Damn it, I'm not used to being restrained. Chu Yingzhan spat out Yun Nuoxing's thoughts. Ahem. Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly. Bear with it for a while. At least wait until I can draw out a divine artifact. Then I should be able to sweep the whole battlefield. Your spiritual godly body is too casual. Chu Yingzhan glanced at him. If it was a spiritual godly body of another element, the situation would probably be better than mine. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. Although I have 5 elements, I mainly cultivate the light element. Before I reach the demon realm, this element is not very useful. Moreover, I can't even use it now. Well, I can use a little bit, a very weak little bit. After all, I am only in the virtual realm. It would be great if I could use the element. However, my soul and spirit are suppressed. What can I do? I am desperate. Don't you have that elemental divine art? Chu Yingzhan stared at him. This guy was the young master of the 9 Gods Temple. Could it be that he did not cultivate it? You know, Yuan. Oh, you saw it at that time. Yun Nuoxing was surprised for a moment, then nodded his head, glanced ahead, grabbed her jade arm and turned in another direction, and said, There's someone over there. Indeed, he's cultivating. I'm also confident that I'm stronger than the others in the other 4 elements, but I haven't cultivated any profound arts related to these elements. Amen, as long as you understand what I mean. After being pulled in countless directions, Chu Yingzhan finally settled down. She stroked her long hair and glared at him. If it was not for the fact that the situation was not right, she would have kicked him. Can you do it? By the way, do you know where to find them? Yun Nuoxing nodded. I have a sole contract with Feng Er and Bing Er. They are in 2 different directions. Ming is beside Bing Er. Feng Er and Xian are alone. I don't know where Xian is. Oh no. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing's expression changed. He hurriedly pulled Chu Yingzhan to a stop. His feet left 2 trails on the ground. He only stopped when he slapped a tree at the side. Chu Yingzhan and Mei Mao narrowed their eyes. This time, Yun Nuoxing did not need to see it. She also saw it. In the open space in front of the dense forest, there was a messy battle circle. There were 2 people facing each other. The ground beside them was littered with corpses. The 2 people standing there were 2 men. Their auras were much stronger than Yun Nuoxing and Feng Er's. They were both in the deity heart realm. It was obvious that they were captains. The man on the right was dressed in a snow-white academy uniform. On his arms, an azure dragon roared at the sky. A large deity character was imprinted in the middle of the azure dragon, giving it an intimidating aura. Between the 2 of them, the man in green robes on the left had a weaker aura. Yun Nuoxing and Feng Er's appearance did not escape their senses. However, the 2 of them did not pay too much attention to them. One was in the emptiness realm, while the other was in the divine soul realm. They were not afraid of them. They only glanced at them casually before retracting their gazes. Looking at the 2 people facing each other, Yun Nuoxing saw that they did not pay attention to his and Chu Yingzhan's plan. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to turn around and leave. However, he suddenly froze for a moment. His eyes flickered slightly. Then, he suddenly laughed faintly. He moved his mouth close to Chu Yingzhan's ear and whispered, "If you and I work together and attack with all our strength, what's the success rate of killing that man in white?" Chu Yingzhan's ear was tickled by his breath. She shivered and glared at him. Then, she sized up the man in white with a serious expression. The latter was obviously in his peak condition and looked like he was in the middle stage of the deity heart realm. However, she was only in the divine soul realm. Moreover, Yun Nuoxing could not be considered as combat strength. The combat strength of an emptiness realm expert could be ignored. However, after hearing his muttering, she could not help but nod her head. "What? Why aren't you running away now? Are you trying to put on a show of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind?" When the man in white saw that the 2 of them were not leaving, he could not help but look over. He sneered, and the yuan qi in his body slowly surged. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he scratched his head awkwardly and coughed lightly. Then, he pulled Chu Yingzhan with him and turned around to leave. When the man in white saw that Yun Nuoxing had actually turned around and left, he froze for a moment. However, his expression quickly became even more disdainful. He sneered again and looked at the man in green. In his opinion, there was nothing to be wary of since the 2 of them were so timid and had yet to reach the deity heart realm. The man in green blinked his eyes and looked suspiciously at Yun Nuoxing's back. He vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. Moreover, the energy fluctuations emitted from the latter's body were also somewhat familiar. However, he sighed a moment later. It was useless even if he was familiar with them. Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan were too weak. They had been in here for a few days and had yet to reach the deity heart realm. It was destined that they would not gain much from this secret realm. When Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan turned around, they took a deep breath. Yun Nuoxing grinned and muttered softly. After muttering it 3 times, Chu Yingzhan's eyes suddenly turned sharp and the 2 of them disappeared from their original spot like a beam of light. Bang! The man in white's expression suddenly trembled as a terrifying sense of danger arose spontaneously. Almost at the same instant his expression changed slightly. A violent yuan qi and two fists suddenly appeared close to his face. He did not even have time to react before he received two punches and a kick to his abdomen. His entire body flew out as a mouthful of blood mixed with a few broken teeth drew an arc in the air. The man in green was stunned for a moment before a fierce aura surged in his eyes. At this moment, he did not care why Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan had suddenly attacked. His figure flashed and appeared behind the man in white, ruthlessly landing a palm strike on his back. The latter immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground in a sorry state. The entire process was so fast that it only took half a breath's time. If it was an immortal or demonic realm expert, the latter would still have a moment to react. However, the man in white was also suppressed to the deity heart realm. How could he possibly block the light element's instantaneous attack? Beautiful. Aya, fortunately you were able to react and land a blow. Otherwise, we might not have been able to kill him. Yun Nuoxing walked forward with a faint smile. The long hair on her back slowly turned pale under Chu Yingzhan's astonished gaze. In just a second, only 1/3 of the color remained. This guy, he uses his life force at the drop of a hat. Chu Yingzhan sighed helplessly. It was fortunate that he could think of using his life force as a bridge to use the light element. Even if it was only a little bit, this little bit was enough to become a fatal weapon for people below the mortal realm. The man in green smiled bitterly and waved his hand. He kicked the man in white who had fainted on the ground and cupped his hands towards Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan. Puzzled, he asked, "You are?" Yun Nuoxing smiled and took out the Long Guang Academy's token. The man in green suddenly realized, "Long Guang, we are on the same side. No wonder you would attack. However, this place is very far from the Long Guang Academy's camp. Why are you here? Moreover, your aura. We are late. We just came in." Yun Nuoxing nodded with a smile. Just came in? The man in green was stunned for a moment. The door to the secret realm had been closed for a few days. How could it just? Thinking of this, he sized up Yun Nuoxing's face again. Then, he sucked in a breath of cold air. "You're Yuan Guang's." "Shoo." Yun Nuoxing raised a finger in front of his mouth and shook his head with a faint smile. The man in green shuddered for a moment before nodding in understanding. He crouched down and searched the man in white twice before taking out his ring. Then, he ran to the group of people lying on the ground and took out the storage devices of the students in white. Those bastards from Celestial Godly Academy. They joined forces with many other academies in the secret plane. There was even a group of external forces suppressing the Elemental Academy. There was fighting all over the area. We snuck out and didn't expect to be ambushed. The man in green sighed. He was from Revolving Wood Academy, one of the Elemental Academies. He was only the captain of a small team. After sighing, he threw 4 to 5 storage devices to Yun Nuoxing and laughed lightly. "Although I don't know how you guys came in, but you guys are late by a few days. There are many good things here that should be useful. Without you guys we would probably all die here. Although killing is forbidden in the academy, but this bunch of bastards. Anyway, can you help me transport them back? Our campsite is not far away." Then he pointed in a direction. Yun Nuoxing casually took the storage items and looked in that direction. It didn't take her long to find the camp he was talking about. She smiled and nodded at Chu Yingzhan. "Come and help. Why would a girl like me do something like this?" The 3 took the 9 people and ran away. Chu Yingzhan kept complaining. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her, then looked at the person floating behind her, then looked at the 4 people hanging behind him. He rolled his eyes. The camp of the Revolving Wood Academy was located on a plain. After leaving the dense forest, Yun Nuoxing used his eyes to observe 360 degrees without any blind spot. From time to time, he would stop and turn around. After confirming that it was safe, He would signal to the two people, and then continue to run. This made him feel very sullen, as if he was a thief. However, the rules here did not reason with him, so he could only grit his teeth and endure. Fortunately, they didn't see anyone along the way. The three of them smoothly left the fire elemental sky and entered the wood elemental territory on the side. At the entrance of a plain near a mountain, they found the revolving wood academy's camp that the green-clothed man had mentioned. Although it was called a camp, this camp looked quite simple and crude. It was just a tent. It probably didn't take more than a minute to set it up. It was also very fast to put it away. As if he saw Yun Nuoshing's astonishment, the green-clothed man smiled faintly. It's impossible to stay here forever. We're only temporarily staying here near the wood elemental territory to recover our strength as much as possible. After that, we'll wait for the sacred object to descend. It's actually quite easy to recover strength in the early stages. The top few in our academy have already recovered to the mortal rank in the past few days. What is the sacred object? Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but ask. The green-robed man shook his head and said, "That's only what the rules say. In reality, we don't even know what the so-called sacred artifact is, but it's the pass to the second stage. TSK. There are close to 600,000 academies that have entered the hidden realm, and there are even more from other forces. Didn't you guys see it that day? When we were collectively teleporting, there was a sea of people. I would even believe it if you said that there were 100 million people. Fortunately, this hidden realm is extremely large." The second stage? Yun Nuoshing muttered to herself for a moment. Speaking of which, this secret realm. Why did the Divine Order Academy hold this secret realm in the end? The green-clothed man stared blankly and smiled bitterly. It seemed that this guy didn't know much about this before he was pulled into the stage. He coughed lightly and grinned. The quota to the little divine land. This is the final reward for the trip to the secret realm. As for the reason, I'm not sure either. Even if this quota was given to the Revolving Wood Academy, it wouldn't be mine. I'm also self-aware. The teachers often say that the little divine land isn't a place you can enter just because you want to. Although I don't understand it, looking at the scale of this trip to the secret realm, I can roughly imagine how difficult it is. 100 million people fighting over 100 people's quota. How difficult do you think it is? My goodness, only 1 out of 1,000,000 people is qualified to enter. That place has been praised to the heavens. Yun Nuoshing and Chu Yingzhan looked at each other, then bitterly smiled. Their understanding of this place was still a bit lacking. They had heard the elders of their families talk about the little divine land many times, and from what they heard, it was quite easy to enter. They didn't expect that it would be so difficult here, where 1,000,000 people would fight to the death for a single spot. Half an hour later, Yun Nuoshing's group stopped in front of the Revolving Wood Academy's camp. The green-clothed man wanted to let them in to rest. Forget it, it's not time to rest yet. We have to find someone. Looks like the punishment for coming in through the back door is to scatter us. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and sighed. The green-clothed man smiled wryly and nodded. Then I won't stay any longer. I wish you good luck. Oh right, I almost forgot, the Celestial Academy's people are looking for you, and they're very aggressive. I don't know why, but be careful. Yun Nuoshing froze for a moment and nodded. She smiled faintly and waved her hand casually. Let them search. Anyway, let's find someone and set a small goal. We'll talk after we survive. After saying that, the two rushed out of the plains. The green-clothed man smiled bitterly and shook his head. He carried the 9 people back to the camp. Chapter 8:27. Halfway up the mountain, on a large rock that protruded out of the cliff, Yun Nuoshing gazed into the distance, his eyes circulating with faint ripples. The humidity in the air had slightly increased, and Chu Yingzhan, who was at the side, looked at his eyes with envy, as if she could hear the sound of the ocean waves. Hey, why did the people from Celestial Godly Academy look for you? While Chu Yingzhan was searching for a safe route in the distance on Yunhua planet, Chu Yingzhan took a bite out of a strange fruit and asked in a muffled voice. Yun Nuoxing's eyes blinked, his brows furrowed as he hesitated. The principal of Celestial Godly Academy wanted to poach me, but I rejected him. He probably hates me. Pfft. Chu Yingzhan spat out a mouthful of saliva as she stared at him in shock. Her face twitched slightly. That's it? That's all? Is the principal of Celestial Godly Academy crazy? How did such a narrow-minded person become the dean? Of course, if she knew that not only did the principal fail to poach her, he even lost a high-level 8 weapon, she wouldn't think so. Instead, she would sympathize with that old man. Who knows? Yun Nuoxing shrugged helplessly. After looking at them for a while, he jumped down from the boulder. He paused for a moment before standing up straight. Chu Yingzhan also jumped down from the boulder. She finished the strange fruit in 2 bites and clapped her jade-like hands. You really don't want to eat? This thing can recover its strength very quickly. Casually taking out a mutant fruit from one of the spatial storage devices, Chu Yingzhan wiped her mouth and said, "Just 1 bite and you'll feel comfortable all over. You'll be able to extend your lifespan. You'll be able to climb a mountain in 1 breath, and you won't be panting anymore." Yun Nuoxing stared at her in a daze. He opened his mouth, but only sighed. He casually took out a fiery red flower and stuffed it into his mouth. The flower turned into pure energy and entered his body, fusing with his limbs and bones. However, Yun Nuoxing did not feel as comfortable as Chu Yingzhan had said. He felt the energy disappear from his body and waited for a moment. A black aura appeared on Yun Nuoxing's body like a flame. Along with it were 6 red chains, 1 finger wide. They formed a circle around Yun Nuoxing, spinning like a seal. There were also 3 black runes that formed a seal wrapping around him. Yes, I've seen this seal a few times and I feel that it's very serious. Chu Yingzhan swallowed the mutant fruit in her small mouth. Her lily-white hand patted one of the red chains. The ice-cold chain gave off an extremely hard texture. She used all her strength to break it apart, but aside from stopping it from spinning, it didn't have any other effect. Don't waste your energy. Yun Nuoxing sighed and waved his hand. These 9 seals should be the seals of this subworld's laws. It's basically impossible to break the seals. Even if I explode my chi, explode my seed, and take drugs, I won't be able to break it. In other words, all the power in my body is locked. Chu Yingzhan's jade hand reached into the pocket of Yun Nuo's windbreaker and took out a golden mutant fruit. She glanced at him and unceremoniously bit into it. She lightly smiled and said, "So powerful. I didn't think that there would be a time when the divine body would be restricted by the rules. Can you try to swallow the laws of this world?" Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm a Taotai? Swallow the heavens and devour the earth? If you want to swallow something that doesn't have a physical body, you need to use the origin formation. But the origin formation requires the power of the immortal rank. As for other things that have a physical body, you just need to come into contact with it. Even if it's a god, you can directly swallow it. It just takes a little longer. After all, only my power is sealed, but my constitution is still there. Then isn't there no solution?" Chu Yingzhan's eyes widened. After eating this golden fruit, the origin energy within her body began to violently surge, causing both of them to be stunned. A moment later, the energy within her body began to surge more and more violently. Only after a while did it slowly come to a stop, stopping at the quasi-mortal realm. Oh, I already have the power of the quasi-mortal rank. If I eat a few more, I'll probably reach the mortal rank." Chu Yingzhan happily waved her hand, then patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder casually. She smiled faintly and said, it's okay. I'll protect you. You've always protected us outside. This time, it's my turn to protect you." Yun Nuoxing faintly sighed, looked at her helplessly, and smiled. "Then I'll leave it to you." Chu Yingzhan grinned and pulled Yun Nuoxing down the mountain. This was a world sealed in ice. The cold storm was mixed with pea-sized snowflakes, and when the snowflakes hit his face, he could feel a bit of weight. The glaciers extended from thousands of miles in front of him all the way to the end of his line of sight. Numerous ice valleys stretched across the frozen land, like huge geysers that were spewing out thick ice aura. Even the clouds in the sky were blue like ice. Boom! A huge golden wave of air crashed onto the ice surface like a tsunami. It was as bright as the sun, illuminating the dark sky. On the ice surface, sacred feathers fell with the snowflakes. The snowflakes beside each sacred feather would be erased and slowly fall from the sky along with the sacred feathers. On the surface of the ice, the girl held a golden holy sword that was more than 5 feet long. Golden runes lingered around her jade-like feet. Her golden eyes were dyed with a cold golden flame, reflecting the figure that had fallen to the ground in front of her. The young girl took 2 light steps forward and pointed the sacred sword at the man's throat. Her cold voice softly said, "Tell me everything you know about this world." The man who had fallen to the ground could not stop trembling. His pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle-tip. His fearful eyes inadvertently swept across the group of people lying around him. Some of them had already become ice sculptures, frozen here forever. Those who had fallen to the ground were still burning with golden flames. He didn't expect that before they made their move, they would be in such a situation. The complete victory that they expected didn't appear. Instead, they were strangled by the throat. He didn't have a choice. He could only tell her everything he knew. He was only a small student of the academy. Even if it was those strongest students, they wouldn't be a match for the young girl in front of him right now. After knocking the man unconscious with a single strike, the sacred sword in the young girl's hand turned into golden rays of light and dissipated. The wings dyed with golden flames on her back lightly trembled and returned to pure white. She turned around to look at the young girl behind her and said, "Bing Er, aren't we going to look for elder brother?" Bing Er blinked her beautiful eyes. Her blue-gold eyes looked in a certain direction, as if she had crossed the boundless space to see the silhouette that was rushing over. Her red lips faintly curved into a smile as she lightly shook her head. "Big sister Bing Ming, I can sense Father's direction. They're coming over right now. Father has encountered some trouble. In this world, he can't use those powers that are outside of the norm. Big sister Yingzhan is currently protecting him. With their resourcefulness, there shouldn't be anything they can't solve for the time being." Ming wrinkled her little nose. Although she really wanted to hurry over to Yun Nuoxing's side, she also knew that Bing Er was telling the truth. Looking at the dozen or so people lying in front of her, she lightly snorted. With a wave of her lily-white hand, a spatial storage device soared into the air. The storage device in the ice sculpture also broke through the ice and flew over, gathering in her hand. Then, she cut out half of it and pushed it to Bing Er. Bing Er looked at the storage devices in front of her and faintly smiled. She shook her head and put them back in Ming's hand. "Bing Er only needs the power here. Elder sister Ming, use those mutant fruit. We are all in the myriad god realm right now. We need to recover our strength to the mortal realm as soon as possible." "Oh." Ming nodded and put away the storage devices. She raised her head and looked at the clouds in the sky. Then, she spread her wings and soared into the sky with her. Bing Er needed the power in this world of ice and snow, so she would go find the sunlight in another world. The sky was like rolling thunder. Thunder and lightning tore through the sky, twisting the space. The huge wind pressure brought with it an indescribable pressure, causing people to stop outside the storm. In front of a huge cave, Feng Er pressed down her hair that was messed up by the wind. Her crimson eyes glanced behind her and suddenly smiled. After a moment, she looked at the cave in front of her again. There was no longer any gentleness in her eyes, only a sense of determination and sharpness. Myriad Beast Cave. Her silver teeth bit her red lips. Feng Er took a deep breath and no longer hesitated, stepping into the cave. Boom! Majestic energy rolled out in all directions. Sword light flashed and cut a section of the waterfall. A huge hole was also cut in the mountain wall by this sword. Bits and pieces of dragon roars dissipated in the air. Surround her! Kill her! Together! In the turbulent Yuan Qi field, the smoke billowed and a group of figures jumped out. These 5 figures landed on the ground. The leader spat, the snow-white uniform of the Celestial Godly Academy draped over his back. He raised his head and roared. His body turned into a blurry shadow, and the other 4 swarmed over like a swarm of bees. 5 elements sky formation, 5 elements sky seal, suppress. A tall and slender figure appeared in the dust. Ziyan's beautiful eyes were cold, and her deep purple hair fluttered without wind. Her jade feet were together, and a 5-colored array appeared under her feet. The power of the 5 elements surged and condensed on the Dragon Song sword beside her, turning into a huge sword mark. The tip of the Dragon Song sword pointed directly at the 5 people charging over. With a slight tremble, the sword shadow split into 5, and then turned into 5 long rainbows that shot out. Rumble, the 5 huge divine sword seals roared with energy, and the energy of the 5 elements in the world gathered crazily. The other elements fled the area as if they were fleeing for their lives. Wherever the 5 divine sword seals pointed, the air was split into 2. When the 5 of them saw the divine sword seal sweeping towards them, their expressions abruptly changed. The enormous pressure coming from the divine sword seal made them feel an extremely terrifying pressure. Immediately, they no longer had any scruples. With a roar from their throats, they heavily slammed their palms together. The Yuan Qi and Yuan power within their bodies surged out like a tidal wave. Divine God Technique, 4 Heavens God Seal. Boundless Yuan Qi and Yuan power surged out, condensing into 5 huge palm prints that were 10 feet in size in front of the 5 people. The dazzling white halo shattered, and extremely complex symbols were condensed in the palm prints, carrying a terrifying power of the symbols. The powerful fluctuations caused the elements in this world to become chaotic. Soon after, the 5 people roared in anger and slammed out with their palms. 5 huge palm prints directly cut through the sky, heavily colliding with the divine sword seals that were pressing down. Rumble! The palm print and the sword print violently collided, and the energy they carried poured out in torrents as if their lives depended on it. The violent shock waves overlapped and exploded with a loud bang, causing cracks to appear on the ground. The 2 divine prints also trembled violently after releasing an excessive amount of energy, and slowly dimmed. Xian frowned as she looked at the incoming shock waves. She grabbed the Dragoncry sword and casually slashed it in front of her. The shock waves that shook the space came into contact with the tip of the sword and only caused it to tremble for a moment before quietly dissipating. Xian took a light breath as she looked at the 2 divine seals that were about to dissipate and the 5 people behind her. Her hand that was holding onto the Dragoncry sword trembled slightly, but it quickly stabilized. The Dragoncry sword was also suppressed by the power of laws here, but it could still be used as an extremely powerful weapon. Divine Sword Technique. The longsword in Ziyan's hand emitted a slight humming sound, and the energy of the 5 elements surged into the Dragoncry sword. Ziyan held the longsword tightly with both hands and lightly waved it in a special trajectory in the air. The tip of the sword streaked across the air, and ripples like water appeared in the air. A vast amount of energy continuously condensed, and only when it had condensed to the extreme did she withdraw the sword. Then, she chopped down vertically, and a soft shout suddenly sounded from her throat, "One sword to break the 5 elements." A multicolored sword light that was 100 feet in size surged out from the tip of the sword like a wave. After rushing out for a few meters, it suddenly split into 5 sword lights, each of the 5 colors of the 5 elements. Like waves, the sword light swept out from 100 feet in size, absorbing all the energy in the world. By the time it rushed in front of the divine seal, it was already 100 feet in size. Like a tsunami, it swallowed the two divine seals in all directions and then smashed down towards the 5 people behind him. The moment the divine seals dissipated, the faces of the 5 people paled. When they saw the tsunami-like sword chi, their faces immediately turned pale. They subconsciously retreated in an attempt to dodge, but by the time they reacted, it was already too late. The 5 sword chi whistled past and instantly engulfed the 5 of them. Chi 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 chi. Sword chi cut through their bodies, as if there were thousands of swords rapidly cutting through the sword chi. A huge force, like a meteor crashing into the earth, came from their chests. A mouthful of blood violently spurted out from their mouths, and the yuan chi and yuan power around them suddenly dimmed. Their bodies were sent flying by the huge force, and they rolled on the ground dozens of times before coming to a stop. The white academy uniform on their bodies had already been cut into countless pieces, and their exposed skin had been scraped inch by inch. Not a single inch was intact. The force dissipated, and the bodies of the 5 people brushed against the ground as they came to a stop. The 5 sword chi also dissipated with a loud bang, leaving behind a 100-foot wide hole in the ground. The entire earth shook violently, and the 5 figures lying at the edge of the huge hole twitched slightly. Fresh blood flowed on the ground, forming a pool of blood. It looked incomparably miserable. In the distance, Xian swallowed her saliva and slowly knelt on one knee. She propped the dragoncry sword on the ground and lightly gasped for breath for a while. Her body automatically absorbed the 5 elements' energy in the world, allowing her to quickly fill up the holes in her body. Phew! After a while, she wiped the sweat off her face and slowly stood up, holding the dragoncry sword in her right hand. Her body flickered, and when she appeared again, she was at the edge of the huge hole. She pointed the dragoncry sword at the leader of the 5 people. Mei Mao's eyes were cold. "You want to kill me?" That ice-cold pair of eyes made the man gasp for breath. Looking at the cold sword chi that was aimed at his forehead, cold sweat immediately flowed down his face. He fiercely clenched his teeth and shouted in a hoarse voice, "There is an agreement between the divine grade academies. Killing between students is forbidden. If you kill me, you'll be killed by the enforcers. The Celestial Godly Academy won't let you go either." So noisy. Xian didn't care and curled her lips. "Enforcers? You have to know what I'm doing here. Plus, you were the one who started it, you kept shouting, 'Kill her.' Why are you backing down now that I'm pointing my finger at you?" Little Star said, "If you want to kill someone, you have to be prepared to be killed. Also, you're here for me and Little Star, right?" Ziyen smiled sweetly. Her smile was incomparably brilliant. Even the sunlight shrunk slightly at this moment. However, it caused the man's pupils to contract abruptly. A feeling of death suddenly surged into his heart. "Oh, let me tell you something fun." Ziyen smiled faintly and ruthlessly pierced her sword into his throat. Blood splashed out and dripped onto her charming face. Accompanied by that smile, she looked incomparably bewitching. That gentle laughter slowly entered his ears, causing him to lose all hope. "We didn't come in together with you. We just came in today. Oh, I don't have the Academy's token, so I'm not a member of the Academy." Pft, pft, pft. After he finished speaking, the man heard a few more sounds of swords piercing through flesh, causing his already shrunken pupils to tremble even more violently. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes gradually dimmed. In the end, he couldn't close his eyes. The Celestial Godly Academy is so boring. Xian swung her dragon song to get rid of the blood on the ground and sighed. She put away the 5 spatial items and the Celestial Godly Academy badge. With a flick of her hand, the 5 elemental fire burned and swallowed the 5 corpses in a few blinks of an eye. Xian didn't turn her head. She hung her dragon song on her slender waist and put her hands behind her back. She hummed a song and hopped forward, as light and beautiful as a fairy. It was as if the killing just now had nothing to do with her. The waterfall resumed its flow, and the lake reflected her beautiful face. Her purple dress was stained with blood. Looking at the fresh blood on her face and clothes, Ziyen wrinkled her nose. Without hesitation, she turned around and walked towards the lake. I can't let little star see me like this. Chapter 828. The lair of myriad beasts in a dark mountain range. Yun Nuoxing's jumping figure paused for a moment. Even Chu Yingzhan stopped and squatted on a thick tree branch. The latter looked at him and asked, "What is it?" Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked in the direction of Feng. He muttered, "I don't know." Feng went to this place and could feel a lot of powerful and chaotic forces. The forces that originated from demonic beasts, and they were all soul forces. That lair of myriad beasts buried tens of thousands of demonic beasts and demonic beasts. The huge forces mixed together formed a cold wind that prevented all people from entering. Feng is one of the 4 mythological beasts, so she's not affected by that place. But I don't know if her bloodline pressure can suppress those mindless souls. There should be an opportunity for her in there. Although it's a little dangerous, she should be able to handle it. That girl won't do something that will throw her life away. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and leaped out nimbly. Looking at his back, Chu Yingzhan wrinkled her nose and snorted. She took out a strange fruit and took another bite. Then, she followed him unhurriedly. The cold wind blew in the mountain range. This place was still the territory of the wood element. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and they still hadn't reached the end. On this day, they had to stop and rest many times. With Yun Nuoxing's current weak body, tens of thousands of miles was already a very long journey. He had to stop and rest after walking for hundreds of miles. Along the way, they had to avoid those demonic beasts, as well as some people with sinister eyes. In his opinion, people were more terrifying than demonic beasts. They were all people who risked their lives. Just on their way here, they had seen no less than 1,000 battles in this gloomy and cold mountain range. Some people were fighting with demonic beasts and magical beasts, but most of them were 2 groups of people fighting each other. They fought fiercely in the wilderness, and their brains were beaten out on the spot. Yun Nuoxing and Yi Qingyu sneaked past the edges of the battlefield. When they saw the scale of the battles between groups of 10 and hundreds of people, they could not help but sigh. This battlefield was really wild. Of course, they would be discovered from time to time, and that was when they could not avoid it. Hence, the development of the situation was heading in a strange direction. If someone dared to come up to find trouble, Yun Nuoxing would pull out his sword and slash without hesitation. Now, he was just a little guy in the virtual realm. When he encountered a group of 10,000 deities and quasi-mortal realms, he turned around and ran without hesitation. Chu Yingzhan was busy beating people. Yingzhan was beating and cursing while dragging Yun Nuoxing. While she was beating them, cursing, and running, she dragged Chu Yingzhan dragged Yingzhan's merciful palm. A huge palm print that was hundreds of meters long came down from the sky with groups of talismans. The majestic power made Yun Nuoxing's eyes almost pop out. "Big brother, I don't remember offending you." "Cut the crap. Hand over all the heavenly treasures on you. This is an honorable robbery. At the same time, you can clean up the battlefield." The man in the sky sneered and slammed his palms down one after another as if they were free. Yun Nuoxing turned around and ran. He was a person with moral integrity. If he couldn't win, he would run. He wouldn't scrupulously abide by the rules of battle. He wanted to survive first. The fewer people who snatched the holy object, the higher the success rate of getting it. This was an indisputable fact. Not only this place, but other places in the Jiesu mystic realm also had similar scenes. Everyone was fighting fiercely for the 1/16th chance of getting the holy object. When they met, they would be jealous and fight as if they were enemies. On the largest scale, they had already formed groups. They shouted one after another, and the fight turned into a 1,000-person group battle. Boom! The huge talisman palm print pressed down on the ground, causing the ground to sink by several meters. Billowing waves of dust rose hundreds of meters high. However, there was no one at the place where the palm landed. This made the man in the sky stunned. He shifted his gaze slightly and saw Yun Nuoshing patting his chest at the edge of the palm print crater. He had narrowly dodged the palm print. When the man saw this, he gritted his teeth fiercely. He looked coldly at Yun Nuoshing, who was panting. He bent his palm and another huge palm print fell from the sky. Yun Nuoshing looked up and saw this. He immediately ran away. Faint light particles lingered around his feet. Even if he couldn't use the light elements, just a little bit was enough to increase his speed by several times. He once again dodged the palm print by sticking close to the edge. Don't run. Were you born in the year of the mouse? That person's face was ferocious as he cursed angrily and charged downwards. However, before he could get very far, a slender figure suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, a delicate and small fist appeared. It contained a great amount of power. The former was unable to stop in time, and his face directly collided with the fist. After that, he was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Bang! The man fell heavily on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Yun Nuoshing ran over again and looked at the man whose face had been dented. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He nimbly took out the spatial storage device on his body and gave it a fierce kick. I'm running. You can't beat me, but you won't allow me to run? If you're not happy, come and hit me. The man rolled a few times like a gourd before he stopped. When he heard this, he spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. Yun Nuoshing wiped his sweat and looked at the people who were lying on the ground and wailing. He sighed. This was already the 6th wave of people they had encountered. He did not know how long they would have to hold on before they reached the ice plains. The space beside him shook and a slender figure flashed out. Yun Nuoshing glanced at her. Before he could say anything, Chu Yingzhan grabbed him by the collar and shook him vigorously. She roared in a flustered and exasperated manner, "Since when did this fairy become your fighter? Speaking of which, can't you change to a better route? We have few people and are weak. Hide. Hide. Do you want me to teach you how to hide?" Yun Nuoshing was shaken until he was dizzy. He struggled to reach out and press her head. Only then did she stop and let him catch his breath. He smiled bitterly and said, "Didn't you say that you'll protect me? I've already tried my best to avoid most of the people, at least 80% of the battles. It's said that the time for the first holy object to descend is approaching. Someone has started to clean up the place. Also, it's surrounded by a sea of people now. No, it's surrounded by a sea of people. There are people everywhere. There's nowhere to hide." Chu Yingzhan thought about it for a while and felt that it was true. She didn't refute anything. However, after thinking about it carefully, she felt that something was wrong. However, she couldn't tell what was wrong. She could only frown and stare at Yun Nuoshing unhappily. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly and looked into the distance. "How's your strength recovering?" "It's okay." Speaking of this, Chu Yingzhan habitually took out a flower and stuffed the whole plant into her mouth. "It's almost back to the mundane level. It's just that I've been eating a little too much grass and fruits recently. Although they're delicious, I'm tired of them. I want to eat meat. This fairy wants to eat meat. I want to eat heartily. I want to pile up into a mountain of meat." As Chu Yingzhan spoke, she stomped her feet again. Just as she took out the strange fruit in her hand, her expression changed. It was green and red. Her jade-like hand shook violently, and she threw the strange fruit in her hand thousands of meters away. Yun Nuoshing covered her face speechlessly. This was a special time, and all the magical beasts were hiding. Where was she going to find meat? She had eaten grass for a whole day. As long as she had energy, she wouldn't starve to death. Although she was tired of it, it was fortunate that these spiritual items could replenish her spiritual energy. Otherwise, she would have to find a place to rest. Swish! In the sky, a series of rainbows swept past. Powerful auras descended from the sky, and the entire mountain range calmed down for a moment. Wow! Chu Yingzhan cried out in surprise. Wow, your head! Hurry up and run! Yun Nuoxing's expression changed. She hurriedly pulled her and ran far away. In a moment of desperation, she even threw out a bit of light element. However, that large group of figures didn't come for the two of them. When the two of them stopped on a large tree and turned around, they saw that the group that had just arrived was fighting fiercely with another group. The fight was in full swing, and the mountain range was collapsing. Since the two young ladies are in such a good mood, why don't we accompany you? Suddenly, a faint laughter was heard. Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan were startled. They quickly turned around and saw that the nearby trees were filled with people. There were a total of 8 quasi-mortal rank experts, but they were only at the quasi-mortal rank. This made the two of them heave a sigh of relief. Just as they heaved a sigh of relief, Yun Nuoxing stared at Chu Yingzhan. From each other's eyes, they could see the complicated message of "Why didn't you see them coming? I thought you saw them? I thought you sensed them?" Their eyes met again. Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan raised their hands and slapped each other's heads. Then, they smiled bitterly and silently turned to look at the 8 people. They took a deep breath and rushed out, waving their fists and legs. F***CKU. Are you going to accompany your aunt? I'm a man. Hey, are you dead yet? Chu Yingzhan squatted on the ground, panting with her mouth slightly open. She looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was lying on the ground, and poked his face with her jade-like hand. After a fierce battle, Yun Nuoxing didn't know why he rushed out. According to their plan, he would run away and Chu Yingzhan would defeat them one by one. Just now, he rushed forward as if he had gone crazy. He was only at the emptiness realm. Although he defeated one person by risking his life, to be precise, he scared the other person and knocked the other person until half of his body was paralyzed. This time, even his life force was almost depleted. He would be weak for a while. Golden red blood slowly flowed out from his arms and legs. Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes weakly and looked at the beautiful face that was close to him. He forced a smile and said, "I won't die, probably." Boom! The energy waves from the battle far away swept across the entire mountain range and hit the two of them. The hot wind blew their long hair slightly. Chu Yingzhan lifted Mei Mao and looked into the distance. She took out the clothes that she wore in the peaceful world from her portable space and tore them. She wrapped them around Yun Nuoxing's wound and sighed, "What a weak body. Have you ever thought that this day would come when you are so strong?" Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and nodded. "I'm used to getting injured, but I'm not used to recovering so slowly. Besides, I usually get injured by myself or by God-level experts. It would be a joke if people knew that I was injured by someone who was at the mortal level. However, this place is special, so I don't think people will laugh at me. This world is really crazy. I finally know why so many people die when they go out of the Jiesu secret realm. With this kind of fighting method, let alone 100 million people, even 1 billion people will die one day." Yun Nuoxing sighed. He raised his right hand weakly and then put it down weakly. He straightened his body slightly and looked at the beautiful bows on his left arm and left leg. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was he trying to find joy in the midst of suffering? "Sigh, I let their baby get injured. When they see me, they will definitely attack me. You have to protect me. I can't beat them." Chu Yingzhan looked at Yun Nuoxing and shrugged helplessly. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. "Can you stand up?" "Oh, I can't." Chu Yingzhan asked and answered her own question. Then, she sighed and lifted Yun Nuoxing's half-crippled body up. She placed him on her back and carried him up with a little force. Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned. He subconsciously wrapped his arms around her neck. He didn't expect her to do this. He thought that Chu Yingzhan was already treating him well by dragging him behind her. "We can't stay here for long." Chu Yingzhan's beautiful face was slightly red. She turned her head and glared at him fiercely. "If you dare to move, I will throw you down." Okay. Yun Nuoshing nodded lightly. His eyelids were slightly trembling. I'm sorry. Why are you acting so strangely? I didn't say anything. Chu Yingzhan's delicate body trembled. She hugged his legs and took a light breath. Then, she jumped into the distance. Fortunately, Yun Nuoshing's body was slightly thin. Although he was tall, he was still quite thin. Even if he was curled up, he would still be very small. It was much easier for her to move. I'm just lamenting. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and looked at the sky. He let out a long sigh. It's so ugly. You look so carefree outside. But in this Jiasu realm, you have been tormented like this in just one day. What nonsense are you talking about? The rules of this world are the biggest disadvantage for you. It's already not easy for you to stay alive. Don't ask for too much. Who asked you to have so much power outside the rules? Now you have been sealed so thoroughly. Chu Yingzhan turned around and rolled her eyes at him. Yun Nuoshing smiled. She was right. It was like he was reaping what he sowed. One day later, Chu Yingzhan's speed gradually slowed down. Sweat began to appear on her smooth forehead. After all, she was still a girl. Her physical strength was slightly weak. She had carried Yun Nuoshing for an entire day with her mortal realm strength. No matter how light the latter was, and no matter how many heavenly and earthly treasures she had to support her recovery, the physical and mental exhaustion was a little overwhelming. After rushing for a day and a night without sleep, they finally left the chaotic area. Yun Nuoshing and the others realized that the dark mountain range was the dark area of the wood elemental region. No wonder there were so many people inside. They had accidentally entered the high-risk area. Now that they had arrived at the light-colored area, there were much fewer people. Let's take a break. We haven't rested for 2 days, Yun Nuoshing carefully suggested as he looked at Chu Yingzhan's side profile. Chu Yingzhan frowned slightly. The sweat on her forehead was getting bigger. Yun Nuoshing couldn't stand it anymore. He carefully wiped her sweat with his sleeve. The former's delicate body trembled slightly, and her face turned a little red. However, she didn't say anything. She stubbornly carried him and ran for a distance. Half an hour later, when the two had completely reached the edge of the area, Chu Yingzhan finally stopped after Yun Nuoshing's 10th suggestion. After placing Yun Nuoshing in a secluded place, Chu Yingzhan rested for a while. She looked outside and said softly, "There were so many people just now. It was a little abnormal. I'll go out and take a look. Don't walk around casually. With your current aura, no one can sense you. Unless your luck is so bad that someone directly sees this place." After saying that, she raised her head and looked at the dense stone wall piled up with huge rocks. After making several turns, she finally saw Yun Nuoshing's position. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He subconsciously grabbed the hem of her clothes and shook his head gently. Chu Yingzhan smiled faintly. She gently patted his head and said with a smile, "I'll be back soon. There won't be any danger. I'm just worried that someone will raid my house after you leave." Yun Nuoshing sighed. Chu Yingzhan. Chapter 829. His eyes followed Chu Yingzhan as she made her way around the city walls piled up from boulders. In this dark space, the only source of light was the night pearl he held in his hand. The weak light couldn't reach the high ceiling of the cave. Yun Nuoshing looked around blankly. His raised arm trembled powerlessly. The feeling of weakness coming from his body made him frown. His arm drooped down powerlessly. He was so angry that he wanted to punch his thigh, but he didn't even have the strength to do so. It was as if he was completely crippled. Weak as shit. After a while, Yun Nuoshing stopped making futile attempts. He smiled bitterly and sighed. He raised his head and turned it around. This was one of the few actions he could do. His soul felt blocked. Although he could feel the existence of Ziyi and the others, he still couldn't contact them. "I can only take one step at a time." Yun Nuoshing frowned unhappily. This damned place was simply created to suppress him. He didn't know if the others were suppressed as badly. Even if they were, it probably wasn't as serious as his. There shouldn't be many special life forms among 100 million people that could compare to the spiritual godly physique. Oh, there's also Yuan Shi and the others. I wonder where they are now. Scratching his head with a headache, Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked into the depths of the cave. His eyes swept back and forth without focus. His hand trembled slightly, and the luminous pearl rolled down his palm and into the cave. It was the only source of light, and it suddenly fell out of his hand. Before he could react, he watched in a daze as the luminous pearl rolled further and further away. After a long time, when the weakness in his body stimulated his nerves, he finally reacted. Looking at the night illumination pearl that was more than 10 meters away, he sighed with a headache. In this dark place, this was the only source of light that was worth paying attention to. He was naturally afraid of the dark, so troublesome. He sighed resignedly and stood up with difficulty, using his palm to support himself against the wall. His legs were weak and painful. He cursed in his heart again. Seriously, how weak was he? After walking for 10 meters with his hand against the wall, Yun Nuoxing sat down on the ground. He simply lay down and stretched out his arm. He tried his best to reach the luminous pearl. After picking it up, he didn't want to move anymore. He lay on the ground lazily like a salted fish. The weak light illuminated the dark cave. His ocean-like eyes wandered around in boredom. In the dim light, he inadvertently saw something that made his expression change. He stood up slowly and raised his hand holding the luminous pearl to let the light shine on the wall. He saw something unexpected. It was a mural. Or rather, it was just some strange symbols drawn on the wall that seemed to have some meaning. Yun Nuoxing wasn't sure if they actually had any meaning. He couldn't understand these things. Perhaps historians were interested in these things. What really interested him were not those symbols. On the wall, there were 2 groups of mural that were half the height of a person and some symbols that were only half the size of a palm. The latter was hidden under the yellow sand and was located at a higher part of the wall. The mural was drawn at the bottom of the wall. The ground was filled with strange patterns that were 1 meter above the ground. These 2 patterns have different energy sense. Yun Nuoxing lightly sniffed as if he was really smelling the yellow sand. He frowned slightly. After being trained by Ziyi for such a long time, in addition to his spiritual godly physique, his ability to identify and sense energy had reached an extremely high level. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have noticed such a subtle difference. "What are you talking about?" Yun Nuoxing murmured. His palm gently slid across the hieroglyphic symbols and gently stroked away the yellow sand. These symbols were filled with an aura that didn't belong to the mural below. An aura of withering and death that transcended time and space was constantly transmitted. Only a small area had these symbols and mural. It was about 4 to 5 meters wide. The deeper he went, the more blurry the symbols became. In the end, the messy carving destroyed a large area of the symbols. Yun Nuoxing looked at the destroyed symbols that had suddenly appeared and was stunned. It was as if someone had tried to decipher them but couldn't understand anything in the end. In a fit of anger, they destroyed the symbols. However, for some reason, the symbols in front were spared and the mural didn't show any signs of being destroyed. However, he didn't have any more opportunities to study these. He hurriedly used his soul to memorize these seemingly useless things. He lowered his head and saw that his pendant was emitting a bright golden light. He touched the diamond-shaped pendant lightly, and a shield-like token popped out from it. A wave of information rushed straight into his mind from the token without his permission, causing him to be stunned. "Hey, harem guy, you didn't die in there, right? I heard big news. The first holy artifact has appeared in the wood elemental region that we just came out of." A loud shout came from the entrance of the cave. It was Chu Yingzhan's voice. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and coughed twice to clear his throat. He replied loudly, "I didn't die. Come in a little bit. I moved a little." I just received the news. From the token, the first wood elemental holy artifact has appeared in the deepest part of the wood elemental region. This mountain range is going to become lively. 2 seconds later, a shadow rushed in against the weak sunlight. The figure looked around and saw Yun Nuoxing in a position slightly further in. He couldn't help but curl his lip. Running in like that, are you afraid of death? Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and turned his pale face away. He pointed at the mural with his chin and said, "See for yourself." Chu Yingzhan was also stunned when he heard this. Then, he turned his gaze and glanced at it casually before ignoring it. It's just a mural. What's there to see? Let's not talk about that first. What about the holy artifact? There are still 10 hours before the holy artifact descends. At least 60% of the people in the entire Jie Su secret realm are rushing here. Moreover, more and more people will appear later on for the holy artifact. What can we do? Of course, we have to give it up. Do you want to drag half a corpse and fight with tens of millions of people for that thing? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. Not going? Aren't you? Chu Yingzhan frowned. If he didn't go now, when the next few holy artifacts appeared, more and more people would pay attention to it, and it would be harder to fight for it. Moreover, he hadn't recovered his strength yet. That's for later. The most important thing. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and interrupted her, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Chu Yingzhan hurriedly went up to support him. Looking at his body's condition, she couldn't help but say in a slightly displeased tone, "Why are you so weak? Didn't I tell you not to move?" He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He couldn't say that he had to pick up the luminous pearl after it fell, right? That would be scolded to death. He waved his hand and continued, "The most important thing is that the rules didn't say that the holy artifact can't be snatched. Even if you manage to snatch it, there will be people who try to snatch it a second time, until someone manages to snatch the holy artifact and is strong enough to protect it in front of everyone." At this point, Chu Yingzhan also understood. From the beginning, the rules were very vague. It only said that they had to snatch the holy artifact, but it didn't say what would happen if they managed to snatch it. She guessed that they wouldn't be able to proceed to the next stage until all 16 holy artifacts were gathered. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while. Now, all the people in the Jie Su secret realm should be rushing here. According to his estimation, most of the top forces should have recovered to the level of quasi-mortal stage or even mortal stage. Of course, this was only a small number of people. Most of them might still be in the Pantheon realm or quasi-mortal stage. As for those who were weaker, there were more of them. However, it was difficult to turn the situation around with just the strength of those people. Let's not think about it anymore. Let's go to the ice field and find Bing, Er and Ming. We can't do anything now. This kind of battle will definitely be a large-scale group battle. Individual strength. If I was in my peak condition, I wouldn't be afraid even if they were all divine emperors. Let's just forget about it now. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. His decision was also very cautious. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was still mortal stage. However, at that time, he dared to challenge divine underworld experts with the support of Jin Jinwang and the others. Now, it could be said that he had nothing. Even his courage had dimmed a lot. Looking at him clenching his teeth and glaring at the sea, Chu Yingzhan seemed to know his state of mind. She sighed and didn't say anything. She nodded and squatted down to carry him on her back. They quickly rushed out of the cave. While there were still not many people, they had to run quickly. Once there were more people, they might not be able to escape. Speaking of which, I just did some research and overthrew my own theory. Yun Nuoxing said casually after taking a breath that contained rich wood elemental energy. What? Perhaps if I ignite all of my divine blood, I can break through the seal of the laws here. There is a 30% chance that the stability of this world will decrease. After all, I have shaken its laws. Chu Yingzhan was silent. After a long time, she said in a trembling voice, you're crazy. Playing with my life is my forte. However, after this, I will fake my death once. I don't know how long I will fake it for. Maybe it will become real. I beg you, don't play with us, okay? Just leave the matters of this world to us. Can't you just peacefully allow us to protect you for once? Chu Yingzhan was about to go crazy. This bastard's words were astonishing every time. If he didn't scare someone to death, it didn't count. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and said, "Okay." Just as they had expected, this wood elemental region had become an incomparably huge magnet. Endless streams of people rushed over from afar. Silhouettes streaked across the sky. Some were alone, some were in groups, but there were more of them in the latter group. The overwhelming group flew over from afar in an orderly manner. That overwhelming momentum made the hearts of countless people tremble. This news had only been spread for 10 minutes. After a while, people from further away would rush over. At this time, many people were fighting with their lives on the line. They seemed to think that if they could get rid of one or two people, they would be able to increase their chances of winning and turning the situation around. In fact, looking at the many experts flying across the sky, no one was confident. It was frighteningly difficult to snatch an obvious target under the watchful eyes of so many people. Even some of the divine sons and goddesses of the major forces didn't have 100% confidence that they could lead their people to sweep the battlefield. Perhaps they could do it if they were in the immortal rank, demigod rank, or demigod rank, but at this time they were at most in the mortal rank. It was a starting level where they could be killed by relying on numbers. Everyone had been weak before, and this time, they were just experiencing it again. Unlike the waves of people rushing toward the wood elemental energy area, in the mountains below, there was a figure carrying another person on his back. This scene was seen by countless people, but no one went to stop them. Although they couldn't figure out what the two people were doing, it didn't matter. Their goal was the sacred artifact, and they could ignore everything else. Damn, this number of people is making my scalp tingle. Chu Yingzhan raised her head from time to time. The black dots covered the sky and covered the earth as they approached. In such a large number of people, hiding was almost useless, unless they were invisible. They didn't try to hide, and directly rushed in one direction. Fortunately, no one had the time to care about the two of them. The sooner they got there, the higher their chances of winning. Who would have the time to deal with two people who were alone? Bing Air and the others haven't moved. Feng Air is still in the cave of 1,000 beasts. Xian, we've lost contact with them. After we find them, if possible, we have to find Yuan Shi and Jining. We have to bring them to the Far Light Academy to snatch a sacred artifact. We have to find them. I wonder if Lin Xing, Luo Yi Mingyu, and the others are in this team. Yun Nuoxing tried her best to think of a way to increase the chances of her team winning. A team battle definitely needed a team to fight. Yuan Shi and Jin Ying came with the 9 deities shrine, so there shouldn't be a need for them to snatch the sacred artifact. There were also people from the Snow Goddess sect. They were just fighting for a spot to enter the small divine continent, so they couldn't let Sister Xue do it. After hearing these conditions, Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but nod. This sounds like an advantage. You can pull several teams together. You're the axis. But what if they rush to the wood elemental region? Chu Yingzhan asked again. It's not good to lose people now. Yun Nuoxing was also stunned, and her brows furrowed. Only the Far Light Academy needs to snatch the sacred artifact. The others probably won't join in the fun. As for the Far Light Academy, if the ones leading the team are Ding Mingyu and Xuelingfeng, they probably won't be reckless, right? Probably? Not everyone can think like you. From what I know, there are quite a few impetuous people, and even more are people who have lost their mind. Chu Yingzhan curled her lips and used her chin to point at the sky as she speechlessly said. Nodding with a bitter smile, Yun Nuoxing straightened her body and looked into the distance with the help of the eye of the ocean. Her evil spirit eye operated with difficulty, and her vision spanned tens of thousands of miles. After a while, she stopped and said, "The blank area is about to end. If we keep going forward along this path, we'll soon reach the metal elemental region. We'll pass by the edge, and after crossing the metal elemental region, we'll reach the ice field. Bing Air and the others are recovering their strength at full speed. When we get there, they should be able to recover to the 11th level of the mortal rank or even the immortal rank." Chu Yingzhan's expression suddenly changed, and Yun Nuoxing's expression also trembled. The former immediately stomped her feet on the ground, and both her feet sank into the ground. She came to an abrupt stop as if she had taken root. Then, her eyes surged with coldness. Yun Nuoxing's brows furrowed, and she raised her head to look ahead. A group of 7 people was directly blocking their path, and their auras were completely locked onto the 2 of them. There were actually people who were bored enough to come and clean up 2 insignificant people at this time? Chapter 830. The sudden appearance of this obstacle made Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan freeze on the spot. They looked at each other in dismay, and from each other's eyes they could see messages such as, "Are these people stupid? Is there something wrong with their heads?" and so on. At this critical moment, not only did they not try to snatch the holy artifact, but they had also sent out 7 quasi-mortal stage experts to deal with the 2 of them who were traveling in the opposite direction. They must have had something wrong with their heads. At this time, quasi-mortal stage experts were already a relatively strong force. To send out 7 quasi-mortal stage experts so easily would greatly weaken them and the forces behind them. "We can talk about this later. What do we do now?" Chu Yingzhan took a step back without leaving a trace. Her obsidian-like eyes flashed with some worry. She wasn't worried that the 7 of them would surround her. After all, they were only 7 people who had just stepped into the quasi-mortal stage. If they thought they could rely on numbers to kill her, then they were underestimating her too much. The only thing she was worried about was that in this seemingly unavoidable battle, there was still a person with limited mobility from Yun Nuoxing. If the 7 of them were to deal with him first, she would instantly fall into a disadvantageous position. "What can we do? If the timing isn't right, just throw me away. Don't care, don't look, just deal with the 7 of them. If it's really a matter of life and death, at most, we'll risk the 30% chance to cause this world to collapse and let 100 million people die with me. Without the strength of a beginner god, we won't be able to withstand the impact of the void." Yun Nuoxing looked up at the sky and casually said something that made her hair stand on end. "Please don't. I have a way to deal with it, probably." Chu Yingzhan's pretty face turned slightly pale. This guy's words were too frightening. He wanted to risk his life at the slightest provocation. While the 2 of them were discussing, the 7 of them finally made their move. They uniformly lifted their feet and slowly walked towards Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan. 7 pairs of eyes constantly scanned the 2 of them. Chu Yingzhan swallowed her saliva and took a light breath. She also lifted her feet and walked towards the 7 of them. Her jade-like hands that were supporting Yun Nuoxing's feet slightly exerted force as the energy in her body quietly circulated. Yun Nuoxing blinked his eyes and sighed. He closed his eyes and buried his head in Chu Yingzhan's jade-like neck. He tried his best to mobilize all the remaining energy in his body. In fact, he didn't have any more energy left to launch an attack. He was just risking his life. If they really fought, even if he could distract one of them for a moment, it would be enough time for her to launch a fatal attack. As the 7 of them approached, the energy circulating in Chu Yingzhan's body became more and more powerful. She didn't even bother to hide it. On the other hand, the 7 of them turned a blind eye to it and continued to walk forward unhurriedly. The energy in their bodies also began to surge. However, what surprised Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan was that even though they were already so close, the other party still didn't intend to launch an attack. From the initial distance of 100 meters to 10 meters, they were now standing in a row. The 7 of them stared at them from the side. The energy in their bodies was roaring so loudly that it was about to explode. In this atmosphere, if any energy attack were to appear, the 9 of them would explode and cause their brains to splatter. However, no matter how tense the atmosphere was and how much energy was brewing, no one took the initiative to launch an attack. Walking to a position side by side, Chu Yingzhan and Mei Mao were already ice-cold. Glancing at the 7 of them from the side, they saw that they didn't seem to have any intention to attack. She felt a little confused. After hesitating for a moment, she pretended that she didn't see anything and directly passed through the 7 of them. Following the path that they had agreed on, she slowly advanced. The energy in her body didn't have any intention of relaxing. She still hadn't seen the situation clearly, so naturally, she couldn't relax. The 7 of them stared fixedly at the 2 of them passing through the middle. After that, they sped up and left. There wasn't the slightest ripple in their eyes. Only after the 2 of them had walked far away did they retract their gazes. So, they must have mistaken him for someone else, right? It doesn't look like him. His hair color is different. Furthermore, his demeanor isn't the same person. He looks so weak. How could he be the saint's target? I said it wasn't right from the start. You guys insisted on coming down. When all the good spots are taken, let's see how you guys are going to explain it. But that person isn't in the Longguang Academy's campsite. It wasn't easy to find someone who looked like him. Isn't it because the saint urged us to hurry? I didn't expect that we would mistake him for someone else. That woman isn't the one from that day either. We must have mistaken her for someone else. The 7 of them looked at each other and sighed. They shook their heads and no longer paid attention to Yun Nuoxing and Luo Yunyang. They got up and rushed toward the wood elemental area. They had only passed by and saw a similar figure. Their main target was still the sacred object. If Yun Nuoxing heard this, he would probably fall to the ground. So the reason why he had dodged a calamity today was because his hair color had changed? Shouldn't he be glad that he didn't have much vitality left and had a head full of white hair? In the distance, Yun Nuoxing and Luo Yunyang had already entered the gold elemental area. This area was especially vast. Rushing into this area from the edge of the wood elemental area in a straight line, it was difficult to see the boundary of this golden world. Not a single golden mountain range, plains, or lake was missed. So, what were those 7 doing just now? After arriving at the golden plains, there were gradually fewer people. Chu Yingzhan took the time to casually ask. I guess they mistook me for someone else. Right now I can't even recognize myself, Yun Nuoxing said after thinking for a while. Chu Yingzhan turned around and glanced at him. She was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously. Indeed, I can't recognize you. No matter what, it's naturally best if we don't fight. Right now, I can only run if I face other people. I can't even run away. Yun Nuoxing murmured softly. Chu Yingzhan nodded and tightened her grip on his legs. She looked at the direction and continued to jump forward. 10 hours passed very quickly. In the wood elemental area, countless people had gathered. That vast area was so exaggerated that there was a foot in every inch. If they couldn't fly, they would definitely pile up here. On the plains, forests, and towering ancient trees, there were groups of people standing in 2s and 3s, vigilantly watching everyone. Battles also broke out from time to time, but it was limited to the ground. Those who had reached the mortal level floating in the sky coldly watched the chaotic battlefield below. To them, the more intense the battle, the fewer people who would snatch the sacred object later. Not long after, the mountain peak in the deepest area suddenly burst open. Huge rocks that were dozens of feet in size were shot into the sky, turning into a vast rock rain that fell from the sky. The people below widened their eyes in shock and hurriedly moved their bodies, scattering like birds and beasts. The onlookers in the sky also retreated a little bit. In the center of the mountain peak, a huge emerald-green pillar of light burst out from the ground and pierced into the sky. The incomparably bright light illuminated the sky, as if it had hit a pentagonal prism. The clouds scattered a variety of colors. After the rock rain, it ushered in a rain of light. In the center of the light pillar, an object appeared. It was a 2-foot-tall cylindrical object that looked like a trophy. At the top was a green star that was an inch away from the top of the trophy. From time to time, small tongues of fire would erupt from the green star, as if it was ejecting a corona. Strangely, this star contained a huge amount of wood element, not a trace of fire element in it. Holy artifact. The appearance of the holy artifact made the atmosphere so quiet that one could hear breathing. Following a scream from an unknown corner, the people in the entire world seemed to have reacted. Countless amounts of energy surged out, and the aura of tens of millions of people erupted, causing the mountain, forest, earth, and sky to tremble violently. The battle broke out in an instant. The people who gathered together were boiling with blood on the spot. The mortal ranks in the sky were fighting, and the quasi-mortal ranks on the ground were also fighting with their lives on the line. It was common to see people in similar clothes gathering in a group to form a joint attack formation. Even mortal ranks would be hit by the energy gathered by a large group of people below if they were not careful, causing them to be seriously injured and forced to retreat. The vast battle cries seemed to spread from here to a distant place. On the plane of the metal element, Yun Nuoshing turned his head. He did not hear anything, but he could barely see the chaotic battlefield with his eyes. 8 elements gathered, countless amounts of energy flew across the sky, and even more people were hit by the energy that came from nowhere. The overall situation was basically, who the hell is hitting me? Who the hell am I hitting? And who the hell am I hitting? At this point, the possibility of team coordination had greatly decreased. More people were fighting in a chaotic battle. You still have the mood to watch the chaotic battle at the back. Looks like you've recovered quite well. Chu Yingzhan turned her head and glanced at him. I want to take a look too. It should be very lively over there now. It is indeed very lively. There are tens of millions of people gathered together. How can it not be lively? There are still people coming in from the outside. At this point, don't talk about the fact that killing is forbidden in the academy. The situation is simply out of control. Yun Nuoshing suddenly froze as he spoke. His gaze paused on those who were heavily injured and had to leave the battlefield. Those who were being pursued and attacked suddenly had a green light surge out of their bodies the moment they were about to be killed. Those who were severely injured instantly recovered from their critical health. What's more, those who had their hearts destroyed would also recover instantly. There were no dead people on the battlefield at all. The holy item is restoring the lives of everyone there. No one will die. Yun Nuoshing was shocked. This method greatly extended the duration of the battle. It was already a group battle with many people. At this point, he did not know how long the battle would last. Doesn't that mean we can still fight? Chu Yingzhan's face twitched. She guessed. Based on what you said, I'm guessing that the 16 holy items all have their own unique abilities. They can cover the entire battlefield with this kind of power. It will be extremely difficult to snatch them away. Yun Nuoshing nodded. He also thought so. Furthermore, there was a 90% chance that this guess was true. Then, Heaven's Eye Harem Man, where should we go now? Chu Yingzhan patted his legs with her lily-white hands and sighed. I can't tell the direction in this place. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He quickly retracted his gaze from the area in front of him. However, he did not see the ice plains. The direction they were heading in seemed to have deviated. This golden plain was too dazzling. It was so bright that everything was blurry. Their line of sight was golden like a golden ocean. They could not tell the direction clearly. However, it was just a direction. Yun Nuoshing used the supervision of the eye of the ocean to quickly correct the direction. After Chu Yingzhan saw it clearly, she nodded and leaped in that direction. Yun Nuoshing was also staring in the direction of the ice plains. This golden plain was strangely confusing. He saw that Chu Yingzhan kept moving forward and would inadvertently change her line of defense. Furthermore, it was just a slight change. Every time, it was so weak that it was difficult to detect it. By the time he reacted, the ice plains were already out of sight. Yun Nuoxing could only correct the direction that Chu Yingzhan was heading in bit by bit. After a normal person rushed in, they really did not know how long it would take for them to get out. With such a bumpy way of moving forward, the two of them spent almost twice the amount of time to rush out of the gold elemental area. Furthermore, their direction was off and they came to the other side of the ice plains. It was almost an area away from where Bing Air and the others were. Yun Nuoxing raised the collar of his trench coat to block the cold wind and sighed. How can we go astray after 4 days of walking? We ran from the bottom right of the gold elemental area to the top left. We almost passed through the center. The gold elemental area is quite confusing. How's the wood elemental area? Chu Yingzhan looked at the wood elemental area behind them that they could no longer see, and could not help but ask. We're still fighting. We'll reach the limit of my vision if we walk another 1,000 feet forward. My vision doesn't change from clear to blurry. Instead, I can't see anything. This is also the effect of the rules here, Yun Nuoxing said as he rubbed his sore eyes. There was a hint of bitterness in his voice. This damned place had almost turned him into a cripple. Fortunately, the newly acquired Eye of the Ocean had given him a pair of foul level eyes. It was neither too big nor too small of a support. In fact, it was not very useful, but it was better than nothing. Be content with what you have. Do you know how frightening it is to be able to see the other side through a large area of the metal element? Clairvoyant could not catch up even if he risked his life. Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at him. Not only was this guy not content with the Eye of the Ocean, but he also used its power to its limit every day. If he gave it to her, she would not even be able to wait to worship it. After knowing her thoughts, Yun Nuoxing looked at her with disdain. Things are meant to be used. You can't not open your eyes just because your eyes are too good and you want to cherish them, right? That's true. Chu Yingzhan pouted and looked at him unhappily. Back then, I acted coquettishly for a year before I got an Eye of the Ocean from my stupid father. Moreover, it was still immature. It withered and spoiled not long after I left it. Do you know how deep my obsession was? Bad luck. Forgive me for not being able to gouge my eyes out for you. This thing can't be removed once it's bound, including the one in my heart. Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. Then, he was stunned. Speaking of which, why do you want the Eye of the Ocean? Because it's beautiful. Yun Nuoxing. As expected, he still did not understand how this guy's brain worked. We've arrived at the ice field. Where are your precious little sisters? When Yun Nuoxing choked on his words, Chu Yingzhan shook her delicate body to remind him. The former put down his messy thoughts and raised his head. In his line of sight, at the end of the horizon, the ground suddenly rose up to a height of 1,000 feet. The sea-blue horizon was particularly obvious. The ground was a majestic and magnificent ice field. On the thousands of feet tall ice peaks on the ice field, there was a never-ending snowstorm. Snowflakes as big as beans danced in the wind, ignoring their weight. The white world appeared abruptly in their line of sight. Even from afar, they could feel the slight chill in the air. Ice field. Yun Nuoxing murmured and took a deep breath. When you enter the ice field, turn right. Make a 90-degree right turn. If you go the wrong way again, I'll beat you up. Ha, you want to fight? You can't beat me now. Chu Yingzhan grinned and said with a half-smile. Yun Nuoxing was silent. He really couldn't beat this female pervert now.